Chapter 3468. Hellion Feng Su, you old fart, it seems like you really want to declare war on my Dongfang clan? Dongfang Yunhe said angrily. I'm really sorry for making a fuss in my Hellion clan and disregarding the existence of my Hellion clan. Brother Yunhe, I'm responsible for this battle. My Hellion clan will not allow anyone to bully us. Hellion Feng Su was standing on the opposite side of Dongfang Yunhe. In this battle, he was determined to capture Jiang Qin and kill him as soon as possible to comfort his nephew's soul in heaven. Since that's the case, let me see where you get the courage to fight against my Dongfang clan. Dongfang Yunhe's expression was cold and indifferent. He stretched out his hand and a white jade skeleton sword appeared in his hand. The wind from the sword was like a torch, and the shadow of the sword was awe-inspiring. A cold light flashed and shook the 9 heavens. Jiang Qin, come and die. Dongfang clan, you're all a bunch of shameless dogs. I, Jiang Qin, will start a massacre today. The corner of Jiang Qin's mouth curled up slightly. He drew out his sword and the heavenly dragon sword roared in the sky. The shadow of a dragon covered the sky and spread out. Jiang Qin and Dongfang Yunhe exchanged blows in an instant. Rays of cold light filled the sky and it was deafening. The two silhouettes were domineering and their sword auras were vigorous. The limitless sword slashed through the sky. Jiang Qin's aura made Dongfang Yunhe feel as if he was facing a great enemy. How could an early divine emperor be so powerful? Dongfang Lianshua's expression was gloomy. He was no longer a match for Jiang Qin now. His opponent's sword was too fast and too strong. Compared to before, it was even stronger. However, at this moment, the person Dongfang Lianshua was staring at was Hellion Yu, the person he had been yearning for day and night. You and I are of the same origin. Do you really want to be my enemy? Dongfang Lianshua smiled and squinted his eyes. If you want to marry me, you'll have to defeat me first. Yuer's expression was calm as she looked into Dongfang Lianshua's eyes. Dongfang Lianshua's eyes grew brighter and brighter. I might not be a match for Jiang Qin, but am I not a match for you? Jiang Qin was too abnormal. Therefore he could only settle for the next best thing and fight against Hellion Yuer. All right. Today I, Dongfang Lianshua, will teach this little wife of mine a good lesson. Dongfang Lianshua attacked in a domineering manner, heading straight for Yuer. As the two of them clashed, Dongfang Lianshua could clearly feel the majestic and domineering side of Hellion Yuer's body. Who said that women were inferior to men? This woman's ability simply caused him to be flabbergasted and gasp in amazement. As expected of someone that came from the door of heaven's will. Dongfang Lianshua knew that this battle wouldn't be simple to him as well. Patriarch Hellion, I will fight you in this battle. I am the 7th elder of the Dongfang family, Dongfang Lu. Please enlighten me, said a white-robed old man behind Dongfang Yunhe with a faint smile. However, his gaze was as sharp as a sword, filled with killing intent. This battle, Feng Su is fighting for the sect. I cannot retreat. Brother Dongfang, I apologize for offending you. Hellion Feng Su's eyes turned cold. Two meteor-like rays of light collided with each other. Starlight shone wantonly and the flames of war raged. At this moment, the most terrifying thing was the battle between Jiang Qin and Dongfang Yunhe. Under the dragon transformation, Jiang Qin was almost on par with Dongfang Yunhe. In fact, he might even be stronger than him. His powerful attacks seemed to change the direction of the wind in the sky. When he slashed out with his sword, his strength was boundless. The limitless sword was like a raging fire, causing Dongfang Yunhe to be exhausted. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This guy is simply a madman. The limitless sword, using the limitless sword to surpass the limitless sword. The sword moves gracefully, cutting through demons and demons. Master, when will I be able to reach your realm? Wang Fengqi watched this scene silently. His master was an early divine emperor, but he was able to suppress a mid-divine emperor, making it hard for Dongfang Yunhe to use his full strength. Dongfang Yunhe was forced to retreat after each of his attacks. The limitless sword swept across the battlefield. His sword intent was free and unrestrained, slashing through the wind and clouds. Not only Wang Fengqi, everyone at the scene looked at Jiang Qin silently. Who would have thought that this guy, who seemed to be on par with the geniuses of the Hellion family, would be so powerful? Hellion Zhangyang and Hellion Feng Chao looked at each other and smiled. The two of them were probably not a match for Jiang Qin. This guy was like a sharp sword. Although you knew that he was too sharp, you couldn't avoid his sword. Sun-devouring sword art, sun rises from the east. Dongfang Yunhe slashed out with his sword, clashing with Jiang Qin. The sword came out from the east, slashing the setting sun and the river. Jiang Qin moved without any wind and turned into a sword, slashing towards the west and clashing with Dongfang Yunhe. Tens of thousands of sword shadows dispersed. Dongfang Yunhe was forced to retreat with an ugly expression. Jiang Chen was like the wind and the sword, piercing through the sky, standing above the 9 heavens, looking down at the world with disdain. "Is this all you've got?" Jiang Chen said faintly. Dongfang Yunhe roared in anger. He was thoroughly angered by Jiang Chen. As the third elder of the Dongfang family, his strength had already reached the mid-divine emperor realm. How could he be looked down upon by Jiang Chen? This early divine emperor fellow was actually so fearless. This made him furious. "Brat, you're courting death." Although Dongfang Yunhe was forced back by Jiang Chen, he still swore. Dongfang Yunhe's sword technique changed again and again. Terrifying waves of qi rolled out. It was more than 10 times stronger than before. "The sun rises from the east, only I am undefeatable." Dongfang Yunhe was like a rock soaring in the sky, cutting through all the obstacles in his way. He crossed the void and clashed with Jiang Chen again and again. However, his golden sword light was still unable to break through Jiang Chen's boundless sword. From the beginning to the end, he seemed to be in a passive position, being suppressed by Jiang Chen's boundless sword. The Dongfang family sword technique was fierce and overbearing. However, it was soft against Jiang Chen's boundless sword. Dongfang Yunhe didn't know what to do. Jiang Chen's sword technique seemed to be able to see through his moves. "Your sword is my sword." Jiang Chen smiled faintly. At this moment, the heavenly dragon sword roared out. The 18th sword was like a dragon flying in the sky. In an instant, it was as if there were 108,000 terrifying swords raining down on Dongfang Yunhe. Dongfang Yunhe's scalp went numb and his face turned pale. He kept retreating, but Jiang Chen's limitless sword had already reached him. Sword rain pierced through his body. The limitless sword made Dongfang Yunhe feel despair. His soul felt like it was being pierced through by the endless sword rain. "The sun rises from the east. Fuck you. Get lost." Chapter 3469. Before Dongfang Yunhe's sword momentum could be unleashed, it had already been chopped down. The feeling of being strangled in the cradle made Dongfang Yunhe feel extremely sullen. However, even though the majority of the 108,000 swords had been blocked, Dongfang Yunhe had still been seriously injured. Jiang Chen swung his sword towards the west, riding the wind and breaking the waves, destroying the 9 heavens, causing all living things to fall from the heavens and earth, causing dust to fly everywhere. Dongfang Yunhe's chest was pierced by Jiang Chen's sword, causing him to fall to the mortal world. The third elder of the Dongfang clan was defeated? This Jiang Chen is too powerful. I'm dazzled just by looking at him. Jiang Chen's might is unparalleled. My Hellion clan is finally going to rise, ha. In this battle, Jiang Chen had gained the absolute advantage. Above the sky, everyone sighed. The winner was the king and the loser was the bandit. No one knew how strong Dongfang Yunhe was. They only knew that Jiang Chen was peerless and terrifying. At this moment, Dongfang Lu and Dongfang Lianshua were advancing cautiously. Under the double attacks of Hellion Fengshu and Yu, their situation was getting more and more difficult. Dongfang Lianshua was infuriated. With his strength, it should be easy to deal with Hellion Yu. However, the heavenly fate stone in her hand was too terrifying. Not only could it see through his moves, but it could also fight before him. Dongfang Lianshua and Dongfang Lu were complaining incessantly. They thought that the third elder had already won. Who knew that among the 3 of them, Dongfang Yunhe would be in the most miserable state? Jiang Chen turned into a ray of light and charged down. Facing Dongfang Yunhe, who was kneeling on one knee, Jiang Chen's eyes were filled with killing intent. "Today I, Dongfang Yunhe, admit defeat. Kid, I'll remember this debt." Dongfang Yunhe wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and shouted. "There's no need. I, Jiang Chen, don't like to keep accounts. I've always been a person who gets things done today." Jiang Chen smiled. Dongfang Yunhe's breathing stagnated. His face turned pale. What are you trying to do? Shouldn't I be asking you that? Elder Dongfang? What are you trying to do? Have you forgotten? You want to kill me? Don't you think that murderers will always be killed? So now I only have one small goal, and that is to kill you. Once I kill you, I won't have to remember this debt anymore. Don't you think so? Jiang Chen crossed his arms and said with a serious expression. "You should know the strength of my Dongfang family. I don't believe that you dare to kill me. If you kill me, no matter where you go, my Dongfang clan will not let you off. You must not make a mistake. Otherwise, the one who will regret it in the end will be you." Dongfang Yunhe said fiercely. He could see the murderous intent in Jiang Chen's eyes, but at this moment he felt a little scared. Once Jiang Chen unleashed his murderous intent, he might really be killed by Jiang Chen, because his strength was far from Jiang Chen's. No matter what, you should know that before you decide to kill me, you should be prepared to be killed. Otherwise, how could there be such a good thing in this world? Jiang Chen said indifferently. You can't kill me. I am the third elder of the Dongfang clan. No one can touch the Dongfang clan. When the time comes, not only you, but the entire Hellion clan will also be dragged down by you. Don't make a mistake, Dongfang Yunhe repeated. His heart was filled with fear. I said that no one can hurt my woman. Even the heavens are no exception. Jiang Chen shouted. The murderous intent in his eyes made Dongfang Yunhe's heart skip a beat. It was as if the god of death had passed judgment on him. You are digging your own grave. Even if you kill me, you won't be able to leave the Dongxing divine continent alive. Believe me, the Dongfang clan will hunt you down to the ends of the earth. Dongfang Yunhe said viciously. However, he was no longer as confident as before. You might have some misunderstandings about me. If you die, everything will be over. What does my death have to do with you? Therefore, I only want to kill you now. Jiang Chen snorted coldly. The heavenly dragon sword moved horizontally. Boundless sword chi approached Dongfang Yunhe again. Dongfang Yunhe's face turned pale. He retreated quickly. However, he had nowhere to retreat. 5 elements divine dragon seal. Jiang Chen struck out a seal. Dongfang Yunhe was killed by himself. His body was incinerated. However, his soul still wanted to escape. The great Yu soul-forming light covered him and devoured his soul. Dongfang Yunhe was killed by Jiang Chen just like that. All the people of the Hellion clan were dumbfounded. They didn't expect Jiang Chen to be so terrifying. Dongfang Yunhe was the third elder of the Dongfang clan. However, he was killed by Jiang Chen without mercy. Everyone gasped. Third elder. Dongfang Lianshua's eyes were wide open. Dongfang Li's body trembled. The two of them were forced into a dangerous situation. They thought that they could get help from the third elder. However, who would have thought that Jiang Chen would kill Dongfang Yunhe? This scene made them dumbfounded. And you? Jiang Chen smiled. His smile made Dongfang Lianshua's blood run cold. Even the third elder had died in Jiang Chen's hands. He knew that he was no match for Jiang Chen. I'll go first. Dongfang Lianshua wanted to escape when he saw that the situation was not good. However, Jiang Chen wouldn't give him the chance. Dongfang Lu and Dongfang Lianshua ran wildly. The result was shocking. Jiang Chen didn't move at all. However, before the two of them could run more than 1,000 miles away, they fell from the sky. Jiang Chen's spiritual sense instantly made them lose their fighting strength. They were already like arrows at the end of their flight. Jiang Chen used the soul-stealing divine art to make them lose their fighting strength instantly. They didn't even have the chance to escape. Damn it. Dongfang Lianshua's face became more and more unsightly. Jiang Chen walked over step by step. However, it was as if he was stepping on his chest, causing Dongfang Lianshua's heart to tremble. You still want to destroy the Hellion family? Do you have the ability to do so? Jiang Chen sneered. He shook his head as he looked at Dongfang Lianshua, who was lying on the ground like a dead dog. Jiang Chen, you can't kill me. If you kill me, not only the Dongfang family, but even the Slaughter Pagoda won't let you off. You should know that you're digging your own grave. You must not walk on a path of no return. Dongfang Lianshua kept retreating. However, he didn't have any chance to escape. Chapter 3470. Jiang Chen's smile was mellow, but in the eyes of Dongfang Lianshua, it was the smile of the Grim Reaper. Jiang Chen had already killed the third elder, would he still care about the two of them? Jiang Chen killed Dongfang Lianshua and Dongfang Lu without hesitation in front of the horrified eyes of the Hellion clan. Even Hellion Feng Su let out a sigh. He knew that he could no longer escape. He had already become enemies with the Dongfang clan and was bound to Jiang Chen. At this moment he had no other choice. Who asked Jiang Chen to obtain the Heavenly Fate Stone? Moreover, he had comprehended the Heavenly Fate secret manual of the Hellion clan. Therefore Hellion Feng Su could only follow Jiang Chen. Although the members of the Dongfang family were dead, Hellion Feng Su knew that their war in the Dongxing divine continent had just begun. Moreover, the Hellion family's rise to power was only at the beginning. However, the most difficult part of their rise to power would be dealing with the Dongfang family. Thank you, big brother. You smiled like a spring breeze. Jiang Chen shook his head and looked at Hellion Feng Su. The Hellion clan and I are fated. I, Jiang Chen, am not a heartless person. I have already made a vow. Although I have obtained the Heavenly Fate secret manual of the Hellion clan and comprehended the secret of the Heavenly Fate Stone, I, Jiang will not pass it on to anyone else. Rest assured, the Hellion clan. Hellion Feng-su nodded. How could he dare to disobey? He was not a match for Jiang. That arrogant Dongfang Yunhe was already dead. He did not want to follow in his footsteps. Hellion Feng-su could not help but break out in cold sweat. Fortunately, he did not push Wu Ningzhu and Yan Qingqing out. Otherwise, Jiang would definitely not let him go. To be able to walk out of the Gate of Heavens will, Jiang definitely had a unique advantage. Hellion Feng-su definitely knew about this. However, he did not want to say anything. Since the Heavenly Fate Stone was already in Yuer's hands, nothing else mattered. Clan leader, there is one more thing that I need to explain to you. Yuer said in a low voice, her eyes revealing a hint of sorrow. Feel free to speak your mind. Hellion Feng-su said. From now on, our Hellion family no longer has the Gate of Heaven's will. Yuer's words caused the entire Hellion family to become nervous. Where did these words come from? Why did he have to do this? Could it be that Yuer wanted to cut off the training grounds for the future geniuses of the Hellion family? Everyone felt extremely uncomfortable in their hearts. All sorts of feelings welled up in their hearts. However, Yuer's words definitely had a deeper meaning. Even though Hellion Feng-su furrowed his brows, he still spoke bluntly. Tell me why. Hellion Feng-su voiced out the doubt on everyone's mind. Everyone present also raised their heads in anticipation, looking at Yuer, hoping that they would be able to obtain a perfect explanation. I can only tell you and the 5 elders about this matter. Yuer said in a low voice. Hellion Feng-su's heart stirred. He knew that right now the implications of this matter might be too great. That was why Yuer wasn't willing to make it public and only told him and the 5 elders. Alright, go ahead. I've sealed off my connection with the outside world. Right now, only the few of us can hear it. Hellion Feng-su said. The 5 elders looked at each other. Everyone was looking forward to Yuer giving them a reasonable explanation. Why did the Gate of Heavens will no longer exist? In the Gate of Heavens will, there were 2 ancestors. However, these 2 ancestors didn't do it to train the descendants of our Hellion family. It was for their own selfish desires. Because they wanted the strongest of their descendants to bear their supreme spirit. Their spirit had already surpassed the Emperor realm. Therefore, they needed an extremely talented disciple to bear their spirit. Therefore, from ancient times until now, almost no one who entered the Gate of Heavens will succeeded. There were even people who died in the Gate of Heavens will, just like my father. Yuer remained silent for a moment before continuing. My father was the genius that they valued the most. Therefore, they wanted to leave my father in the Gate of Heavens will, erase his spirit energy, take over his body and return to the Hellion family. However, my father struggled on his deathbed. In the end, both the fish and the net broke. In the end, the 2 ancestors didn't succeed. For hundreds of millions of years, because they destroyed the geniuses of the Hellion family, our Hellion family's talents withered. That's why the Hellion family declined to this day. What you've said is complete nonsense. The Gate of Heavens will has always been the Hellion family's ancestral land. How could such an alarmist thing happen? The great elder's face darkened as he said angrily. I know that you must think that I'm talking nonsense. However, think about it from another perspective. Even those who walked out of the Gate of Heavens will, do they have their own memories? Because those experts couldn't bear their spirit, their memories of the past were erased. That's why people said that those who entered the Gate of Heavens will would definitely forget their past. Yuer said in a low voice. For a moment, the great elder was speechless. He didn't know what to say. Because the future generations were indeed like that. Hellion Feng-su fell into silence. He knew that what Hellion Yuer said made sense. However, they couldn't believe Hellion Yuer's one-sided words. However, all of this really made his body tremble. His scalp went numb. How could there be such a cruel ancestor in this world? This was simply a trap for their future generations. It was too terrifying. It was almost shocking. This was also why Yuer didn't tell everyone in the Hellion family about it. She didn't want to cause panic. Therefore, she only told the patriarch and the few elders about the whole thing. Everyone's face was filled with shock. For a moment, they couldn't digest everything that Yuer had said. Everything you said, why should we believe you? The Gate of Heavens will has been like this for thousands of years. However, after you and Jiang came out, it became like this. Although you're a member of my Hellion family and I won't doubt you, do you think that's normal? The great elder's words caused everyone to sink into silence once again. They couldn't believe Yuer's words, but they couldn't disbelieve her either. That was why they were so passive. However, the Gate of Heavens will had always been the most sacred place in their hearts. How did it suddenly turn into a place where evil was kept? For a moment, everyone couldn't accept it. Yu smiled bitterly. She knew that this was also within common sense. However, the truth was like this. She didn't even know how to persuade these seniors. However, at this moment, a white figure appeared in front of them. Everyone in the Hellion family felt the blood in their bodies boiling. The white-haired old man was the Hellion ancestor that was worshipped in the Hellion family's ancestral shrine. Chapter 3471. His clothes were as white as snow, his figure was stooped, and his face was kind and gentle. All the people of the Hellion family knelt down at this moment. Ancestor, it's our ancestor. Our ancestor has appeared. The people of the Hellion clan all wore shocked expressions on their faces. They never expected the ancestor of the Hellion clan to be inside the heavenly fortune stone, even though it was only an afterimage, even though the silhouette was already very old. However, he was the ancestor of the Hellion family. Ancestor, it's really you? Hellion Feng Su said excitedly. The current family head of the Hellion family, Hellion Feng Su, and the disciples of the Hellion family greet the ancestor. Hellion Feng Su couldn't hide the shock in his heart. However, this was indeed the family head of the Hellion family. No one could refute this. Not to mention them, even Yu was extremely shocked. She had never expected the ancestor of the Hellion family to be in the heavenly fortune stone. Only Jiangchen looked at this scene silently. Only he knew that the ancestor of the Hellion family was in the heavenly fortune stone. The family head of the Hellion family glanced at Jiangchen and smiled. Regarding this matter, Yu's words are not false. If it wasn't for this friend, perhaps our Hellion family would have already declined. In these hundreds of millions of years, they have done too many things that have disappointed me. But fortunately, the Hellion family is not destroyed, so we have the hope to rise again. I can't live in this world for long, so these words are just to wake you all up. The words of the ancestor are not an imperial edict, but you all have to recognize yourselves in the Hellion clan. Only by doing so will you be able to prosper forever. The hope of the Hellion clan rests on your shoulders. Don't let me down, don't let you down. On her shoulders are the hopes and expectations of all of you. I hope that one day the Hellion clan can become even more prosperous in your hands. Hellion said with a smile full of kindness. Many people of the Hellion family could not help but cry tears of joy. They were full of guilt when facing their ancestor, especially the 5 great elders who had almost framed Yu. Moreover, the person they had to apologize to was Jiangchen. They knew from their ancestor that if it wasn't for Jiangchen, Yu would not have been able to walk out of the gate of heaven's will alone. As for the dangers that surrounded it, it was something that they had no idea about. However, Jiangchen had become the savior of the Hellion family. Just based on Yu's side of the story, there might still be countless people who had doubts. However, it wasn't just Yu's words, even their ancestor had such a high evaluation of Jiangchen. One could imagine how great of a contribution Jiangchen had made in the gate of heaven's will in this battle. Furthermore, the heavenly fate stone was obtained by Jiangchen. I'm leaving, you guys take care of yourselves. If the Hellion family wants to prosper, remember, the will of the heavens is in the hearts of people. The will of the heavens is not something that my Hellion family will pursue for eternity. After saying that, Hellion Feng disappeared into the void. The afterimage left too much shock for the people of the Hellion family. Until now, they had never thought that there would be such an outcome. Hellion Feng Su's expression was solemn as he said sincerely, Brother Jiang, from now on, my Hellion family will share honor and disgrace with you. I hope that you will forgive us for our previous offense. Hellion Feng Su bowed deeply to Jiangchen. This bow was very meaningful. It made everyone in the Hellion family see how important Jiangchen was. His righteousness reached the clouds, and the future of the Hellion family was the future of the Hellion family. Patriarch Hellion is too courteous. It was nothing. Jiangchen smiled and said. At this moment he was already satisfied to be able to come out and see you. Therefore he did not plan to stay in the Hellion family any longer. Moreover, he had killed 3 people from the Dongfang family. If he continued to stay in the Hellion family, it would undoubtedly bring shame to the Hellion family. It was nothing. I'm not as capable as Brother Jiangchen. Hellion Feng Su laughed and said. In the end he chose to stand on Jiangchen's side. It seemed that it was the right decision. Fortunately, the 2 women of Jiangchen reminded him. Greetings, sisters. I'm Hellion Yu. Yu walked towards Wu Ningzhu and Yan Qingqing. She smiled slightly. She was confident and calm. Men might not be able to see it, but women's hearts were as clear as a mirror. Even Yan Qingqing could see that Yu had deep feelings for Jiangchen. Hello, I'm Wu Ningzhu. Yan Qingqing. Although the 2 of them were smiling, Yu could clearly feel that the two of them did not seem to like her. Yu could not help but feel a little disappointed. However, she understood that these two women were the most important women in her big brother's heart. Everyone had the right to choose, and they also had the right to like someone. Yu knew that she could not deny that her big brother's impression in her heart could not be replaced by anyone, no matter in the past, present, or future. Now that the Hellion family is fine and Yu is safe, my heart is at ease. However, I think that there is no need for me to continue staying here. Jiangchen said. Big brother, you're leaving? Although Yu knew that Jiangchen would not stay here, she still could not hide her disappointment. After all, she had only met her big brother for a short period of time, and they were going to be separated again. It was really hard to suppress the bitterness in her heart. You can leave with me, Jiangchen said. Yu was silent for a moment. She shook her head and said in a low voice, Yu cannot leave yet. Right now, the Hellion family is still in an abyss of suffering. How can I leave alone? Right now, the Hellion family needs me. They need someone who can guide them. Moreover, I have my father's unfulfilled wish in my heart. I will not give up easily. One day the Hellion family will become the most prestigious family in the entire Dongxing divine region. Yu's voice was incomparably clear, but her eyes were incomparably passionate. She was no longer the ignorant girl from before. The current her had her family in her heart and was filled with revenge. Because she was no longer fighting alone. All the members of the Hellion family and her father's soul were by her side. Fighting for the rise of the Hellion family. After many years, I don't know when we'll meet again. However, the strength of the Dongfang clan is not ordinary. Now that I've caused trouble and killed someone, it's not good for me to just leave like that. That's why I've laid down a formation here. It will definitely be able to help you defend against your enemies. Chapter 3472. A few days later, the formation was completed. The entire Hellion family was filled with joy, especially Hellion Feng Su. Although he didn't say it clearly as Jiangchen had said, you've killed people and offended them. Leaving the Hellion family to suffer was indeed not very righteous. However, since these words were said by Jiangchen himself, the meaning was different. Jiangchen's formation had indeed shocked everyone. Even if the entire Dongfang family were to enter, they would definitely not be able to break this terrifying formation. This made Hellion Feng Su and the others extremely excited. When Jiangchen left, Yu was also quite reluctant. However, what could she do? Big brother has so many people by his side. Perhaps he doesn't even need me. Sat on the peak of the mountain and silently watched the back of Jiangchen and the others as they left. At this moment, she finally understood the meaning of this sentence. Because she never knew that missing someone could be so painful. After Jiangchen left, Hellion Rong was also released by the Great Elder. Hellion Ronger's face was also filled with melancholy as she looked at Aunt Yu's sad face. He's gone too. Aunt Yu, my heart seems to have left with him too. Hellion Rong murmured as she sat beside Aunt Yu. Yu smiled bitterly as she patted Hellion Ronger's head and said softly, if you want to cry, just cry it out. Hellion Rong instantly threw herself into Aunt Yu's embrace as she sobbed non-stop. Aunt Yu, you've never told me that liking someone can actually be so sad. I don't want him to leave. I want to leave with him. Tell me, have I really fallen in love with him? But do we really have a future? As long as you believe, everything is possible. Yu murmured. No matter how she persuaded others, she herself had long been deeply immersed in it and was unable to extricate herself. However, at that instant, a dangerous signal appeared on Yu's jade slip. At the moment when she escaped from the jade slip, her face abruptly changed. Perhaps I really should leave for a period of time. Yu said in a low voice. She slowly stood up and tightly gripped the jade slip in her hand. Jiangchen had turned the entire Hellion family into an impregnable fortress, so there was no need to worry about the Dongfang family's invasion for the time being. Even if they came knocking on their door, as long as the family's protective formation was maintained, there would be no problem. Aunt Yu, are you leaving the Hellion family? Can I go with you? I want to find him. Even if I have to die, even if I have to go to the ends of the earth, I'm not afraid of hardship. Take me with you, okay? Hellion Rong said softly and looked at Yu with a wronged expression. Sighed softly and was filled with helplessness. Although Yu's strength had reached the late hierarch realm, she was still inexperienced in the world after all. Even she didn't dare to say that she could run amok in the divine world. Once she met someone with bad intentions, she would be easily deceived. Furthermore, Yu was very clear about Hellion Ronger's personality. Even if she didn't bring her along, she would definitely think of a way to leave. It would be better to bring her along so that they could take care of each other. All right. But you have to promise me that you will always be by my side. When I ask you to leave, you must not disobey me, said in a low voice. It was Helion Ronger's first time hearing such a low and cold voice. However, she knew that Aunt Yu would definitely not leave her alone. All right, I understand, Aunt Yu. Helion Ronger's cat-like eyes were shining with a different kind of brilliance. She could finally leave the Helion family to pursue her Prince Charming. For love, for her dream, for her pursuit, she would not regret it in her entire life. At this moment, Jiang Chen and the other three went straight to the Central Region Divine Land. This time Jiang Chen's target was the Fossil Sect. His disciple's woman was abused by the people of the Fossil Sect and eventually died. He must seek justice for this. Moreover, it was impossible for him to continue staying in the Dongxing Divine Land. The Dongfang family would definitely not let it go. After all, he had killed 3 people of the Dongfang family, and they were all people with prominent identities. 2 elders and 1 genius of the family. With such deep hatred, the Dongfang family would definitely not let Jiang Chen go if they wanted to save their face. It was also impossible for Jiang Chen to go to the Northern Cold Divine Land. Now, he could only return to the Central Region Divine Land because he firmly believed that Xiaoyu was definitely in the Central Region Divine Land. Are you reluctant to leave on your own? Yan Qingqing smiled and looked at Jiang Chen. There was a different kind of charm in her eyes. Jiang Chen was startled. He shrugged his shoulders and said, "It's nothing. With a beauty by my side, why would I be reluctant? Moreover, I have always treated Yuer as my younger sister. After so many years, she is the only sister that I have ever cared about." What brother and sister? In the end, I think they're going to end up together. Yan Qingqing sneered as if she completely disagreed with Jiang Chen's point of view. She even went straight to the point, leaving Jiang Chen speechless. You treat her as your younger sister, but she might not necessarily treat you as her younger sister. Little Qinzi, I think you should understand, right? A woman's intuition is very accurate. You can't fool us about this. Wu Ningzhu curled her lips as if she was a little jealous. I know that you care about my sister Ning. However, I really don't have the mood to think about those things now. I only have one thought now, and that is to find Xiaoyu as soon as possible. As long as I can find Xiaoyu, I can finally be at ease. You guys should have the same thought as me, right? Jiang Chen sighed and said. Wu Ningzhu held Jiang Chen's hand, but at that moment she couldn't say a word. Only when their hearts were connected could they find each other. From today onwards, she didn't want to be separated from Jiang Chen anymore. I hope you don't just love everyone you see. Otherwise, how can I face Sister Xiaoyu? Yan Qingqing was still as cold as before. Even Jiang Chen didn't know how to awaken her memory. Her soul seemed to have suffered a great shock, which was why she was like a completely different person now. Master, do I still have a master's wife? Wang Fengqi looked at his master in astonishment and asked. His master was handsome, elegant, and had profound cultivation. It was reasonable for so many women to like him. Yes, that's your master's wife. Jiang Chen nodded and said. Third master's wife, I think master is very good. Don't blame master anymore. Wang Fengqi said in a low voice. Who's your third master's wife? If you talk nonsense again, I'll slap you to death. Yan Qingqing's charming face was slightly red. Although her expression was gloomy, she didn't really make a move. Wang Fengqi was so scared that he immediately shut his mouth. However, Jiang Chen could see that Yan Qingqing had already started to accept him. Although she didn't love him, she already understood the relationship between them. Chapter 3473. Kunshan County Fossil Sect. As one of the top 10 sects in Kunshan County, the current Fossil Sect could be considered a prestigious and powerful sect below the Sword Drawing Sect. Although Tantai Jingzong did not win in the battle for the position of Swordmaster, the Fossil Sect was already a big sect in the eyes of the Sword Drawing Sect. As a subsidiary sect of the Sword Drawing Sect, this time Jiang Chen went with anger and responsibility. He was bound to set off a bloody storm in the Fossil Sect. Fossil Sect. Wang Fengqi have returned. Wang Fengqi's face was gloomy as he muttered in a low voice. His eyes were filled with coldness and bloodlust. He had no feelings for this ruthless and cold-blooded sect. Now that he had returned to the Fossil Sect with his master, he was filled with resentment. If he had not entered this place, then Sister Feng would not have died. However, how could he give up such an opportunity that was the center of attention? However, he did not expect that after entering the Fossil Sect, such a heartbreaking thing would happen. This was the biggest mistake he had made in his life. Wang Fengqi's face had been very ugly ever since he entered the Kunshan County. Jiang Chen also saw this and sighed slightly. This poor disciple of his did not expect to experience so many ups and downs in life. This was simply a jealous and cruel test for his temperament. Jiang Chen was not a cold-blooded and emotionless person. On the contrary, what he valued the most was friendship. Moreover, he had always helped those close to him and not reason. This time he was already prepared to fight with all his strength in this trip to the fossil sect. Therefore he did not care about becoming enemies with the fossil sect. If this subsidiary sect of the sword-drawing sect was sensible, they should not go against him, the ninth swordmaster of the sword-drawing sect. If that was the case, it would be tantamount to seeking their own destruction. When Jiang Chen saw Wang Fengqi, he could not help but think of how he rose step by step from the divine realm to where he was today. He was much luckier than Wang Fengqi. At least that kind of tragic thing did not happen to him. However, little did they know that this was life. Life would not always go according to one's wishes. There were many things that one simply could not predict. This was also Jiang Chen's current understanding. Since Wang Fengqi was his disciple, then this time he would absolutely not be lenient. He must seek justice for Wang Fengqi in the fossil sect. Are there any survivors from that time? Jiang Chen said lightly. Yes, there were 2 fish that escaped the net. I wasn't their match, but senior sister Tantai spoke up for me. Unfortunately, she wasn't at the fossil sect at that time. Sun Xiaolong even wanted to kick me when I was down, but I escaped in the end. In the fossil sect, besides senior sister Tantai, there isn't a single good person. Wang Fengqi's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets as he gritted his teeth. The pain in his heart once again appeared in his heart. He was very clear about his current situation. Even though his master was here, he absolutely couldn't relax. Otherwise, his master would risk his life to seek justice for him. His heart would be filled with torment. I understand. Jiang Chen nodded. Those 2 people would undoubtedly die. Moreover, if the petrified sect really wanted to oppose him, then he could only give it his all. At that time, it would depend on who could block his methods. This petrified sect is said to be one of the top 10 sects in Kunshan County. You must not lower your guard, little Qinzi. Wu Ningzhu asked with concern. Although the fossil sect was a subsidiary sect of the sword-drawing sect, it was not to be underestimated. Jiang Chen said in a low voice, "Let's go. In front of us is the fossil sect." The group of 4 directly landed in front of the fossil sect's mountain gate. Clouds and mist lingered in front of the mountain, winding for tens of thousands of li. The great master was like a rainbow, the surroundings continuous and rugged, full of natural strongholds. There were 2 heavenly gods guarding the mountain. As soon as they saw Wang Fengqi, they immediately retreated. Their faces were extremely stern as they growled, "Do you want to kill me? Thief Wang Fengqi, you actually dare to come back? Do you really think that my fossil sect is a place where you can come and go as you please? It's him. He killed more than a dozen of our sect's geniuses. This time we definitely can't let him escape. Quickly inform the elders that Wang Fengqi has actually returned. Thief, if you kneel and beg for mercy now, perhaps the elders of our fossil sect will leave your corpse intact. However, you've killed so many of our sect's geniuses. If you still dare to walk into our trap today, you'll definitely not be able to escape." The group of disciples guarding the mountain all walked out. When they saw Wang Fengqi and the others, they quickly retreated and hurried into the sect to report to the elders. "I Wang Fengqi am here. Call Peng Yuan and Zhang Zhanxi out to die." Wang Fengqi roared. His eyes were like torches and they were as red as light. He was like an enraged lion, as if he could strike at any time. In their eyes, Wang Fengqi was quite terrifying. This guy was a homicidal maniac, but he still managed to escape in the end. It was a pity that he was not executed on the spot by the sect. It became the most delightful topic in the entire fossil sect in the past 100 years. It was a topic of conversation after meals. They originally thought that this guy would definitely escape far away, but they never thought that he would actually dare to come back. Wasn't he courting death? This time, the entire fossil sect would definitely use all the power of the clan to keep him here. The fossil sect wanted to kill such a person that angered even the gods. A bunch of fools. Jiang Chen shook his head and said coldly. Before the messenger could enter the mountain, Jiang Chen's voice had already spread 1,000 miles away. The sword-drawing sect swordmaster Jiang Chen has come to pay a visit. Where are the people of the fossil sect? Jiang Chen shouted coldly. His voice echoed and lingered in the mountain range for 1,000 miles, lingering in everyone's ears. Who is it? Such a powerful aura. Could it be that someone wants to barge into our sect? It's hard to say. Let's go out and take a look. Who knows, it might be a big shot. The sword-drawing sect? Swordmaster? Is it really an envoy from the sword-drawing sect? If that's the case, we should really go out and have a good look. In an instant, all the elders of the fossil sect came out from the crowd. Each of them had a grave expression because they knew that since the elders of the sword-drawing sect had come, they had to treat them with respect and come out to welcome them. At this moment, even the sect master of the fossil sect came out from the sect and met up with the elders. In an instant, the entire fossil sect took this matter very seriously. After all, the swordmaster of the sword-drawing sect was not an ordinary envoy. His status was high and rather illustrious. If they were to neglect him, how would they explain to the sword-drawing sect in the future? Since the sword-drawing sect's envoy has come today, we must treat him with respect. Elders, follow me to welcome him. Chapter 3474. I wonder why the sword-drawing sect swordmaster is here? Wu Zhentian said solemnly. Let's go and welcome them first and see what's going on. We have great respect for the sword-drawing sect. I believe that the arrival of the sword-drawing sect's emissary is just a formality. Who knows, there might be some good news. Third elder is right. Let's go and take a look first. The sect master of the petrified sect, Lin Kuan, together with Wu Zhentian and the other 5 elders, rushed to the mountain gate to welcome them. This is bad. This is bad. Sect leader. The disciple guarding the gate had a nervous expression as he hurriedly flew into the air from outside the gate. What's wrong? What happened? Why are you so flustered? What a scandal. An elder scolded in a deep voice. The mountain guarding disciple's expression changed. Before he could explain further, he hurriedly said, outside the mountain gate, that traitor Wang Fengqi has returned. Beside him, there are a few experts who are comparable to the sect master. Sect master Lin Kuan and the others' faces changed, and their expressions became gloomy. Thief, he actually dared to come back. My petrified sect nurtured him in vain, but I didn't expect such a disobedient disciple to dare to leave the sect and kill so many people. Watch how I deal with him this time. That's right. Such a traitor must be reduced to ashes and struck by lightning to vent the hatred in his heart and atone for the sins of my petrified sect. The 2 elders had a sinister look on their faces as they gnashed their teeth and said. However, another elder subconsciously said, that's right. Don't tell me that the sword-drawing sect swordmaster came with that scoundrel Wang Fengqi? In an instant, Lin Kuan's expression became serious. If that was really the case, then perhaps the matter today would become very difficult to deal with. Hopefully, the sword-drawing sect swordmaster was not the same kind of trash as Wang Fengqi. Let's hope that this swordmaster isn't in cahoots with Wang Fengqi. That way we'll be able to clean up our sect. It's a little embarrassing for our sect to be in front of the sword-drawing sect swordmaster. Lin Kuan thought for a moment and said. However, time waited for no man. They just wanted to see if the swordmaster of the sword-drawing sect was on the same side as Wang Fengqi. Not long after, Lin Kuan and the rest appeared in front of the fossil sect. Immediately, Wu Zhentian's expression changed slightly as he exclaimed in shock. Jiang brother. It's you? That's right, that's me. Jiang Qin nodded slightly and said lightly. Lin Kuan looked at Wu Zhentian and Wu Zhentian continued. Brother Jiang Qin is the one who saved us from the fire and water. Me, Sun Xiaolong and I were all saved by him. It can be said that without brother Jiang Qin, we would have already died outside. Wu Zhentian's words caused Lin Kuan and the others to be filled with admiration. They could not help but cast looks of admiration towards Jiang Qin. Could brother Jiang Qin be the sword master of the sword-drawing sect? Lin Kuan looked at Jiang Qin in surprise. Jiang Qin nodded and said indifferently, that's right. I'm the sword master of the sword-drawing sect. After saying that, Jiang Qin showed the sword token in his hand. Suddenly Lin Kuan and the others admired and respected Jiang Qin even more. Whether it was because of Jiang Qin's kindness to their sect or his identity, the fossil sect treated him as a distinguished guest. Wang Fengqi, you rebel. You actually rushed back. I think you're tired of living. Today you will die here. Damn you, what qualifications do you have to stand together with Swordmaster Jiang? Come over and die. When the elders looked at Wang Fengqi, their expressions changed tremendously. Anger could be clearly seen on their faces. However, Lin Kuan's eyes narrowed slightly. He felt a little uncomfortable because he felt that the relationship between Jiang Qin and Wang Fengqi was not ordinary. Apart from Sun Xiaolong, even Wu Zhentian did not know that Wang Fengqi was Jiang Qin's disciple. In order to avoid arousing suspicion, Wang Fengqi did not mention anything about his master while he was cultivating in the fossil sect. Swordmaster Jiang, please enter my petrified sect and rest for a while. This traitor is a traitor. It won't be too late to hold a banquet for Swordmaster Jiang after we kill him. I hope Swordmaster Jiang can be magnanimous. The elders of the fossil sect said respectfully. Jiang Qin said coldly, I have another identity. Perhaps you don't know that I'm Wang Fengqi's master. A stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. In an instant, everyone's faces turned pale and they looked at each other in dismay. Everyone's expression was extremely strange, especially Wu Jintian, who looked at Jiang Qin in shock. His heart was filled with complicated emotions. Jiang Qin had once saved him from a crisis. Before that, he had almost killed Wang Fengqi with a single palm strike. Although he managed to escape, Wang Fengqi was still a traitor that the petrified sect wanted to hunt down. Lin Kuan sighed because he knew that the current situation seemed to be in a deadlock. Since their identities had already been revealed, he did not even need to ask Jiang Chen's intention to come. How is this possible? How can this rebel be Swordmaster Jiang's disciple? Someone muttered in a low voice, but did not dare to speak loudly. I came here today to seek justice for my disciple. I believe that all of you, as well as the sect leader of your sect, should understand the reason behind this matter. Jiang Qin said indifferently. His expression was cold, but it was full of majesty. At this time, the expressions of the people of the fossil sect became very ugly. I only want Peng Yuan and Zhang Zhanxi to come out and die. I will not go against the fossil sect. Wang Fengqi said in a deep voice. In order not to pose a threat to his master, he did not really want to go against the fossil sect. As long as he killed Zhang Zhanxi and Peng Yuan and avenged Sister Feng, it would be enough. As for the fossil sect, when he had the ability in the future, he would definitely come back. At that time, he would definitely make them disappear. But today, Wang Fengqi did not want to make things difficult for his master. The fact that his master could stand up for him and stand in front of the fossil sect was already a great encouragement and gratitude. Wang Fengqi did not dare to ask for too much. Bastard, you traitor, you still dare to speak so arrogantly? How can my fossil sect forgive you for killing so many people? Although Wang Fengqi is Swordmaster Jiang's disciple, it is undeniable that he killed more than a dozen genius disciples of my fossil sect. Moreover, there were also more than 100 ordinary disciples. Are these 100 lives not enough for him to be punished? This traitor betrayed my fossil sect, and now he still dares to come and clamor. What face does my fossil sect have? Chapter 3475. So, you're saying that I, Jiang Qin, came to your fossil sect to cause trouble? Jiang Qin sneered. Swordmaster Jiang, the elders definitely don't mean that. Both sides are indeed at fault regarding Wang Fengqi's matter. Now, it seems that we still need to consider this at length. Wu Jintian tried to smooth things over. He was more inclined towards Jiang Qin. After all, Jiang Qin was his savior, but on the other side was his sect. Although this matter was somewhat shameful for the fossil sect, it was his own sect after all, so it was really difficult to talk about it. Moreover, Wang Fengqi had killed so many people. In Wu Jintian's opinion, since Jiang Qin was the one who stood up for him, it seemed that this matter should be settled. After all, it was better to squash enmity than keep it alive. Swordmaster Jiang, although you're the swordmaster of the sword-drawing sect and we can't do anything to you, your disciple killed so many people from my fossil sect. He was a disciple of my petrification sect in the past. Another elder said in a deep voice with a proud expression. Wang Fengqi's face was ashen. This guy was completely distorting the truth, avoiding the important and dwelling on the trivial. He pushed all the blame onto Wang Fengqi and made him the culprit who killed and robbed people. Haha, what a joke. The people that my disciple killed deserved to be killed. Why were they killed? Why did they die? Could it be that my disciple has suddenly gone crazy? Don't you know anything? You know, but you're too ashamed to say it. You're afraid that this matter will be made public, so you avoided the important and dwelled on the trivial for the sake of your reputation. You only said that Wang Fengqi killed hundreds of your people, but did you tell the whole story? What did those beastly people do to my disciple's birth wife? How cruel, how inhumane, how heartless. Do you know the pain and sorrow of the people involved? Jiang Qin pointed at all of them, his face was filled with anger. It was quite difficult for him to say these words, because it was undoubtedly tearing open Wang Fengqi's scars. However, if he didn't say it, these guys were all inhumane. How would they know how stupid they were? They weren't stupid, but they wouldn't put such an improper matter on the table to prevent more people from finding out and becoming the laughingstock of the fossil sect. Face was more important than anything to the rock sect. That was why they had forcefully suppressed this matter. In the end, they wanted to kill Wang Fengqi, but in the end, he had escaped without a trace. Wang Fengqi's face was pale. His tears blurred his cheeks and his face was covered in sand. To him, this was like a bayonet that was firmly inserted into his chest. It could never be pulled out. Every word of Qin made everyone present turn red because they knew that this matter was related to, because they knew that this matter they Jiang Qin knew it. They Jiang Qin are Wang Feng and Wang was, Qin, is sect and they couldn't so they had to kill Wang Fengqi. Only then would they be able to strangle this scandal in the cradle and make it disappear like a poplar in the yellow sand, never to be discovered. But the appearance of Jiang Qin, the swordmaster of the sword-drawing sect, forced them into a corner. Jiang Qin's words made them question their conscience, but they didn't feel guilty because the glory of the sect was above everything else. Then how should we deal with him for killing hundreds of people of the fossil sect? Because of one person's death, he killed hundreds of people. Is this not enough? He still wants to kill again. Does he really think that my fossil sect is easy to bully? The elder beside Wu Zhentian said in a deep voice as he faced Jiang Qin. Truly preposterous and laughable to the extreme. Could it be that your petrified sect still wants to protect such a sinful and unforgivable person? If you want to incriminate someone, you can always find a pretext. Don't you know why Wang Fengqi killed so many of your people? Isn't it because you forced him to be where he is today? As sect elders and sect masters, are you going to indulge your disciple and do such a preposterous thing? After the matter, you didn't even ask about it and even wanted to kill the victim. Doesn't your conscience hurt? For the sake of the sect's face, for the sake of your own selfish desires, you invert black and white, unable to distinguish right from wrong, tortured a woman to death, and even harbored a heinous criminal. Is this the way of your fossil sect? If this is really the case, then I, Jiang Qin, don't dare to praise you. Jiang Qin's roar was deafening like thunder. Aside from sect master Lin Kuan, the expressions of all the elders of the fossil sect changed greatly. This was because Jiang Qin's words were spoken in an imposing manner. Everyone felt a huge pressure and an unbearable pain. Even if you were eloquent, the truth was still on Jiang Qin's side. No matter how many excuses you had, what could you do? It was not that Jiang Qin was unforgiving, but he had to seek justice for his disciple. Jiang Qin's words made everyone speechless, but deep in their hearts, they felt that they were not wrong, because what they wanted to do was to protect their sect. As long as their sect's face was preserved, it didn't matter if a few people died. Jiang Qin's words made everyone speechless. Sect master, are you not going to say anything? You should have the right to make the final decision on this matter. Jiang Qin looked at Lin Kuan, and Lin Kuan also smiled bitterly. Right now Jiang Qin was being overbearing and they were in the wrong. Although Wang Fengqi killed more than 100 people in anger, this matter was, after all, caused by the misconduct of some disciples in their sect. Now that Jiang Qin had come to denounce them, he not only brought his strength, but also the reputation of the swordmaster of the sword-drawing sect. Even though he was the sect master, he did not know how to deal with it at that moment. I also feel deeply guilty about this matter. Because of this matter, it has already happened a long time ago. Although those people were in the wrong first, Wang Fengqi also erased many innocent people. Because of this matter, the glory of my stone sect has been affected. Because of this matter, I have already thrown them into the frost prison. 3 days later, it will be the time for them to return. Swordmaster Jiang can temporarily rest in my stone sect for a few days. When they come out of the frost prison, I will definitely punish them severely. At that time, with Swordmaster Jiang's supervision, I will definitely not practice favoritism. Then we will make a final decision on who is in the right and who is in the wrong. How about it? Lin Kuan said in a low voice. This was already the best expedient plan that he could come up with. After all, Jiang Qin was the swordmaster of the sword-drawing sect. If he directly confronted Jiang Qin, then he would definitely not have a good ending. Sect master, this? Wu Zhentian still wanted to say something, but he was interrupted by Lin Kuan, who waved his hand and signaled him not to say any more. Jiang Qin's expression was gloomy as he silently looked at Lin Kuan. He wanted to see what tricks this guy could play. Chapter 3476. Thank you, Swordmaster Jiang, for your understanding. I will definitely give you a very satisfactory answer on this matter. At that time, I will definitely not let you down. Lin Kuan's eyes lit up, and the corners of his mouth revealed a hint of relief. Jiang Qin did not continue to give him pressure, which meant that this matter was not a life-and-death struggle yet. For their fossil sect, this matter could be said to be a very distressing matter. After all, the victim was the fossil sect. Whether it was Wang Fengqi or those vicious and evil people, they were all disciples of the fossil sect. Their dirty linen should not be spread in public. No matter how much effort the fossil sect put in, they hoped that this matter would be suppressed. The fewer people who knew, the better, because this was related to the face of their fossil sect in the entire Kunshan commandery. Wang Fengqi knew that his master would definitely not let him down, so he did not say much and only waited for his master to make a decision. I did not make things difficult for your esteemed sect master because I hope that your esteemed sect master can handle this matter impartially. I Jiangqin do not use my power to oppress others. If this matter makes things difficult for sect master Lin, then I will naturally clean up the sect for sect master Lin. Jiang Qin said with a gloomy expression. These words made the hearts of the people of the fossil sect, who originally had a glimmer of hope, thump. This was because Jiang Qin was giving them an ultimatum. He did not say it bluntly but gave them 3 days of buffer time. This was also to preserve the fossil sect's face. Lin Kuan nodded silently and could not help but sigh in his heart. Jiang Qin was still very domineering. At this time it was really quite difficult for him, the sect master. However, it was said that Tantai Jingzong and Jiang Qin had some relationship, but unfortunately, Tantai Jingzong was not in the fossil sect now, so even Elder Wu Jintian could not say anything in front of Jiang Qin. Since the matter had come to this stage, they could only postpone it and deal with it later. As the sect lord, Lin Kuan could not do anything about it. After all, Jiang Qin's identity was the sword lord of sword drawing sect. This was not something that ordinary people could ignore. Jiang Qin would definitely be treated as a distinguished guest in the fossil sect. Then, thank you, Swordmaster Jiang. Within 3 days I will definitely give you a satisfactory answer. Please go in and rest first. After 3 days, even if Swordmaster Jiang does not say anything, I will definitely offer a humble apology. Since Lin Kuan had said this much, Jiang Qin could not say more. He nodded slightly and followed Lin Kuan into the fossil sect. Wang Fengqi felt extremely relieved. When he entered the rock sect, his heart was filled with a sense of crisis. When he entered the sect he would be in the Wang Fengqi Qin and sect of the rock drawing he Wang Jiang Qin and Wang and Qin Wang for mountain Qin and would be the same. Wang he Qin he Wang he and Wang people of and he Wang Qin Wang of Wang of and of Wang of. Time of the of and all of the Wang Qin and Wang one of him and not a single one would be left alive. Wang Fengqi's heart was completely filled with hatred. Every flower, every mountain, every breath of air, seemed to be filled with anger and resentment. He seemed to be able to see Sister Feng's stubborn eyes, crying and asking him why he had not avenged her. Wang Fengqi's heart was full of regret, but everything could not return to the past. Not long ago the days of joy and laughter were gone. He, too, had changed from an ignorant and stubborn youth to a cold-blooded and heartless man. Chapter 3477. What should we do? Now that this guy has come to the fossil sect and wants to ask for the person, we can't really give the person to them, right? That's right. If we really hand him over to them, wouldn't our fossil sect become a lowly and cowardly generation? If this reputation were to spread, wouldn't it cause our fossil sect to lose all face? Then what do you think we should do? The sword-drawing sect swordmaster is not an ordinary envoy. If we really offend this evil swordmaster, it is equivalent to completely offending the sword-drawing sect. As a subsidiary sect of the sword-drawing sect, how can we become enemies with the sword-drawing sect? In the end, the arm is no match for the thigh. That being said, face is important, but can we really become enemies with the sword-drawing sect? It is obviously unrealistic. We are in a dilemma now. Asking us to hand over the person is really too shameful. How can we do such a thing? All the elders' faces were filled with anger. If they handed the person over to Jiang Qin, it would be tantamount to lowering their head to Jiang Qin. Moreover, once they admitted that they were wrong, it would be equivalent to bringing their fossil sect to eternal damnation. It would cause more and more people to be filled with disdain for the fossil sect. This was something they could not accept at all. In the face of the dispute between the elders, Lin Kuan fell into silence. He did not say anything from beginning to end, but it made the elders even more flustered. The sect master wouldn't really hand over Peng Yuan and Zhang Zhanxi, right? For them that was a dead end. What the sect master said before was only a delaying tactic, but now it seemed that it made them very hesitant. In my opinion, the fossil sect's face is important, but we should still hand over Peng Yuan and Zhang Zhanxi. Firstly, we can resist Jiang Qin's pressure. Secondly, we can make an example out of them so that the other sect disciples won't dare to act recklessly again. No matter what, this matter is the fault of our fossil sect disciples. We should admit our mistakes and pay the price. However, they're still getting away scot-free. This will only cause more and more people to imitate them. In any case, if they do something wrong, they don't need to bear responsibility. This isn't a good thing for our fossil sect. Gradually, over time, wouldn't our fossil sect become a place of evil? Wu Zhenqian spoke with a solemn expression. It wasn't that he was speaking up for Jiang Qin, but that their fossil sect had indeed acted improperly in this matter. At this moment, if they still acted willfully, then it was very likely that it would lead to an irreversible situation. Once we fall out with Jiang Qin, we might have to face more than just one swordmaster of the sword-drawing sect. If we challenge the sword-drawing sect, we won't be a match for 10 petrified sects. This might be the best scenario. Wu Zhenqian had a guilty conscience. The reputation of the sect was above everything else, but the current situation didn't allow them to continue being stubborn. Jiang Qin was like a long sword hanging above the heads of the fossil sect, forcing them to make the right choice. Lin Kuan frowned slightly, but he didn't say much. He remained silent. Zhang Zhanxi was his nephew. If he really handed Zhang Zhanxi over, then how would he explain it to his sister? After all, blood was thicker than water. As the sect master, Lin Kuan had to be impartial, but now that Wang Fengqi had become the public enemy of the fossil sect, there was no need for him to punish Zhang Zhanxi and Peng Yuan. It's easy to say. If we really handed him over, then where would we put our face? Wouldn't everyone know how preposterous the things that our fossil sect did in the past were? An elder said, unconvinced. Wu Zhenqian frowned and said in a deep voice, "You still have some self-awareness. You still have some self-awareness. You still know how absurd we were in the past. This matter is simply a great shame for our fossil sect, so we must face it head-on." Wu Zhenqian's words left the elders speechless. They simply could not make a choice in the current situation. It was difficult to advance or retreat, and it was very likely that a war with the sword-drawing sect would break out because of this. If that happened, the rock sect would really be in danger. It's impossible to hand him over. Otherwise, the face of our petrification sect will really be gone. Lin Kuan finally spoke. At this time he actually already had a decision in his heart, but he just didn't know how to explain it or face it. As the master of a sect, every word and action he said, every action he took, would definitely affect the dignity and future of the entire fossil sect. Sect master this? Wu Zhenqian looked at Lin Kuan in surprise. He didn't expect him to be so persistent. I do have a plan, but I don't know if it will work, but it seems to be a bit too risky. The second elder's eyes lit up, and the corner of his mouth revealed a trace of femininity. Let's hear it. Lin Kuan said. Everyone's eyes looked at him. As far as I know, this Jiang Qin seems to have offended a lot of people. Previously, I heard Sun Xiaolong mention that Jiang Qin killed the genius disciples of the Wonder Sect and the Water Charm Sword Sect, and even killed many ruthless people of the Zhongxing Sect. The Zhongxing Sect wanted to take revenge, but in the end they still suffered in the hands of Jiang Qin. Although Jiang Qin is strong, he's still just one person. The second elder said with a smile. We can join forces with these sects to attack Jiang Qin and kill him here. At that time, even if he has great abilities, he won't be able to escape from our hands. So what if he's the sword master of the sword-drawing sect? 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. If we join forces with the Wonder Sect, the Water Charm Sword Sect, and the Zhongxing Sect, Jiang Qin will definitely die. Kill him, kill Wang Fengqi, and no one will know about this matter. At that time he won't be able to threaten our fossil sect. This guy is completely arrogant. Since when did he put the people of the fossil sect in his eyes? He's really annoying. After the second elder finished speaking, the entire conference hall became extremely quiet. Even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. In particular, Wu Zhenqian's expression suddenly changed. He didn't expect the second elder to come up with such a bad idea at this time. Wasn't this making them make more mistakes? This won't do, absolutely not. Jiang Qin was his benefactor, so Wu Zhenqian would never allow them to harm Jiang Qin. If this wasn't to kill Jiang Qin, then what? Was the fossil sect really like what Jiang Qin said? Had it become a place that hid evil? Chapter 3478. No? What's wrong with that? Haha, Elder Wu, do you really consider Jiang Qin as your biological father? You don't want to do anything that will harm him. I think that the second elder's plan is very good. Although it's a little risky, it can solve the problem once and for all. Moreover, no matter how strong Jiang Qin is, can he compete with our 4 great sects? No matter how strong he is, he's just a single person, a commander without an army. If our 4 great sects join hands, how can he survive? Another elder sneered. Wu Zhenqian looked at Lin Kuan, his heart filled with anger. He hoped that Lin Kuan could stand up and uphold justice. Otherwise their meeting hall would really become foul. That's right. The geniuses of the great sects were all killed by Jiang Qin. They must hate Jiang Qin to the core. If we contact them at this time they will definitely be more proactive than us. Aha, when Jiang Qin dies nobody will know. We can also suppress this matter. That bastard Wang Fengqi will completely disappear from this world. It's perfect. I think that this is a very feasible method. How can you say that it's risky? We have calculated everything. Even if Jiang Qin has 3 heads and 6 arms, it's impossible for him to compete with our 4 great sections. Wu Zhentian sighed in his heart as he looked at the sinister-looking elders around him. These people had abandoned everything for the glory of the sect and for their own selfish desires. Humanity was worthless in front of them. Everyone had become insane and incurable. Such an approach would only harm others and themselves. In the end, even the fossil sect would be consigned to eternal damnation. What was the difference between this and digging one's own grave? Perhaps Jiang Qin would die, but their humanity would be extinguished in that moment as well. The soul of the fossil sect would be completely lost at that moment. Wu Zhentian even felt that his heart was about to die. This is feasible. Lin Kuan's words left Wu Zhentian completely speechless. His face even turned pale. These people made him feel incomparably unfamiliar. Were they still members of his sect? When did the fossil sect become so chilling? Not to mention that such a thing was treacherous, it was simply despicable and shameless. The so-called fossil sect boasted of being a righteous sect, but now, it had become so disappointing that it had even reached the point of insanity. You're all crazy, all of you, Wu Zhentian said solemnly. Elder Wu, it's better for you to step back for now. We have our own conclusions. Elders, send Elder Wu to recuperate for a period of time. Our plan is not allowed to have any changes. Lin Kuan said in a heavy voice, his face as cold as ice. Wu Zhentian shuddered, his face dejected. He knew that these people from the fossil sect were planning to imprison him. You guys are really muddle-headed. Wu Zhentian looked up at the sky and sighed, but he couldn't bear it anymore. He was already suppressed by several elders and had no chance of escaping. They really planned to fight to the death with Jiang Qin and kill Jiang Qin. This would undoubtedly push the fossil sect to the extreme. Once the sword-drawing sect knows about this, they will definitely not have a good ending. It's better if Elder Wu doesn't participate in this matter to avoid arousing suspicion. After all, Jiang Qin had saved your life before. I won't say much. As an elder of the fossil sect, you can only think for the fossil sect. It's your duty. Step back. Lin Kuan berated. Wu Zhentian spurted out a mouthful of blood. He was disheartened and was eventually taken away by the 2 elders. Lin Kuan pondered for a long time. He was the only one who could travel back and forth between the major sects in 3 days. At this moment there was no time to lose. He had to go there personally. Only then could he put Jiang Qin to death, leaving him no room for negotiation. After Lin Kuan made up his mind, he did not hesitate and went straight to Zhongxing sect. Zhongxing sect had been severely damaged twice by Jiang Qin, so they would definitely become his most capable assistant. This time, Lin Kuan was still a little worried about killing Jiang Qin in the fossil sect. However, as the elders had said, they had to go all out. If they kept lowering their heads, then Jiang Qin would definitely step on their heads. At that time, their situation would be even more difficult. If Jiang Qin insisted on doing things his own way and forced the fossil sect to do something subservient, then it would be true despair. Although Lin Kuan's decision was a little selfish, it was also for the sake of the overall situation. The fossil sect absolutely could not bow in the hands of Jiang Qin. A traitor like Wang Fengqi also had to die. Only then could the reputation of the fossil sect be preserved. No one knew the torment in Lin Kuan's heart at this time. With his own strength it would be very difficult to deal with Jiang Qin, a notorious guy. Therefore this method of joining forces with the other sects was the best method. As long as they could kill Jiang Qin, everything would be worth it. In order to protect the dignity of the fossil sect, for the sake of his nephew, Lin Kuan was gambling on the rise and fall of the entire fossil sect. For Lin Kuan, as the master of a sect, he had to shoulder great responsibilities. What he could do was only so. For the sake of his nephew he would not compromise with Jiang Qin. Only by taking the initiative could he amaze the world with a single brilliant feat. Lin Kuan did not stop. His feet were like the wind and arrows, leaping between the Kunshan County. For him all of this was a race against time. However, all of this did not disappoint Lin Kuan. On the trip to Zhongxing sect, the master of the Zhongxing sect personally received him and was furious with Jiang Qin. Lin Kuan was overjoyed. The two great sects hit it off immediately. Zhongxing sect also hated Jiang Chen to the core and couldn't wait to kill him. 3 days passed quietly. It was neither too long nor too short. Lin Kuan had already gambled everything he had. He was willing to be tortured and dared to pull down the emperor. So what if he was the master of the sword-drawing sect? As long as they killed Jiang Chen quietly, everything would go back to normal. No one would know that Jiang Chen had died in the fossil sect. 3 days later, when the sun rose from the horizon, Jiang Chen's eyes looked at the surrounding mountains. He was faintly unhappy. For the past 3 days, Lin Kuan had not made the slightest move. Could this be the calm before the storm? Was this guy brewing something? He hoped that he would not disappoint him. Otherwise, Jiang Chen would definitely turn the entire fossil sect upside down. Early in the morning, Wang Fengqi knelt in front of Jiang Chen's door. When Jiang Chen got up, Wang Fengqi kowtowed 3 times to Jiang Chen. Master, Fengqi is unable to repay your kindness and kindness. I will work like an ox or a horse for the rest of my life, and I will respect Master. Wang Fengqi's heart was filled with gratitude. Jiang Chen had done everything for him, even at the expense of becoming an enemy of the fossil sect. Get up. Jiang Chen sneered again and again. His powerful aura instantly filled the entire hall. The 5 elders were all suppressed by Jiang Chen. Everyone's countenance did not look good. They were very clear that Jiang Chen was just giving them a show of strength to punish Sect Master Lin for failing to keep the appointment. However, none of them dared to say a word because they were afraid that Jiang Chen would become very irritable and vent his anger on them. That would not be worth it. The Sect Master had said that he would return in 3 days. Therefore they only needed to wait silently. They were still confident in their Sect Master. Otherwise they would not be willing to suffer Jiang Chen's criticism. As the elders of the petrified sect, they were doing their duty. Unfortunately, in Jiang Chen's view, they were a group of stubborn people. He had already felt that something was wrong. The sect master of the petrified sect did not just fail to keep the appointment. Jiang Chen had a feeling that a storm was brewing. Where is Elder Wu Zhentian? I want to see him. I have something important to discuss with him. Jiang Chen said. Elder Wu has already entered seclusion. If there is anything, Swordmaster Jiang can wait for Elder Wu to come out of seclusion. Elder Wu will definitely come out in a month or 2, 3 to 5 years. The great elder said in a tone that was neither servile nor overbearing. You don't even want to let me see Elder Wu? It seems that you guys are really scheming. If I don't see Elder Wu today, Jiang Chen will not leave. Jiang Chen's eyes were like torches as he stared at the great elder and the others. Everyone's countenance was unsightly, but they couldn't say anything. Suddenly the situation became very complicated. Jiang Chen had already seen that these people were just delaying him. Elder Wu is indeed in seclusion. How could we dare to deceive Swordmaster Jiang? Another elder hurriedly tried to smooth things over, but Jiang Chen didn't intend to listen to their nonsense anymore. It seems that you guys are forcing me to turn against you. Even without the title of Swordmaster of Sword Drawing Sect, I, Jiang Chen, can still flatten your rock sect effortlessly. If you guys insist on fighting to the death with me, then don't blame me for being ruthless. I gave you guys a chance but you guys didn't cherish it. I, Jiang Chen, don't want to kill the innocent but you guys forced me to do it. Jiang Chen shook his head, helplessness written all over his face. The coldness in his eyes was filled with divine light. Swordmaster Jiang, don't make a mistake. Our rock sect definitely doesn't have any ulterior motives. I hope you can understand that our sect master is indeed busy outside, and Elder Wu is indeed in seclusion. We really have no choice. I hope that Swordmaster Jiang can calm down. The great elder tried his best to appease Jiang Chen, but Jiang Chen didn't intend to give them a chance. Since you guys want to challenge my bottom line, then I can only let you guys have a good time. No one can deceive me, Jiang Chen. The next outcome is death. Since the 5 of you are so stubborn and Lin Kuan used you guys as scapegoats, then I can only deal with you guys first. Chapter 3480. Jiang Chen's eyes swept across the 5 elders. The 5 of them quickly retreated. They could already feel Jiang Chen's murderous intent beginning to spread in the hall. This guy was not joking. They had long heard of Jiang Chen's ferocious name, especially from Wu Zhentian. Jiang Chen was already terrifying when he was still in the hierarch realm. He killed a divine emperor realm demonic beast. His current strength was many times stronger than before. Wang Fengqi silently looked at his master, Jiang Chen. The corner of his mouth was full of excitement. He had been looking forward to this moment for a long time, but he did not dare to tell his master as he was afraid of implicating his master. However, the petrification sect broke the agreement first. Jianghu no longer had the patience to continue waiting. His master did not hesitate to become enemies with the entire petrification sect for him and started a war with them. The agitation in Wang Fengqi's heart could not be expressed in words. Master, in this life I, Wang Fengqi, will never be able to repay your kindness. Wang Fengqi did not say it to Jianghu. He just silently thought in his heart. Not everyone would say such mushy words, but it did not mean that he was not grateful in his heart. Jianghu's arrogance soared to the sky, causing the 5 elders to change their expressions and retreat. For a moment, the atmosphere in the hall was tense. Sword Lord Jiang, don't make a mistake. Our petrification sect has no enmity with you. How can you be so arrogant and want to destroy our petrification sect? The great elder shouted angrily. His face was full of resentment. You all know the reason better than anyone else. I, Jianghu, will never sit still and wait for death. No matter what tricks your petrification sect has, I, Jianghu, will take them on. But now, it seems impossible for you to escape from my hands. Jianghu smiled. You are killing the innocent? What crime have we committed? Sword Lord Jiang, why are you so ruthless? Our petrification sect has always been respectful to you. Do you think that in return you will slaughter us mercilessly? Where is the sword-drawing sect? Where was the kindness they had shown him was? I can't die in peace. The elders' faces were filled with rage as they stared at Jianghu. However, Jianghu had no intention of letting them off. Then I want to ask, what crime did Feng Yan commit? She was tortured inhumanely, but in the end she died in the hands of your fossil sect. But the instigator is still at large, committing all kinds of crimes. Is this the morality of your fossil sect? If that's the case, then there's no need for your fossil sect to continue existing. Jianghu shook his head and sighed. He seemed to be very disappointed with the fossil sect. For a moment, the elders were rendered speechless by Jianghu's words. I didn't intend to kill you, but you forced me to do so. Now you want to play me, Jianghu, in circles. How can there be such a good thing in this world? For today's matter, I, Jianghu, am the heavens. I will enforce justice on behalf of the heavens. Jianghu stretched out his hand and punched out. The wind whistled and thunder rumbled. The entire hall seemed to be on the verge of collapse. It was frightening. The 5 elders all looked at each other. For a moment they didn't know what to do. You arrogant person, Jianghu. Today, even if my fossil sect is crushed, we will not rest until you die. The Grand Elder roared furiously. The 5 elders joined hands and forcefully fought against Jianghu. However, they only managed to barely block Jianghu's strike with their combined strength. In the end, they could only stagger back. Their blood and chi were boiling from the shock. They were people of high status and hadn't fought in a long time. That punch made all of them sigh inside. The power of Jianghu's punch was so great that it made them even more worried. At that moment, hundreds of God King and Hierarch experts rushed over from outside the hall. They were all the forces of the fossil sect, and the one leading them was Sun Xiaolong. Brother Jiang, do you really want to kill my fossil sect? How did my fossil sect defend you? Why do you have to be so ruthless? We've fought side by side before. Sun Xiaolong's face was filled with sorrow, as if he was in pain. There's no point in saying more. You should understand why I must fight. There are many things that you only see on the surface, but you can't see what's inside. Ask yourselves honestly, who isn't responsible for my disciple's death? However, you're not willing to admit your responsibility. The reason why Wang Fengqi was bullied by you was because he wasn't strong enough. However, you're not qualified to bully me, Jianghu. There's no need to mention the past. If you do well, I, Jianghu, will not say anything. However, if you don't do well, I want to kill you. What does that have to do with you? If you block me, I, Jianghu, can only kill without mercy. Jianghu looked at Sun Xiaolong. This fellow, according to Wang Fengqi, wasn't a good person. Therefore, Jianghu didn't need to give him any face. In this battle, no one could stop Jianghu from slaughtering the fossil sect. He wanted to completely destroy this sect that had long lost its morals. He wanted to sound the alarm for the entire Kunshan commandery. He wanted to wash away the grievances of his disciple. All of this could only be resolved through battle. Since the fossil sect didn't abide by the agreement, why should he, Jianghu, care about their feelings? Who among them had feelings for Jianghu? Even Wu Xintian was at most a chance acquaintance. Jianghu also didn't owe him anything. Brother Jiang, can't you wait a little longer? My fossil sect has absolutely no intention of harming Brother Jiang. This is just a misunderstanding. As for Wang Fengqi's matter, I feel deeply guilty. However, things have already come to this and the dead have already passed away. We should treat the living well. Isn't that right? Sun Xiaolong bitterly smiled. Really? Looks like I have wronged your fossil sect. Is that what you mean? I Jiangchen like to act willfully. Today I will definitely slaughter the entire fossil sect. Since you guys are heartless, don't blame me for being unjust. Jiangchen coldly snorted. Sun Xiaolong was also helpless. The dozens of Hierarch Realm experts and hundreds of Divine King Realm disciples behind him were also eager to try. They wanted to compete with Jiang Qin and contribute their strength to the sect battle. Revenge breeds revenge. When will it end? Sun Xiaolong sighed and glanced at Wang Fengqi. He knew that today's battle was inevitable. The 5 elders, Sun Xiaolong and the others were preparing for battle. They could only fight with their backs against the wall. No matter what the final result was, they had to protect their sect. Jiang Qin wanted to avenge his disciple, but they broke their promise again and again. Jiang Qin wasn't in the wrong, and they didn't do anything wrong to protect their sect either. The ones who were in the wrong were those with ulterior motives and evil people. If your sect leader Lin Kuan doesn't come out, none of you are a match for me. Don't tell me that he will just watch as his sect is destroyed in my hands? Jiang Qin said indifferently. He casually struck with his palm. Dozens of Divine King Realm experts were pushed back by him. Their faces were pale and they were heavily injured. Such power was too terrifying. Everyone in the fossil sect was shocked. However, Jiang Chen's means were not something they could compare with. What are you waiting for? For the dignity of our fossil sect, we must kill him. Everyone in the fossil sect is duty-bound to defend our last territory. Chapter 3481. Master, let me do it. Wang Fengqi did not show any weakness. He followed closely behind Jiang Qin and quickly attacked. The master and disciple duo were unstoppable among the experts of the petrifying sect. Jiang Qin's moves were ruthless. Even Sun Xiaolong was no longer a match for him. Sun Xiaolong was sent flying. His face was pale and his state of mind was quite complicated. In the past their strength was almost the same, but now he had become trash. In the hands of Jiang Qin he could only passively take a beating. The 5 great elders did not hesitate and rushed into the battle. Because if they did not take action, Jiang Qin would kill all of them. To the petrified sect, these people were the foundation of the petrified sect. Therefore the elders were duty-bound to take care of them. Jiang Qin's movements were as fast as lightning. Hundreds of experts besieged him, but in his eyes they were all trash. There was no one who could fight fiercely against Jiang Qin. The 3 Divine Emperor Realm elders closed in step by step, but it was still difficult for them to pose any threat to Jiang Qin. On the contrary, their situation was getting more and more difficult. Jiang Qin was barehanded, and his hand seals were linked together. The 5 elements divine dragon seal was monstrous. Everyone was shocked by Jiang Qin's power. Dozens of people had already died in the hands of Jiang Qin. He did not want to start a massacre, but the people of the petrifying sect had deceived him. Jiang Qin could only use his own hands to tell them who was the real king. In less than 10 breaths of time, more and more people of the petrifying sect had fallen. Jiang Qin's lips curled into a cold smile. I am kind-hearted, but I have no choice but to slaughter all living beings. Jiang Qin, what a thief. You dare to start a massacre in my petrifying sect. You really have guts. Following a loud shout in the void, everyone looked up to the sky. Lin Kuan stepped on the air and the mist under his feet dispersed. He landed in front of the main hall and looked at Jiang Qin with murderous intent. You are finally back. Sect Master Lin, what about your promise? Jiang Qin said coldly. Is my promise still important? You've already started a massacre in my petrification sect. What else can I say? Looks like I really didn't misjudge you. You are a demon. If I were to submit to you, then how could my petrified sect rise again? Jiang Qin, you will definitely die today. Lin Kuan held his sword and pointed it at Jiang Qin. At that moment, a monstrous aura rose into the sky. His strength had also reached the mid-divine emperor realm. Although it was only the minor connecting heaven realm, it was not to be underestimated. At least he seemed to be stronger than Jiang Qin. At the end of the day, the 3-day deadline was just a delaying tactic, right? What you're doing should just be preparing for a rainy day. Jiang Qin said with a smile, shook his head and looked at Lin Kuan. This guy had obviously revealed his ferocity and was ready to fight with him. You're right. You want my fossil sect to give you an explanation? Who do you think you are? The swordmaster of the sword-drawing sect? Haha, you really think of yourself as a big shot. In today's battle you won't be able to escape. Jiang, I will let you know that the dignity of my fossil sect is inviolable. Lin Kuan shouted angrily. Behind him, 6 figures of the early divine emperor realm landed beside him. They were all the absolute elites of the fossil sect. They were full of resentment and anger towards Jiang, because Jiang had already killed many of their people. This battle was a battle of honor for the fossil sect. You want to kill me, Jiang, with this little strength? It seems that you're too full of yourself. When I killed the people of the resurgent sect, I was only SOSO. Jiang shook his head and chuckled. If you think that I'm only prepared for this, you're too confident. Everyone, it's time to come out and have a chat with Sword Lord Jiang. Lin Kuan said in a deep voice. Suddenly Jiang frowned and looked at the surrounding void. 3 mid-divine emperor experts appeared in the north, south, east and south. All of them were at the minor connecting heaven realm. Behind each of them stood 5 early divine emperor experts. They seemed to be full of anger and killing intent towards Jiang. Bastard Jiang, you've fallen into our hands today. You can only blame yourself for being too arrogant. In this Xuanhuan commandery, you're not qualified to call yourself the boss. You must be curious about who I am, right? We've never met before, but you're already at the top of the kill list of my resurgent sect. The yellow-robed man said in a deep voice, glaring at Jiang. He was dying to kill Jiang. Sect leader Huang, this fellow will definitely die. Don't worry, we 4 mid-divine emperor realm experts are guarding here. How can we let him escape? Ah. The blue-robed man said with a proud smile. He glanced at Jiang and snorted disdainfully. The white-robed man next to him looked cold. Although he did not say a word, his hatred for Jiang was no less than anyone else. Sect Lord Huang Longyu of Resurgence Sect is here. Sect Lord Bailey Fenghua of Extraordinary Will Sect. Sect Lord Jia Yidao of Charm Sword Sect. The 3 of them looked at Jiang together. That monstrous oppressive aura swept across the sky. Wu Ningzhu and Yan Qingqing looked grim. Wang Fengqi's expression changed greatly. His heart was filled with sorrow. Are we really going to die here this time? If we're defeated, won't I become a sinner? Not only did I fail to avenge Sister Feng, I even caused the death of my master. Even if I die, Wang Fengqi will not be able to rest in peace. Jiang finally understood what was going on. Lin Kuan, who had disappeared for 3 days, had gone to look for reinforcements. Moreover, all of them were from sects that had a deep grudge against Jiang. Out of the 10 major sects of Kunshan County, 4 major sects had gathered here. They only had one goal, and that was to kill Jiang to avenge their dead disciples and get rid of this invincible scourge. Lin Kuan pointed his sword at Jiang in a domineering manner. 4 mid-divine emperor experts guarded Jiang while more than 20 early divine emperor experts sealed off the area. At this moment, Jiang was like a turtle in a jar, unable to escape. You guys have really put in a lot of effort. Looks like you guys have made up your mind to kill me, Jiang. No wonder your petrified sect is so fearless. You said that you'll give me an explanation, but you're actually secretly scheming against me. This battle is really ironic. Ah. Jiang glanced at everyone. This battle was bound to be a battle of life and death for him. Not to mention the 4 major sects of Kunshan County, there were also 4 mid-divine emperor experts and 4 sect leaders. Even if it was Jiang, he wouldn't dare to say that he would be able to escape alive. You can only blame yourself for being too arrogant. You've killed countless people and many of them have died under your sword. You don't know what it means to be low-key. Huang Longyu gritted his teeth. His resurgence sect had suffered the most losses. Many geniuses had died in the hands of Jiang. In this battle, he wanted to avenge the disciples of Resurgence sect and restore the reputation of Kunshan County. Chapter 3482. The leaders of the 4 sects gathered together for one purpose, and that was to kill Jiang. Perhaps, even Jiang himself didn't expect that these fellows would be so serious. They had ganged up on him and surrounded him here. Jiang knew that Lin Kuan had been forced into a corner by him. Lin Kuan was not willing to surrender and hand over the 2 guys, so he chose to take the risk. Even if he knew that Jiang was the swordmaster of sword drawing sect, he still wanted to fight to the death with Jiang. In these 3 days he did not stop for a single moment. He wanted to gather the leaders of the other 3 sects to attack Jiang together. This was not an easy task for Lin Kuan. Fortunately, Jiang and the other 3 people had deep hatred for each other, so they chose to support Lin Kuan without hesitation. They were very clear that the current Jiang was no longer the half-step divine emperor guy who could be trampled on easily. The reputation of the swordmaster of sword drawing sect was quite prominent. Although he did not have much face outside in Kunshin Commandery, he was definitely in existence above tens of thousands of people. If it was another swordmaster, how would the top 10 sects dare to be disrespectful? Wouldn't that be directly declaring war with sword-drawing sect? However, the hatred between them and Jiangchen was too deep, even to the extent that it could not be reconciled. Therefore they would rather take the risk like crossing a single log bridge and risk life and death to fight with Jiangchen to the end. It was to take revenge and settle things once and for all. Otherwise Jiangchen might not let them go. After all, they already knew the whereabouts of the swordmaster. The hatred between him and Jiangchen was completely in a situation where only one of them would die. This time, when Lin Kuan came to find him, the happiest person was Huang Longyu. Wang Fengqi saw this scene and his heart ached. He was extremely regretful and guilty. Because of his own matters, he stubbornly went ahead and dragged his master into an irrecoverable situation. Now, facing the top experts of the four sects, they could not escape even if they had wings. Jiangchen could see the struggle and regret in Wang Fengqi's heart, but now was not the time to blame himself. If they were not careful, they might be completely annihilated here. This was not a joke. Jiangchen patted Wang Fengqi's shoulder, signaling him not to be sad. There was nothing to be afraid of. Are you afraid? Jiangchen looked at Wu Ningzhu and smiled. This was not the first time they fought side by side, but it was extremely rare for them to be in a life-or-death situation. At this moment, Jiangchen still felt a little guilty towards Wu Ningzhu and Yan Qingqing. After all, it was not what a good man should do to make them fall with him. If you die, you'll have to step over me and Sister Ning's bodies, Yan Qingqing said indifferently. Her words had benefited Jiangchen a lot. His heart was filled with warmth. If you kneel and beg for mercy now, I might leave you with a complete corpse. However, if you two beautiful wives of yours, you might not have the chance to leave this place. Koga One Blade chuckled. The corner of his mouth was filled with coldness and evil. He looked at Wu Ningzhu and Yan Qingqing who were behind Jiangchen with covetous eyes. Jiangchen's gaze was as sharp as a blade. He looked at Koga One Blade and Lung Lung and said, "Then I will start with you." Jiangchen shouted angrily. His steps were firm as he stepped into the sky. The Azure Dragon's 5 steps was extremely domineering. You've come at the right time. Many of my charmed sword sect's prodigies have died in your hands. I would like to see how strong you are to kill so many of my prodigies. Koga One Blade's eyes were filled with killing intent. He hated Jiangchen to the core. Jiangchen was the most powerful prodigy in his clan. He might be in existence on par with him in the future. However, he was killed by Jiangchen in the cradle. This kind of hatred could never be erased. They can only blame themselves for not being strong enough. I'm afraid you will follow in their footsteps today, Jiangchen said with a sneer. He did not put Koga One Blade in his eyes at all. Although his strength had reached the mid-divine emperor realm, Jiangchen could easily suppress a mid-divine emperor realm minor heavenly connecting realm expert with his bare hands. Bastard, give me your life. Koga One Blade's ferocious blade slashed towards the void. The 5 feet long blade was extremely sharp. In a blink of an eye, it slashed towards Jiangchen. Jiangchen did not retreat. Instead, he moved forward with his heavenly dragon sword. 2 rays of light spread out, repelling everyone below the divine emperor realm. The entire sky became bright and dazzling. Jiangchen was extremely powerful under the dragon transformation. The limitless sword was like the sun at dawn. Sword shadows shot out along with Jiangchen's aura. Koga One Blade's expression became solemn. He did not dare to be careless. As the head of the Water Charm Sword sect, the Koga One Blade school was duty-bound to kill Jiangchen to comfort the souls of their former disciples in heaven. Shadowless water flow break. The 5 feet long blade in Koga One Blade's hand was like a phantom. A dragon flew in the sky, roaring and roaring. The dragon and Jiangchen had clashed countless times. The sound of the blade and the sword, the combination of chi and realm, Jiangchen gradually gained the upper hand. Koga One Blade's strength was not weak, but Jiangchen was stronger. The heavenly dragon sword was like a swan, swinging and closing, swallowing the atmosphere of heaven and earth, destroying the invisible blade light. It made Koga One Blade's movements very difficult. Every move seemed to be extremely difficult for him. The sword technique of the limitless sword was completely unpredictable. His blade technique and Jiangchen's sword technique were completely incompatible. Every time his blade technique was in front of Jiangchen, it seemed to be full of loopholes. The limitless sword was not only powerful because of the heavenly dragon sword, but also because of the realm of Jiangchen's sword technique. It had already reached the realm of no sword and no self, transcending the mundane world. At least, Koga One Blade had no way to defend himself, he could only defend himself. However, under the heavy pressure of Jiang Qin he became breathless. Sect Masters, what are you waiting for? What are you waiting for? Do you want to see my soul return to the heavens before you are willing to take action? Chapter 3483. Blood dyed the blazing sun. The sword-drawing sect Swordmaster is indeed worthy of your reputation. Jiang Qin, no matter how strong you are, you will stay here today and become a dead soul under our hands. Huang Longyu's palm changed and overlapped with each other. Thunderous palm strikes fell from the sky, complementing the Kaga Ito Ryu's long blade. It was not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2 when two mid-divine emperors joined hands. Jiang Qin instantly became solemn. It was impossible for him to be as calm as before when he was fighting against two mid-divine emperors. Eat my palm. Huang Longyu's strength was stronger than the one-blade school of Jia. The two of them joined hands and exerted an overwhelming pressure, forcing Jiang Qin to retreat again and again. It's time to show you the means of my petrification sect. Lin Kuan sneered and struck out a punch. The mountains and rivers trembled, destroying the heavens and earth. Bailey Fenghua followed closely behind. The four mid-divine emperors did not hesitate to fight against the four of them. At this moment, Jiang Qin's situation became the most difficult. Facing so many experts, he knew that he would definitely bleed and die in this battle. However, he would never fall because he had Sister Ning and Qingqing behind him. He would not frown no matter what. He would not let his women suffer. Jiang Qin would never let those bastards have their way. Brat, let's see where you can escape to now. Haha, my wonder sect will give you a big gift today. Bailey Fenghua laughed wildly and said. Her hands kept forming hand seals. Rays of brilliance turned into shadows. The 5 elements and 8 trigrams descended from the sky. Her hand seals formed rays of light that intertwined with each other, like a sword, like a formation, yet not a formation. 8 trigrams wonder sect. 9 revolving heavens crack. The 8 positions of the 5 elements and 8 trigrams instantly changed, sealing Jiang Qin within. As the light and shadow spread out, Jiang Qin seemed to be trapped in a maze. Great fist of destruction. Lin Kuan threw a punch and the heavens rumbled. The 4 of them attacked together, causing Jiang Qin to retreat again and again. The situation became quite difficult. Be careful, my husband, Wu Ningzhu shouted. At this moment, the people of the fossil sect also rushed towards Wu Ningzhu, Yan Qingqing and even Wang Fengqi. Hundreds of experts and 5 elders instantly surrounded Wu Ningzhu and the others. Compared to Jiang Qin, their situation was equally worrying. Jiang Qin raised his blade and the divine golden bell and the god-sealing seal withstood the attacks from the 4 of them. However, the divine golden bell started to crack as it could not withstand the attacks for too long. Jiang Qin found it hard to breathe under the pressure of the 4 great sections. The masters of the 4 great sects were not easy to deal with. Their strength and techniques of mid-divine emperors were clearly displayed. Jiang Qin retreated step by step in a rather sorry state. Even with the dragon transformation he was still somewhat lacking. Ancient soaring dragon technique. Jiang Qin's eyes were as sharp as a saber. At this moment, his strength was forcibly raised to the mid-divine emperor realm. Facing the 4 great experts, Jiang Qin once again showed his fangs, the heavenly dragon sword in his hand shone brightly again. Jiang Qin's heavenly dragon sword let out a thunderous roar. As soon as the sword soul was released, a boundless might rose up and instantly stood on par with the 4 great sect masters. 16th sword. 17th sword. 18th sword. Jiang Qin was ready to strike. The limitless sword changed again and again, shocking the heavens. The terrifying sword shadows were cunning, like a rain of petals. The 4 sect heads didn't dare to be careless. They retreated in order to advance. Jiang Qin took advantage of the situation and pursued them, finishing them off in one go. However, the limitless sword and the ancient soaring dragon technique consumed a lot of Jiang Qin's strength. He must kill them as soon as possible, otherwise he might fall into a dangerous situation. The sword shadows swept across the sky. Lin Kuan and the others did not dare to be negligent. They quickly went up to meet the attack. 4 mid-divine Emperor Realm experts against an early Divine Emperor Realm expert, but they did not have the slightest advantage at all. This made them extremely angry. With a wave of their hands, more than 20 early Divine Emperor Realm experts surrounded Jiang Qin like a fishing net. Jiang Qin frowned. These early Divine Emperor Realm experts were not easy to deal with. Under their joint attack, it became quite difficult for him. Even the ancient soaring dragon technique was not enough to support him against so many experts. Among the four great sects, more than 20 divine emperor realm experts joined hands to kill Jiang Chen. They did not plan to give Jiang Chen any chance. At this moment, Jiang Chen was completely held back by the human wave tactic and the situation became extremely disadvantageous. The human wave tactic was made up of divine emperor realm experts, which made Jiang Chen unable to do anything. He could only defend passively, and the path of resistance became quite difficult. Wang Fengqi and Wu Ningzhu looked worried, but there was nothing they could do. Because they were also held back by the experts of the fossil sect, they could not help Jiang Chen at all. Not to mention that Jiang Chen was fighting against 4 alone, there were still more than 20 early divine emperor realm experts constantly creating danger for him. His decline was becoming more and more obvious. Although Jiang Chen's sword aura was fierce and the limitless sword had also helped him to push back his opponents countless times, the following crisis became extremely fierce. The ancient soaring dragon technique was devouring the divine origin qi in Jiang Chen's body crazily. This battle had consumed a lot of Jiang Chen's strength. Jiang Chen boy, you won't be able to escape today. Set up the formation. Wang Longyu sneered. They gradually stabilized their bodies and gained the upper hand. Although the sword in Jiang Chen's hand was extremely powerful, it was still a drop in the bucket compared to them. More and more experts had already displayed their terrifying battle strength. More than 20 divine emperor realm experts besieged Jiang Chen. They were already prepared. They were determined to send Jiang Chen to hell in this battle. Jiang Chen held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand. 108 divine weapons were unleashed. Jiang Chen's figure was like lightning as he set up the formation. The Ashura sword formation was completely set up in an instant. Jiang Chen retreated in order to advance. The 108 peak origin divine tools were completely activated. At this moment, the heavens and earth trembled, the wind and clouds surged. With the rock sect as the foundation, the Ashura sword formation instantly erupted. Sword shadows followed the sword soul of the heavenly dragon sword and started a frenzied baptism. The entire rock sect had become a purgatory on earth. Countless people were drawn into it and died. Tens of thousands of disciples were instantly turned into skeletons as thousands of swords pierced through their bodies. Lin Kuan and the others' countenance suddenly changed. The elders of the stone sect also had an ugly expression on their faces. A total of 30,000 people. 30,000 lives were slaughtered at this moment. Most of them were the inner sect disciples of the stone sect. They were powerful and talented. However, in the Ashura sword formation, even those mid-divine emperor realm experts did not dare to be careless, let alone those disciples who were below the divine king realm. At that moment, the sun on the horizon seemed to become scarlet. Blood dyed the entire stone sect red. Chapter 3484. At that moment, Lin Kuan's complexion changed greatly. His eyes were bloodshot as he roared and punched out, shattering the countless sword shadows in the void. Jiang Chen, you madman, I'm going to tear you into pieces. You killed tens of thousands of my people. I cannot live under the same sky with you. Lin Kuan's anger was also reasonable. These disciples were the foundation of the petrified sect. If they were all dead, then he, the sect master, would probably be alone. Jiang Chen's expression was cold. The terror of the Ashura sword formation was completely displayed. Killing intent was everywhere. Although Jiang Chen did not kill the 20 divine emperor realm experts, they were all injured and could not take care of themselves. You only have yourself to blame. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being stubborn. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being too conceited. I, Jiang Chen, have said that I don't want to have a life and death struggle, but you forced me to do so. I originally only wanted to punish those 2 evildoers, but you went behind my back and delayed for 3 days, then gathered countless experts to besiege me. Is this what you call morality? Is this what you call the foundation of your sect? Aha, it's too ridiculous. You're treacherous and cunning. You can't tell right from wrong. How can I believe you? I've already given you a chance, but you don't know how to cherish it. Moreover, the current petrified sect is already in a foul atmosphere. Under your leadership, the petrified sect will be destroyed sooner or later. So, today I, Jiang Chen, will simply turn your petrified sect into ashes in my hands. Even if I die, don't think that you'll have an easy time. Jiang Chen's eyes were about to pop out of his eye sockets. Fire snakes spurted out from his eyes. Who could understand his anger? His disciple was wronged, he was framed, and he had to deal with so many experts. Who could understand the bitterness and anger in his heart at this moment? In this battle, Jiang Chen was already prepared to fight to the death with the petrified sect. However, he didn't expect Lin Kuan to be so cunning and attract so many people. Even if he knew that he would die, Jiang Chen would not retreat because he wanted to destroy the entire petrified sect. All of this was caused by Lin Kuan. Because of his militaristic nature, because of his arbitrary actions, in this battle, Jiang Chen wanted the entire petrified sect to flow with rivers of blood. Is the fossil sect really finished? No, that guy will definitely be punished. He will definitely die. Humph, our petrified sect definitely doesn't have anyone who is greedy for life and afraid of death. Ah, save me, sect leader. Many people only saw Jiang Chen slaughtering, but they didn't see why he did it. As a member of the petrified sect, I actually feel a trace of shame. Among the countless people, a pale-faced young man stood at the bottom of the mountain. His eyes were filled with confusion. This was no longer the sect that was full of vigor and ambition. Here it was filled with scheming and evil. More and more people became greedy and bloodthirsty. They didn't recognize their own family, and they didn't have the slightest bit of friendship. Only by slaughtering could they stand in a higher position. Lin Kuan's face was pale. In this battle, his petrified sect suffered heavy losses. Nearly half of his disciples were killed by Jiang Chen's Azura sword formation. It was almost a tragedy, but he was powerless to do anything. He could only roar and resist the Azura sword formation. Otherwise, it was very likely that under the Azura sword formation, thousands of swords would pierce through his heart and kill him. Jiang Chen's eyes were like torches sweeping across the surroundings. However, his Azura sword formation was slowly losing control. The divine origin qi in his body was only left with 10 to 20%. This guy can't hold on any longer. Let's attack together. We must kill him. Huang Longyu took the lead and charged forward. Their strength had been consumed by Jiang Chen, but their core strength was still there. Moreover, Jiang Chen had already consumed too much of his strength. Although he had killed 6 early divine emperor experts, the Azura sword formation was broken. The 4 great sect masters were still quite strong. Fiery Tiger, Rising Dragon. Jiang Chen, you executioner, go to hell. The 100,000 souls of the petrified sect will never let you go. Lin Kuan roared. The 4 great sect masters' aura was like a rainbow, and they had a domineering aura. Bailey Fenghua and Koga Ito Ryu were not to be outdone. They rapidly approached Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen slowly raised his head with a bloodthirsty smile on his face. Want to kill me? You guys don't have the ability. I, Jiang Chen, am not that easy to kill. 4 thunderbolts were condensed in Jiang Chen's hand. The thunderbolts roared and soared into the sky. Jiang Chen's eyes were filled with thunderbolts and lightning snakes. Dawn Sky Golden Lightning. 9 Stars Heavenly Tribulation Lightning. Severing Drought Heavenly Lightning. 1,000 Flame Destruction Lightning. The 4 thunderbolts turned into 4 lightning dragons and were flickering above Jiang Chen's head. The origin of the 4 thunderbolts gradually gathered in his hands. The terrifying power of the thunderbolts turned into a heavenly lightning barrier, blocking everyone in the surroundings. Especially Lin Kuan, Huang Longyu and the others, their faces were filled with astonishment. These thunderbolts were like fierce beasts covering the vast sky. The 30,000 li wasteland was filled with flickering thunder and fire, spreading over 1,000 li. Have a taste of my death lightning lotus. You guys will definitely like it. The smile on Jiang Chen's face became brighter. The lightning origin in his hands gathered together. Colorful lights shone brightly, like a light shadow spreading across the sky. Jiang Chen's eyes flickered with disdain. At that moment, his domineering aura made even the heavens feel inferior. All of you die. Jiang Chen stretched out his hand and slapped down. The death lightning lotus turned into a ray of light and soared into the sky. The 4 sect leaders were the first to collide with the death lightning lotus. A thunderous sound pierced through the 100,000 mountains. Darkness descended at this moment. The sun also lost its color at this moment. Great Destruction Fist, Heaven-Shattering Destruction. Lin Kuan's fist shadows spread across the sky, stabilizing the universe. 1 blade sacrifice. Jia Jia's blade shot up into the sky fearlessly. The brilliance of the blade was here. Huang Longyu swept through the heavens and earth, his aura shaking the 9 heavens. He also used his strongest move, wanting to seal this terrifying sky. Mad Dragon Shadow. 8 Extreme Illusion. Finally, Bailey Fenghua held the 8 trigrams Chengkuan pouch in her hand. Her hand covered the 9 heavens and her afterimages were like hooks. In that instant, the heavens and earth seemed to have become sorrowful. The death lightning lotus crisscrossed the horizon like a black ray of light, piercing through the blue sky. Spatial cracks spread out in all directions, causing the entire firmament to fall into silence. Lightning and shadows filled the sky. The attack formed by over 20 Divine Emperor Realm experts was destroyed by Jiang Chen's palm. Instantly, the heavens and earth fell into silence. Chapter 3485. Thunderclouds surged, the heavens and earth fell silent. Streaks of lightning flashed above the void. The entire fossil sect became deathly silent, because most of the disciples had already died under Jiang Chen's Ashura sword formation, while more of them were facing the demon-like Jiang Chen, trembling and speechless. With a single strike, the heavens and earth split apart. The four sect masters were all pushed back and suffered heavy injuries. Their faces became extremely ugly. After all, Jiang Chen's strength was too shocking. Who would have thought that he could be so crazy and domineering? The Death Lightning Lotus was like a sickle harvesting from hell. No one could escape from this battle. All the early Divine Emperor experts of the four sects were completely annihilated. Lin Kuan, Huang Longyu, Bailey Fenghua, Jiaga Ita Ryu, these were the only four left. Their faces were filled with fear. They had suffered unprecedented injuries. It was not easy for them to stay alive. This guy killed all of us. Could he be a devil? This is too terrifying. Just now, I almost died. Cough cough. Could it be that the power of our four sects is not enough to destroy this guy? Lin Kuan and Huang Longyu looked at each other and murmured. The four of them were shocked, but the fear in their eyes were not something that could be understood by outsiders. Jiang Chen's eyes were filled with killing intent. Tens of thousands of disciples and dozens of Divine Emperor experts were all turned into ashes in his hands. At this moment he was a peerless killing god with high fighting spirit. No one could stop his existence, no one could compete with him. However, at this moment Jiang Chen had also consumed a lot of his energy. The divine origin chi in his body was not even a tenth left. Although he had defeated the four sect masters, Jiang Chen was already an arrow at the end of its flight. At this moment the most courageous people were Yen Qingqing and Wu Ningzhu. The two of them joined hands and defeated the five great elders. Wang Fengqi was also victorious. Facing those ordinary disciples of the fossil sect, his limitless sword could be said to have created another miracle. Even Sun Xiaolong became more and more miserable in his hands. Only now did Wang Fengqi know how terrifying the limitless sword was. Sword shadows were moving in the void, layers upon layers of sword intent were getting stronger and stronger, causing Sun Xiaolong to be defeated one after another. Even Sun Xiaolong had a bitter smile on his face. He was not Jiang Chen's opponent in the past. After so many years he couldn't even defeat Jiang Chen's disciple. This made him even more furious. However, the facts speak louder than words. He was no longer Wang Fengqi's opponent. Wang Fengqi's every move was ruthless, layers upon layers of sword shadows, forcing Sun Xiaolong to complain incessantly. After seeing Jiang Chen perform the limitless sword twice, Wang Fengqi had a lot of understanding towards this sword intent, causing his strength to improve by leaps and bounds. This Sun Xiaolong was the one who shielded those two fellas. That's why he couldn't kill all of them. In the end he was defeated and had to flee. This Sun Xiaolong had also played a great role. Sun Xiaolong, today I will make you pay with your blood. If it wasn't for you, how could those two bastards be shielded? Wang Fengqi was like a madman tangling with Sun Xiaolong. Sun Xiaolong's situation was worrying and his face was pale. As one of the strongest geniuses of the fossil sect, he had fallen into such a situation. It was really regrettable. Although his talent was not bad compared to Tantai Jingzong, he was still lacking. Now that Wang Fengqi was like a hot knife cutting through butter and wanted to kill him, Sun Xiaolong had nowhere to retreat and had no strength to resist. Wang Fengqi's killing intent was like a rainbow. He could have had the opportunity to kill Jiang Chen, the swordmaster of the sword-drawing sect, but he stubbornly went ahead and protected the two sinners behind him. He did not hesitate to join forces with the three major sects, just to put Jiang Chen to death. However, the result made everyone's jaws drop. Jiang Chen, as a peerless divine emperor, gave all of them a resounding slap in the face. No one could compete with him and no one could make Jiang Chen bow his head. That Death Lightning Lotus was the most terrifying attack they had ever seen in their lives. If there were not more than 20 early Divine Emperor Realm elite disciples protecting them, it would be impossible for them to survive. As soon as Jiang Chen used the Ashura sword formation, he killed tens of thousands of fossil sect's disciples, causing the entire fossil sect to become unrecognizable, completely losing the face of a major sect. The elite disciples were all killed, and the other three sect masters were also miserable. The number of experts that died in the hands of Jiang Chen was innumerable. Divine Emperor Realm experts were the foundation of their major sections. Now that the Divine Emperor Realm experts were all dead, their sects would lose the capital to fight back. In this battle, Jiang Chen used his sword to cut down the 4 kingdoms. The entire Xuanhuan prefecture was destined to be set off in a bloody storm. However, right at this moment, a huge black flag appeared in the sky, covering the entire sky. It was as if it had covered the entire horizon. "Didn't you kill my junior brother Fengudong?" the skinny old man said coldly. "Fengudong, you're from the Ghost Pill sect." Jiang Chen understood. This guy really had an ulterior motive. Looking at his expression, it seemed that he was not only here to take revenge for Fengudong. The way he looked at Jiang Chen made Jiang Chen feel that this guy should know that he had the myriad chi cauldron. Once the inheritance of the craftsman god was made known to the public, he would definitely be hunted down from all directions. The craftsman god was second only to the Emperor Realm experts, and was known as the #1 expert under the Emperor Realm. Moreover, the most terrifying thing was that the divine weapons made by the craftsman god were unparalleled throughout the ages, and could even be compared to the Emperor Realm experts. In the current divine world, the inheritance of the craftsman god was enough to stir up the entire central region. It's really the people from the Ghost Pill sect. Yeah, this Jiang Chen is really a troublemaker. With the big shot of the Ghost Pill sect here, Jiang Chen will not be able to escape even if he has wings. This is called the heavens opening their eyes. This guy has done many evil deeds and the heavens will punish him. The experts of the Ghost Pill sect are here to kill him. Let's see how long he can be arrogant now. Humph. The 4 sect leaders were all happy and the corners of their lips were slightly raised. Although Jiang Chen was like a hot knife cutting through butter, and completely suppressed them, once the experts of the Ghost Pill sect came, Jiang Chen would not be able to fight anymore. He would definitely die a tragic death in this battle. "Fengudong's death made you come all the way here to kill me. Could it be that the relationship between you and your brothers is so touching? Why are you here? This is really unbelievable. You know better than anyone about the death of the Ghost Pill sect's elder, Fengudong. Could it be that you're not afraid of becoming the next Fengudong?" Jiang Chen smiled and shook his head. You and I have a tacit understanding. Humans die for wealth and birds die for food. Gudong is still too greedy. How can he achieve great things by himself? Moreover, he fell into your hands. This is really not right. Today you're already an arrow at the end of its flight. What right do you have to be arrogant with me? Come with me and you might be able to keep your life. If you resist, only death awaits you. Cough cough. The old man coughed and his eyes narrowed, flickering with a strange light. This guy is going to be mine soon. You have a good idea, but it's not that easy to kill me, Jiang Chen. Fengudong's death is a lesson for you. So today you'll die. Jiang Chen said arrogantly and his eyes were cold. He clashed with the old man and neither of them gave way. I will account for Fengudong's death on behalf of the Ghost Pill sect. But you will only be mine. Chapter 3487. Jiang Chen squinted his eyes. This old fart was obviously here to snatch the inheritance of the craftsman god. This time he might not be able to escape even if he had wings. However, it was not his character to sit and wait for death. Jiang Chen knew that he was no match for Qi Lian. Therefore he could only evade. If he were to fight with this old bastard now, he would definitely die. Come back. Jiang Chen bellowed. Wu Ningzhu and Yan Qingqing turned around. Wang Fengqi also quickly moved towards his master. Jiang Chen clenched his fist. Golden light burst out and the Zulong Tower sucked the 4 of them into it. Qi Lian's attack landed on the space beside Jiang Chen and Jiang Chen's figure disappeared. Everyone trembled because they did not know where Jiang Chen went. Good lad. Qi Lian's eyes widened. At this moment he was the only one who could maintain his calm. He knew that it was impossible for Jiang Chen to escape from here. This world was already filled with his soul. Even if Jiang Chen wanted to teleport away, he would not be able to escape from Qi Lian's eyes. Qi Lian was definitely still here. However, he did not know what kind of technique Jiang Chen had used to conceal himself. Fuck. Where did Jiang Chen go? Don't tell me he ran away? Yeah. Escaping from the experts of the Ghost Pill sect. Isn't this Jiang Chen a little too terrifying? Not necessarily. That guy must have used some unusual method to disappear without a trace. However, he should still be in our world. Huang Longyu and the others said with a solemn expression. At this moment, Qi Lian's eyes were like torches as he scanned 1,000 miles away. The surrounding world was completely sealed by his soul power. There was no way to escape. Any slight movement would attract his attention. At this moment, Wang Fengqi was completely dumbfounded. He did not expect his master to have such a divine ability. Looking at the people around him, he could not help feeling a little weak. Master, will they not be able to see us this way? Naturally, Wang Fengqi did not know how powerful the Zulong Tower was. He was just worried that they were deceiving themselves. Don't worry, the Zulong Tower is very sturdy. It's impossible to destroy it without the means of an Emperor Realm expert. Moreover, we're just a speck of dust in the vast thousand world. It'll take some time for him to discover us. This period of time is enough for us to recuperate. Cultivating in peace, there was no need to worry. Once I recover my strength, I'll fight this old man again. Jiang Qin squinted his eyes and looked at the crowd outside the Zulong Tower. He was not worried at all. However, he knew that Qi Lian would not leave so easily. Qi Lian came here to track him. Now that he had disappeared, he would definitely wait for him. In the past, Jiang Qin did not need the Zulong Tower at all. That was why he did not enter it to cultivate. With his absolute strength, Jiang Qin could dominate the world. Why would he need to hide in the Zulong Tower? This time, Jiang Qin had no other choice but to enter the Zulong Tower to buy time for himself to recuperate. However, Jiang Qin knew that Qi Lian would find him in 3 days at most. Without the strength of an Emperor Realm expert, it was impossible to teleport instantaneously. Qi Lian knew that as long as he waited here, he would be able to find Jiang Qin. I don't believe that you can escape to the 9th heaven. Qi Lian was full of confidence. His face was gloomy as he began to search for traces of Jiang Qin. Senior, could it be that this fellow is still here? Lin Kuan and the others looked at Qi Lian with a solemn expression. At this moment they did not know what to do. The most miserable person was none other than Lin Kuan of Petrification Sect. Currently, the Petrification Sect had almost completely declined. The core strength of the sect had been wiped out and all the disciples and geniuses had turned into ashes. However, all of this was caused by his stubbornness. There was only one thought in Lin Kuan's mind, and that was to kill Jiang Qin. Only by killing Jiang Qin would he be able to avenge his sect. This guy is seriously injured. He can't run away. He must have used some method to hide himself. He must be hiding in this world. Otherwise, I would have been able to detect the slightest movement in this world. Qi Lian said in a deep voice. Senior, this bastard is lawless and has killed countless people. He has committed many crimes. You must avenge us. This Jiang Qin must die. You have to kill him. Otherwise he will bring disaster to his entire life. Wang Longyu said fiercely. His eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. Apart from the Petrification Sect, he was the one who had suffered the most. Now that the experts of the Ghost Pill Sect had come to kill Jiang Qin, they were all extremely excited. If they failed, they might be killed by Jiang Qin's sword. Therefore, no one was looking forward to it more than them. Don't get in my way. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Even if the Lord of the Sword Drawing Sect was here, he might not dare to do anything to me. Don't try to scheme against me. Get as far away from me as you can. Qi Lian said with a gloomy face. His wrinkled face was constantly trembling. He had finally found the location of Jiang Qin. If he were to run away at this time, wouldn't everything that he had done be for naught? Qi Lian clenched the pole in his hand and gritted his teeth. His cold aura made Lin Kuan, Huang Longyu and the others' faces change. They did not dare to say anything and could only slowly retreat. They did not know if Qi Lian would be angry in the next second. Once they offended Qi Lian, they would not be far from death. Qi Lian's unscrupulous and domineering behavior showed the strength of the Ghost Pill Sect. Lin Kuan looked at the corpses of the Petrification Sect that was now in a state of desolation. All of this was caused by Jiang Qin. He struggled in his heart and was extremely angry. But what could he do? Jiang Qin's life was uncertain. Even in this broken home, there was no place for them to stay. It was really sad. I, Lin Kuan, was an ambitious and ruthless person. I never thought that I would end up like this. It's really sad. Hee. Chapter 3488. I hope this guy won't notice us. Wang Fengqi murmured in a low voice. Right now, his master was heavily injured and it was all because of him. His feelings of self-blame were indescribable, but he couldn't tell his master about it. As a man, what he had to do was silently endure. He would engrave everything his master had done for him into his heart. In this life, even if he had to work like an ox or a horse, it would be difficult for him to repay his master's kindness. Wu Ningzhu and Yan Qingqing were very anxious. At this moment, what they were worried about had happened. Jiang Qin fought with all his might, but there were too many of them. Jiang Qin had killed dozens of Divine Emperor Realm experts and defeated the 4 great sect masters. It was already very terrifying, but he was still plotted against by someone. The guy from the Guidan sect seemed to be determined to take them down. The 2 of you protect me. I need at least 3 days to recover to my peak state. My injuries in this battle are not light. Jiang Qin said in a low voice. Don't worry. Even if I die, I won't let you die in front of me. Yan Qingqing Lung Lung said. Her words were very warm, giving Jiang Qin a feeling of happiness. He did not say anything else and quickly entered the state of cultivation. 3 days passed quietly. Jiang Qin had yet to wake up from his cultivation, but Qi Lian had already found the location of the Zulong Tower. Haha, I finally found you. Little bastard, let's see where you can run to this time. Hiding in a spatial divine tool. You're really good at scheming. Ah. Qi Lian gritted his teeth and squinted his eyes. His soul power had searched every corner of the mountain and finally sensed the location of the Zulong Tower. After all, there were 3 Divine Emperor Realm auras and a late Hierarch Realm aura in the Zulong Tower. It was quite difficult to not be discovered. Wu Ningzhu and Yan Qingqing looked at each other. When they looked at Jiang Qin, he had only recovered 70 to 80% of his strength. Take my attack. Let's see how long you can last. Qi Lian roared and slammed his dragon head staff down. The ancestral dragon pagoda was shaken and Jiang Qin suddenly opened his eyes. Qi Lian roared and slammed his dragon head staff down. You haven't recovered your strength. I'm afraid this battle. Wu Ningzhu was extremely worried. She wanted to help Jiang Qin, but there was nothing she could do. Her strength was limited. She could only let Jiang Qin endure it alone. Don't worry. It won't be easy for this stubborn old man to kill me. He's stronger than Lin Kuan and the others, but he might not be that strong. Jiang Qin knew that he could not just sit still and wait. Otherwise, he would not be able to cultivate peacefully in the Zulong Tower. Old man Grandpa is here. Jiang Qin appeared in the sky with the Zulong Tower in his hand. With a wave of his hand, the Zulong Tower shone brightly. Thunder rumbled and the heavens and earth trembled. The Zulong Tower collided with Qi Lian's dragon head walking stick. Both of them retreated. Jiang Qin's eyes were as sharp as a sword. You're finally willing to come out. You coward. I thought you would hide until your death. Qi Lian stood upright with his walking stick. The flesh on his old face was trembling as he stared at Jiang Qin fiercely. You're so determined to die. If I don't do anything, wouldn't I be letting you down? Jiang Qin raised his sword. Murderous intent surged. Sword shadows flipped and rotated. His aura swallowed the sky. The limitless sword had no self and no other. The 18th sword had reached its limit. At this moment, Jiang Qin quietly evolved the 19th sword. The 19th sword was the transformation and upgrade of the 18th sword. Although it was not completely perfected, it was still more than 18 times better than the 18th sword. In these 3 days he had been constantly recovering his strength. At the same time, he had also gained a deeper understanding of the limitless sword. His sword technique was not only improving, but it was also a kind of dependence and sublimation of the sword. It was like the fusion of water and water. Don't be so arrogant. It's a worthy death for you to die by my hands today. Ah. Qi Lian held his walking stick and swept the void. His footsteps seemed messy, but each of his steps was profound. It was even better than Jiang Qin's Azure Dragon's 5 steps. Both of them continued to exchange blows. However, Jiang Qin felt that Qi Lian's strength was not simple. His strength was not inferior to Xuanhuan Hongyan's. The dragon head walking stick in Qi Lian's hand was also very terrifying. It was definitely a primal origin treasure. It kept colliding with the heavenly dragon sword, but it did not seem to be at a disadvantage. The 2 of them were fighting in the sky. It was a dazzling scene. Let's go and help our husband, Wu Ningzhu said anxiously. She really couldn't bear the thought of sitting here and waiting for her death. All right. Yan Qingqing did not reject Wu Ningzhu's suggestion. Both of them quickly chased after Jiang Qin. However, as soon as they attacked, Lin Kuan and the other 3 sect lords stopped them. They had recovered most of their strength. Although they could not be compared to Jiang Qin, they were still confident in dealing with Wu Ningzhu and Yan Qingqing. Little girl, if you want to save your husband, why don't you let us play with him first? Maybe you won't want your husband anymore. Kaga One Blade Sect smiled sinisterly as he approached Yan Qingqing and Wu Ningzhu. His face was full of lust, which made people feel extremely uncomfortable. Don't you dare insult my master's wife. Although Wang Fengqi knew that he was no match for them, he would not just stand by and watch. Moreover, he was the one who started this matter. Get lost. Lin Kuan shouted angrily. He threw out a long punch which made Wang Fengqi fly backwards. He looked extremely embarrassed. If it wasn't for you, how could my petrified sect fall into this world? Brat, I will tear you into pieces today and make you fall into the cycle of reincarnation forever. Lin Kuan hated Wang Fengqi to the core. Now that Jiang Chen was entangled by Qi Lian, he had the chance to kill Wang Fengqi. It was a heaven-sent opportunity. Be careful. Wu Ningzhu exclaimed. The two of them could not help Jiang Chen in time. They were forced to fight against the four sect lords. Although they were only at the minor connecting heavens realm, it was too easy for them to suppress Wu Ningzhu. Yan Qingqing might be stronger, but it was difficult for her to fight against so many people. Their situation was worrisome. Compared to Jiang Chen, they were even more worried. Brat, you are not my opponent. Die. I will take revenge for my junior brother Feng Gudong. I will send you to the 18th layer of hell. There are some things that a lowly guy like you can't have. Chapter 3489. Jiang Chen's pupils shrunk. Qi Lian didn't hide anything at all. He wanted to kill Jiang Chen as soon as he attacked. Although Jiang Chen didn't know what those two pills were, Qi Lian must have eaten them to increase his strength. Qi Lian must have wanted to take him down in one go, just like his junior brother Feng Gudong did. It would be a tragedy if Jiang Chen failed miserably. Die, you old fart. Jiang Chen didn't want to be outdone. The 19 swords swept across the sky, slashing the void. The limitless swords swept across the entire mountain with an earth-shattering might. Tens of thousands of swords shot out at the same time. Flowers and leaves could be used as swords. The rhythm of all living beings in the world moved and transformed into swords. In an instant, the wind howled and the cranes screamed. Qi Lian wielded his dragon-headed walking stick, striking out with boundless strength. Although he looked skinny, he was like a god of war, unstoppable. The two of them continued to exchange blows. Wind howled and the void shattered. Tens of thousands of swords clashed, but Qi Lian was unstoppable. His aura was like that of a tiger, giving off a feeling of invincibility. These two pellets are my most outstanding masterpieces. They're called the Sky-Stealing Pellet and Sun-Changing Pellet. If you consume them together, you'll be able to steal the sky and change the sun, reversing yin and yang. Your divine origin energy within a radius of 5,000 miles will be completely devoured by me, and you'll completely become my possession. Qi Lian laughed crazily. Jiang Chen frowned because he could feel the invisible suction force coming from Qi Lian. Qi Lian's two heaven-stealing sun-exchanging pills were really terrifying. However, Jiang Chen would not sit still and wait for his death. He held the divine burying flag in his hand and waved it in the sky, disrupting the heavenly dipper. Wherever the black burying flag passed, a whirlwind was created. Qi Lian did not dare to act recklessly. However, Qi Lian was absorbing more and more divine origin qi. His body was like an inflated ball, becoming stronger and stronger. It was too difficult to break this rubber ball. It was simply unrealistic because Jiang Chen could feel that his strength was completely suppressed. Although this guy couldn't absorb all the energy for his own use, he could still suppress him for a short period of time. This kind of suppression made Jiang Chen feel uncomfortable. Even the black burying flag couldn't help him get rid of this pressure. Gusts of crazy hurricanes wreaked havoc on the surrounding mountains. The sky and earth changed color. The battle between Qi Lian and Jiang Chen was inextricably linked. However, as Jiang Chen retreated, the hurricanes were no longer a threat to Qi Lian. This guy was like an indestructible diamond. All around him were waves of smoke. The hurricanes of the black burying flag couldn't devour his domineering aura. The sky-stealing sun-exchanging pill had made his strength even stronger. Jiang Chen hadn't fully recovered to his peak yet. His situation was getting worse and worse. Jiang Chen's face was pale. He roared and retreated. The hurricanes were useless. His palm formed a heavenly seal. He stood tall in the sky. Jiang Chen was proud of the heavens and looked down upon the world. With a single seal, the mountains and rivers were shattered. Heavenly seal. The huge palm seal struck out like a gust of wind. It contained the power of Jiang Chen's Tao. At that moment, even Qi Lian's expression changed. He felt that this seal could destroy him. Good fella. Qi Lian shouted. However, he wasn't one to admit defeat so easily. Even in the face of Jiang Chen's earth-shattering attack, he still planned to fight head-on with Jiang Chen. After all, his sky-stealing pellet deserved its reputation. Around him, streams of divine origin qi condensed into astral winds. Qi Lian punched out to determine who was stronger than Jiang Chen's seal. Victory and defeat depended on this one move. Qi Lian's fist power against Jiang Chen's? The heavenly seal collided. The heaven seal crushed the astral wind around Qi Lian's body with a destructive force. The power condensed from divine origin Qi also vanished in an instant. This seal caused Qi Lian's pupils to shrink. He had no choice but to take it head-on. However, all the meridians in his body had been shattered and he had suffered serious injuries. Although the stealing sky-changing sky was powerful, it was still a divine origin Qi technique. Although the sky-stealing pellet was powerful, it seemed so fragile under the heavenly seal. Is this the so-called throwing an egg against a stone? Qi Lian shook his head. His heart was filled with bitterness. He flew backwards and landed on the mountain peak. Broken rocks pierced through the air, creating a rainbow. It was a breathtaking scene. Jiang Chen's heart trembled. Does he know about me? The Tian Madra had become more and more powerful, especially the Taoist Qi in his body, which had increased a lot. Even though he had used the Tian Madra, he had not reached the point of being completely exhausted. Although it seemed to be a bit difficult, he did not fall. On the contrary, Qi Lian couldn't take it anymore. He knelt on one knee and spurted out blood. He thought that he could easily take down Jiang Chen, but in the end he almost died in Jiang Chen's hands. He wanted to escape, but found that Jiang Chen had already locked onto him. Master? At this moment Wang Fengqi cried out in alarm. His face was pale. Lin Kuan's palm had struck his chest, breaking his veins and leaving him on the verge of death. Jiang Chen's pupils shrunk. He immediately rushed forward. At this moment, Wu Ningzhu and Yan Qingqing had been forced into a desperate situation. Jiang Chen's eyes were filled with murderous intent. His white robe was soaked with blood. It was hard to tell if it was red or white. Seeing Wu Ningzhu and Yan Qingqing being beaten back, and Wang Fengqi on the verge of death, Jiang Chen's anger burst out at this moment. Sword 19 soared into the sky, dancing about the cosmos. His sword flew through the air, causing the world to descend into chaos. Sword projections covered the area, making it impossible for the four sects to hide. All of you go to hell. Jiang Chen was enraged. Wu Ningzhu's face and body were left with several marks. She was bleeding profusely. Yan Qingqing wasn't any better. At this moment he could only kill all four of them to relieve the hatred in his heart. No, don't. The four of them were pale. Their eyes were flickering with the fear of death. However, Jiang Chen wouldn't give them the chance to escape. His family members were almost buried in their hands. These despicable bastards. Only by killing them would he be able to relieve the hatred in his heart. Jiang Chen's aura soared to the sky. The 19 Swords' domineering aura was shocking. It was getting closer to perfection. At that moment, 19 sword shadows descended from the heavens. The four sect masters were trembling, knowing that they were going to die. No matter how they tried to escape, they wouldn't be able to escape. This was a life and death calamity for them. One sword strike, the four seas were leveled. The sword fell from the sky and the sun rose. Chapter 3490. Jiang Chen held the heavenly dragon sword with the corner of his mouth slightly raised. Blood dripped down from the blade and a cold aura permeated the surrounding thousands of miles of the void, causing people's hearts to palpitate. Qi Lian silently looked at Jiang Chen with a lingering fear in his heart. He could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. His whole body was trembling silently. He had used almost everything in this battle. The heaven-stealing pill and the sun-changing pill were his life-saving pills. However, he still could not defeat Jiang Chen at the crucial moment. Qi Lian sighed incomparably. The four masters of the petrifying sect, Lin Kuan, Huang Longyu, Bailey Fenghua, and Jia Hiichi, were all killed by Jiang Chen with a single strike. Four mid-divine emperor realm masters. The Kunshan prefecture was destined to be in an uproar. This was also the reason why Qi Lian was shocked. Jiang Chen was too strong, too terrifying, and no one could compete with him. The remaining people of the petrification sect covered their faces and wept. They were in despair because Jiang Chen had almost destroyed the foundation of their sect. The petrification sect only existed in name now. As for the other three sects, their core forces and sect lords were all forgotten. They were destined to be unable to recover from this setback. The entire Kunshan County would probably become turbulent in the next 100 or even 1,000 years. Master is too strong. Wang Fengqi said from the bottom of his heart. There was a blazing light in the depths of his eyes. No one could understand what he was feeling at this moment. His master was like an insurmountable mountain. To Wang Fengqi, being in front of him was an endless gratification and honor. However, it was also an indescribable pressure. If he didn't live up to expectations, he would lose face for his master. To Wang Fengqi, this was a very painful matter. Wang Fengqi's great enmity was avenged. Although he was on the verge of death, he still managed to keep his life. But at that moment he discovered that he had lost his hatred. He was no longer able to support the internal conflict of the god realm in his heart. Where should he go? Jiang Chen's eyes were full of persistence. His face was strangely cold. In Jiang Chen's eyes, Wang Fengqi saw his master's tenacity, indifference and gentleness. The complexity of his inner world was indescribable. However, he felt that his master was far more tired than him. But he did not say it, nor did he tell anyone about it. Even his two confidants might not fully understand the vastness of his heart. At this moment, Jiang Chen's figure was like a sword. He had killed the 4 great sect masters and defeated the elders of the Ghost Pill sect. It could be said that it was difficult to pacify the 4 Cs. His master was struggling to move forward. Wang Fengqi seemed to have found his target. Sister Feng had already passed away. Master did not hesitate to fight to the death for them. Of course, if he were to leave now, wouldn't his master be too sad and unreasonable? Even if it was for his master, he had to live well. He had to live more brilliantly than anyone else. He had to make his master proud. At this moment, the world darkened. The entire fossil sect was silent. The dust had settled and even the air seemed to have solidified. This guy is too terrifying. It's better to leave first. Qi Lian turned around, wanting to quickly escape. However, he found that Jiang Chen's sword was already hovering above his head. You want to leave? Haha, aren't you a little too anxious? Running away after acting cool? How can there be such an exciting thing in this world? Jiang Chen's sword was placed horizontally in front of Qi Lian. At this moment, Qi Lian's expression became extremely ugly. He subconsciously took a few steps back. He knew that it wouldn't be easy for him to get out of this alive. Then what do you want? Don't force me. Let's fight to the death. I might not be afraid of you. Qi Lian said fiercely. His eyes narrowed as he looked at Jiang Chen. His heart was incomparably complicated. Life and death were only a thin line apart. Do you believe your own words? You want to fight to the death with me? Ah, what a joke. Who told you about this? Not many people know about this. Jiang Chen looked at Qi Lian with interest. If Feng Gudong knew about this, he would definitely keep it a secret. Even those who had risked their lives with him did not know about it. Therefore, the person who leaked this information was very important to Jiang Chen. He wanted to know who was behind this. Xuanhuan, this answer shouldn't surprise you. Xuanhuan, I don't think you're surprised by my answer. He wants your life, but I only want the thing in your hand. Today I, Qi Lian, admit my defeat. It's really sad to be defeated by you. However, you have to let me go today. Otherwise, I will spread the news about you possessing the inheritance of the craftsman god. At that time, the entire central region divine land will be in chaos. Do you think that there will be a place for you, Jiang Chen, to hide under the heavens? Ah, you must let me go. This is your only choice. If I leave, I will definitely not tell the public about this. Because you still have a great treasure. There is no reason for me to share such a big piece of meat with others, right? Qi Lian said with a smile. The corners of his mouth curled into a gentle smile. This was his trump card, his final trump card. Qi Lian knew that Jiang Chen would definitely not take this risk. Because once his identity was exposed, he would become the target of everyone. The inheritance of the craftsman god. This news was too shocking to the central region divine land that had been peaceful for thousands of years. So you're threatening me? Jiang Chen shook his head and sighed. You can say that. However, you can also use me as a means to protect yourself. After all, if I die, then everything will be over. I will definitely not push myself into an abyss of eternal damnation. The one who truly wants your life is Xuanhuan. He is the one who wants to kill you. As for why, I don't know. However, as long as you let me go, I will definitely not cause trouble for you again. Qi Lian said in a deep voice. His eyes narrowed into a line as he looked at Jiang Chen. He was quite nervous because he didn't know what would happen next. You're such a smart person. You won't do anything stupid, right? Qi Lian's words made Jiang Chen's eyes turn even colder. The Xuanhuan was really hateful. Jiang Chen didn't expect that Xuanhuan would tell someone else such an important piece of information. However, Jiang Chen wasn't a person who would be threatened. The moment Qi Lian threatened him, he had already decided to kill Qi Lian. This arrogant fella deserved to die without a burial place. Your plan is not bad. However, It's a pity that you've miscalculated one thing. No one can threaten me, Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's eyes turned cold. He soared into the sky and slashed down with his sword. Qi Lian retreated step by step and resisted with all his might. However, it was getting harder and harder. However, Jiang Chen didn't give him the slightest chance. Even though he was also heavily injured, he was determined to kill Qi Lian. If worst comes to worst, he could just run all over the world. He didn't mind making the whole world his enemy, but he wouldn't be threatened by Qi Lian. However, Jiang Chen's heart was extremely solemn, because he needed to finish this battle as soon as possible. After killing Qi Lian, he needed to leave this place as soon as possible. Chapter 3491. Oh no, he's finally here. Jiang Chen's expression changed. He had expected this to happen. That was why he wanted to kill Qi Lian and leave this place as soon as possible. However, he didn't expect him to come so soon. This he was none other than Jiang Chen's senior brother, xuanhuan. How could he give up on the craftsman god's inheritance? Therefore Qi Lian must be his bait. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. This was the trick he was best at. Fresh blood flew past Jiang Chen's ears. Qi Lian knelt on the ground, his eyes were filled with disbelief. Jiang Chen knew that he was too late to leave. xuanhuan had already arrived. You're really useless. The ghost pill sect has a useless elder like you. It's really shameful. However, it's good that you're dead. Everything ends here. As for those people who spread rumors about you, I've already killed them all. xuanhuan walked over slowly and patted Qi Lian's shoulder. At this moment, Qi Lian's face was pale. His soul had been extinguished and his body had been destroyed. He couldn't be more dead. However, he didn't expect that he would die in xuanhuan's hands. Say, shouldn't you give me a break? Junior brother? I helped you kill all those people who wanted to spread the news about you. No matter how you look at it, this can be considered a great merit, right? xuanhuan crossed his arms in front of his chest and stood proudly. He looked Jiang Chen in the eye. At this moment, he was ready to kill Jiang Chen and seize the inheritance. This move was quite smooth. However, Qi Lian was a chess piece that xuanhuan couldn't live without. It seems like I've underestimated you, senior brother, Jiang Chen Lung said. He had used the Qi Lian to consume his combat strength before attacking. Obviously he had come prepared. At this time he was waiting on the periphery. Only when both of them were injured would he be able to take advantage of the situation. Otherwise, once he was discovered, Jiang Chen would not continue to entangle with him. However, it was too late to say these things now. You can't say that. Little junior brother, if it wasn't for you running about for the sake of Master's inheritance, I wouldn't be so anxious, right? Since you've obtained Master's inheritance, you should have come looking for me a long time ago. Why are you waiting for me to come looking for you? Isn't this causing a lot of trouble? Qi Lian deserved to die. He threatened you, junior brother, so how could I let him go? Haha, come back with me obediently and pass the inheritance to me. This is what a junior brother like you should do. xuanhuan said with a smile. There was a mellow smile on his face. It was hard for others to notice that he was already overflowing with killing intent. Wu Ningzhu, Yan Qingqing and the others were not fools. They could naturally see that at this moment, this so-called senior brother of Jiang Chen must have come with bad intentions. Their situation became difficult again. Senior brother, it seems like you've been scheming for the sake of Master's inheritance. I'm afraid you've been waiting for this day for thousands of years. Jiang Chen sighed and shook his head. I've been worried for a day without seeing you. I'm afraid that something might have happened to junior brother. But it seems like you're fine now. Come with me. You don't have a choice now, do you? This part of the sky has already been completely sealed by me. Therefore, it doesn't seem to be that easy for you to enter that so-called tortoise shell of yours. Even if you manage to enter it, you won't be able to escape from my palm. xuanhuan said with a faint smile. He looked confident and calm. Jiang Chen's expression became extremely ugly, because he had already guessed what xuanhuan wanted to do. However, before everyone could finish their words, a terrifying sound wave descended from the sky. At that moment, everyone's faces were pale and their eyes were lifeless. The moment the conch horn was blown, the sky and earth changed color. All the disciples, demonic beasts, birds and fishes of the petrified sect couldn't escape death. The disciples that were already packing their bags and preparing to leave this place were all dumbfounded. Under the terrifying sound wave attack, They were shaken to the point that their organs were torn apart. Their faces turned pale, and they died with blood flowing out of their orifices. Save me. I don't want to die. Is the rock sect really going to be destroyed like this? You bunch of executioners, what did we do wrong? We are only the lowest level disciples. You will definitely be struck by lightning. Miserable shrieks lingered in their ears. However, for xuanhuan and the others, their deaths had no value. They were just ants. What did the lives of ants have to do with them? Jiang Chen's face was pale. Facing the 9 spiraling spiral sound formation laid out by the 9 experts of the Battle God clan, Jiang Chen could not defend against the sound wave attack. Even the Zulong Tower could not stop the terrifying sound wave attack. Although the Zulong Tower had weakened the sound wave attack, the 9 spiraling spiral sound formation was still too powerful. Moreover, with the 9 experts of the Battle God clan controlling the formation, he had completely fallen into a deadlock. Xuanhuan seemed to have calculated everything. He must have been brooding over the fact that he had escaped from his hands previously. That's why he was trying everything to kill him. At this moment, Wang Fengqi was already bleeding profusely. Blood was flowing out of his eyes and ears. Jiang Chen knew that not only Wang Fengqi, Wu Ningzhu and Yan Qingqing might not be able to hold on any longer. Currently they were in great pain and their faces were extremely ugly. Jiang Chen's face was deathly pale. This Xuanhuan, it looked like she had already prepared everything for this ambush. Jiang Chen, let's see how long you can last. Xuanhuan turned a deaf ear to Do Kuan's words and silently watched this scene. He was planning to capture Jiang Chen the moment he was forced out of the spatial divine tool. 9 spiraling spiral sound formation, no one can stay out of it. Ah! Do Kuan shouted. He looked at the other 8 and continued. Activate the Do formation technique. Put in more effort. In an instant, the entire petrified sect was filled with cries of disaster. The remaining tens of thousands of disciples were also killed. Not a single one was spared. Puff! Wu Ningzhu could not hold on any longer. She spurted out a mouthful of blood. Traces of blood flowed out from her beautiful azure eyes. Sister Ningyu, it's all right. It's all right. Wu Ningzhu shook her head. However, she was afraid that Jiang Chen would be worried. Blood flowed out from her eyes. In order to block this terrifying sound wave attack, she had already used all her strength. As for Wang Fengqi, it was even more difficult. In addition to his previous serious injuries, he could not hold on any longer. Jiang Chen's eyes were about to pop out. He shouted in a deep voice. Xuanhuan, today, I will not rest until one of us is dead. As Jiang Chen turned around, he finally could not withstand the pressure of the 9 spiraling spiral sound formation. The 2 of them jumped out of the Zulong Tower. However, it was him and Wang Fengqi, while Wu Ningzhu and Yan Qingqing were left in the Zulong Tower. Wang Fengqi, take the Zulong Tower and leave quickly. Run as far as you can. Remember, I will give you a secret order. When you reach a safe place, you can release your 2 mistresses. Master, but Wang Fengqi's face was extremely bitter. No buts. This is an order. Jiang Chen shouted angrily. Wang Fengqi's body trembled. He knew that he could not disobey his master's order. However, at this moment he understood that his master did not have the confidence to win this battle. Otherwise he would not let him leave with the 2 mistresses in the Zulong Tower. Chapter 3493. Wang Fengqi stared blankly at his master. At this moment he didn't have any other choice. His master gave him such an important task because he wanted to avoid his 2 wives. That was why he left them behind in the Zulong Tower. This was a life-and-death crisis. His master didn't have the confidence to change his fate. His master wasn't a god. He had already killed those bastards. Now, an even more terrifying enemy had appeared, forcing them into a hopeless situation. If he didn't agree to his master's request, he wouldn't be a good disciple. He would be hated by his master for life. Wang Fengqi had no other choice. If he was strong enough, he would definitely risk his life to stand by his master's side. However, his strength was too weak. He wouldn't be of any help at all. Staying here would only add to his master's troubles. Right now, the only thing he could do was to fulfill his master's wish. However, to the 2 wives, it was a tragic matter. His master was fighting with his back to the wall. Hence, he could only let them leave first. Okay. Wang Fengqi nodded heavily. This was the only thing he could do for his master. Jiang Chen glanced at Wang Fengqi with a gratified expression. He couldn't let Sister Wuning and Qingqing fall into a predicament with him. Even if he lost, he had to send them out. Right now, his strength was already under great pressure. If he had to fight against xuanhuan and the 9 experts of the Battle God clan, he would definitely die. His chances of survival were slim. Jiang Chen, you bastard! Wu Ningzhu hammered the Zulong Tower ruthlessly. However, the Zulong Tower didn't have any reaction. They wanted to escape, but it was useless. Without Jiang Chen's command, they wouldn't be able to leave the Zulong Tower. Why did you leave the 2 of us here? What are you trying to do? What exactly do you want? You bastard! Wu Ningzhu shouted in a low voice. She tore the corners of her mouth, her heart, and her eyes, but it was useless. Jiang Chen looked back and smiled. He didn't say a word, but he gave them a final smile. Yan Qingqing looked at Jiang Chen silently. She had forgotten too many things. However, she felt a tinge of sadness at this moment. Tears even flowed down from the corner of her eyes. She did not know what was going on. Why? Why? Yan Qingqing murmured. No one knew what she was trying to say. However, at this moment, Jiang Chen had trapped them in the Zulong Tower. There was no chance for them to escape. They were powerless and could only watch this scene silently. Let's go. Only when you leave can I have no worries. Jiang Chen slowly turned his head. At this moment, Wu Ningzhu almost fell to the ground and was supported by Yan Qingqing. Both of their eyes were filled with extreme pain and suffering. But to Jiang Chen, this was the only way to save them. Only by doing this could he protect them. Go. Jiang Chen shouted angrily and patted Wang Fengqi's shoulder. Wang Fengqi's complexion turned pale. His eyes were filled with tears. It was said that a man shouldn't cry easily. However, he couldn't stop his tears from flowing down. All of this was because of him. Otherwise, how could his master become like this? Wang Fengqi blamed himself. However, he couldn't help his master. He could only send the 2 ladies away. Wang Fengqi held the Zulong Tower in his hand and left resolutely. Because he knew that this was his master's best choice. No, don't. Wu Ningzhu's entire body was trembling. The despair on her face made people's hearts ache. However, Jiang Chen couldn't see it anymore. As long as they were safe and sound, Jiang Chen would be able to fight with xuanhuan to the end. Not bad. He's a loyal guy. However, I don't intend to let them go. That spatial divine tool is not bad. Even I can't refine such a good thing. xuanhuan said with a smile. She was also coveting Jiang Chen's Zulong Tower. In your dreams. You'll have to step over my body. Jiang Chen sneered. The 2 of them looked at each other. Jiang Chen only had 30 to 40% of his strength left. Jiang Chen didn't even have 30% confidence in this battle against xuanhuan. However, in order to save Wu Ningzhu and the others, he wouldn't let them take even half a step over him. Everyone go and capture that kid. Leave this Jiang Chen to me. xuanhuan said in a low voice. No problem. Do Yunquan was the first to attack. He rushed towards Wang Fengqi. Jiang Chen held his saber horizontally and charged forward with his sword. He stood in front of Do Yunquan and the others. Rays of cold light flashed. Do Yunquan attacked fiercely. The 9 silhouettes followed him like shadows. However, Jiang Chen didn't fear them at all. Jiang Chen's expression was extremely unsightly, because his strength was getting more and more difficult. In this battle, the 9 silhouettes filled the void. Jiang Chen staggered backwards. However, he would rather die than lower his head. Only by defending this last line of defense could he safely send Wang Fengqi out of here. Courting death. xuanhuan also attacked randomly, slashing towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen retreated in order to advance. His countenance drastically changed. Facing the 9 experts from the Battle God clan and xuanhuan, he had no choice but to evade. But even so, he was still forced to retreat, looking extremely miserable. Jiang Chen's gaze was sharp. He vowed to protect Wang Fengqi's back with his life. Jiang Chen was forced to retreat, feeling extremely miserable. A casual attack from xuanhuan was already defeated by the 9 experts from the Battle God clan. However, Jiang Chen didn't stop. Even if he had to risk his life, he wanted to fight these people to the end. For Sister Ning, for Qingqing, for his disciple Wang Fengqi, and most importantly, for the dignity of his man. Jiang Chen stood there proudly. Although he was beaten to a miserable state, he still gave Wang Fengqi enough time to escape. Damn fellow, I gave you face but you don't want it. xuanhuan said in a deep voice. Although he really wanted to obtain the ancestral dragon pagoda that Jiang Chen had left behind, it was still inferior to the inheritance of the craftsman god. If something unexpected happened at this time, he would lose more than he gained. That would be the biggest failure of his plan if the duck that was already in his mouth flew away. Your opponent is me. You guys are not qualified to touch my Jiang Chen's woman. Jiang Chen held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand as he advanced step by step. However, he wasn't careless at all when he was blocking the 10 experts. Since you insist on seeking death, I will grant you your wish. After all, nothing can be compared to my junior brother. Xuanhuan was naturally full of confidence in this battle, and had a well-planned strategy. Chapter 3494. Ancient Soaring Dragon Technique. Jiang Chen kept on squeezing out the divine origin energy in his body, and his mightiness changed again as he clashed with Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan's battle had turned into a giant chain, clashing with Jiang Chen's sword shadows. The 19th sword soared into the sky, and the soul of the heavenly dragon sword turned into a mad dragon, roaring and rushing towards Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan strolled leisurely, his expression calm as he closed in on Jiang Chen again and again. Great Reincarnation Palm. The giant palm soared into the sky, and its shadow was like a tiger. It was like a boundless Buddhist seal, and instantly overlapped with Jiang Chen's countless sword shadows. The might of the 19th sword was strong, but Jiang Chen's strength was not enough to withstand it. Jiang Chen was sent flying backwards, blood flowing out from the corner of his mouth, and his eyes were cold. 5 stars Do Formation Technique. Go to hell. Do Yunkuan sneered. Sound waves rippled out from his formation, and the void between the heavens and earth seemed to distort. Jiang Chen's figure was also struck by hundreds and thousands of sound waves. His flesh was torn apart and his face was pale. Soul extermination. Jiang Chen unleashed his spiritual strength to resist the sound wave attack. At the moment when the sound wave attack landed, Jiang Chen endured the tremendous impact and counterattacked. A spiritual storm swept out. Do Yunkuan and the others' expression changed drastically. Blood spurted out from their bodies as they were sent flying backwards and fell onto the ground. Xuanhuan was already prepared, and she quickly retreated. Her spiritual strength erupted, but it was still unable to injure Jiang Chen. She furrowed her brows and took advantage of the situation to pursue. After Jiang Chen's spiritual attack landed, Xuanhuan changed her palm technique again, and it was like a 5-finger mountain, making it hard for Jiang Chen to escape. Get lost. Jiang Chen staggered backwards. Did he use the heavenly seal again? The heavenly seal. However, this time his Tao essence had been fully unleashed. Compared to before, it was much weaker. It was not enough to kill Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan shouted and clashed with Jiang Chen. Both of them were pushed back. Xuanhuan's face was flushed red. However, Jiang Chen looked like he was about to run out of energy. Now, what are you going to use to fight me? Xuanhuan sneered and pointed her finger. This time she would not let Jiang Chen escape. Brother Xuanhuan, this guy is definitely going to die. Congratulations. Do Yunkuan coughed twice and said in a low voice. Their injuries weren't light, but their lives weren't in danger. Jiang Chen's desperate counterattack had caused them to suffer some losses, but against Xuanhuan's strength, Jiang Chen was completely helpless. He was already in great pain and was struggling on the verge of death. Junior brother, you're still my junior brother. Seems like you're still going to lose to me. Xuanhuan smiled faintly and looked at Jiang Chen. At this moment he could see the myriad chi cauldron, and that damnable master of his. All of this belonged to him in the end. The so-called inheritance of the craftsman god no longer exists. From today onwards I am the craftsman god. No wonder master didn't pass the inheritance to you back then. If he did, the entire divine world would be in chaos. Jiang Chen shook his head and sighed. The craftsman god had long seen through his rebellious nature. This fellow was blinded by greed, and was too arrogant and despotic. Hence, no matter what, he would never be able to obtain the inheritance of the craftsman god. So what? Now, the craftsman god's inheritance will still end up in my hands, right? With just you? You don't have that ability yet. In your hands, the inheritance will only be buried. But in my hands, it's destined to shine brightly. Ah, that old bastard, he must be blind. I am his most outstanding disciple, his only successor, but he would rather die than hand over the craftsman god's inheritance to me. Even until his death he was so resolute. What do I, Xuanhuan, have that he was not satisfied with? In this world can you find a second me? How sad, how lamentable. If he had honestly passed the inheritance to me, maybe he wouldn't have died. Xuanhuan's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. His gaze was so sharp that he wanted nothing more than to tear Qin Wentian's flesh apart. From the beginning to the end, even after millions of years, that old bastard still made him feel resentful. Even if I die, you can forget about obtaining the craftsman god's inheritance. To you, if the craftsman god's inheritance falls into your hands, then the divine world will definitely suffer a great calamity. Jiang Qin said in a low voice. Ah, well said. I xuanhuan am like this. What can you do to me? When the time comes, I'll definitely start a massacre. Won't you be helpless against me? Do you think you're the savior of this world? You have no idea what I, xuanhuan, want to do. How can a sparrow or swallow know the ambitions of a swan? Xuanhuan said arrogantly. Now, do you still want to defy the heavens? Those who submit to me will prosper, those who oppose me will perish. Die for me. Xuanhuan flipped his palm again, his aura swallowing mountains and rivers, his momentum like a rainbow. Ah! Jiang Qin roared in anger. A 5 elements divine dragon seal collided with Xuanhuan's attack. The result was obvious. Jiang Qin was forced back in a sorry state, blood spurting out from his mouth. He was also in a precarious situation. You're just putting up a desperate struggle. Quietly enjoy your death. Xuanhuan's eyes flickered. He rushed forward again, determined to kill Jiang Qin. However, a meteor-like figure filled the sky. It was white as snow, wreaking havoc like a storm. He forced Xuanhuan to retreat. With a wave of his silver spear, the sun set in the sky. Who are you? How dare you stop me, Xuanhuan? I've never heard of anyone with such guts. Xuanhuan squinted his eyes and said indifferently. He looked at the young man in white with a silver spear in his hand. It's you? Jiang Qin smiled bitterly. He didn't expect it to be Lung Rian, the one who lost to him before. Lung Rian turned his head and looked at Jiang Qin, slightly nodding his head. I owe you a life. Today I'll definitely protect you. Lung Rian said. Haha, who do you think you are? You want to protect him? You're overestimating yourself. Let's see what you're capable of. Xuanhuan said arrogantly. Lung Rian was strong, but it wasn't easy to make him change his mind. Not to mention Jiang Qin was a hot commodity in his eyes. Whether it works or not, we'll know after we try. Lung Rian slowly raised the long spear in his hand. His eyes were as cold as ice. Lung Rian didn't like to owe anyone anything. She was once defeated by Jiang Qin, but Jiang Qin spared her life. This was their destiny. Therefore, even though she knew that she was more likely to lose than to win today, Lung Rian wouldn't back down. As a man, this was her honor and her dignity. Fine, I'll fulfill your wish. All of you have to die. Chapter 3495. You go first. Leave this to me. Lung Rian said in a deep voice. She resolutely fought against Xuanhuan. Her attacks were swift and fierce, and her momentum was monstrous. Jiang Qin did not leave. He allowed Lung Rian to fight against Xuanhuan. If Lung Rian lost and died, he would not be at ease. Jiang Qin was like him. They appreciated each other's talents, but he did not like to owe others. In this battle, Lung Rian, who was once his enemy, sacrificed herself to protect him. Jiang Qin was deeply touched. After all, Xuanhuan was extremely powerful. Although Lung Rian was not weak, when fighting against Xuanhuan, she seemed to be unable to cope. As the two of them fought intensely, Lung Rian relied on her powerful silver spear to stabilize the situation. However, she was forced to retreat step by step, looking extremely miserable. Jiang Qin frowned. At this time he could not leave. If he did, he would be in an unjust situation. Lung Rian, as long as you hold on for another hour, I will recover some of my strength. There is still a chance. Jiang Qin narrowed his eyes and murmured in his heart. You are not strong enough to fight against me. I will kill anyone who stands in my way today. Xuanhuan shouted coldly. Her palms were like fire. 3,000 lightning haste. Lung Rian swung her spear horizontally. Every step she took was filled with killing intent. However, facing Xuanhuan's pressure, it became more and more difficult for her. How dare you behave atrociously in my Kunshan County? How dare you? Just as Jiang Qin was shocked, a black-clothed figure appeared in the sky. He stood on a flying sword with his hands behind his back. His eyes were as cold as ice. Good lad, you are finally back. Jiang Qin's lips curled up slightly. The Kunshan County Petrified sect had been fighting for a long time. If the sword-drawing sect did not make any moves at this time, then he really suspected that the people of the sword-drawing sect were all dead. Brother Jiang, I'm not too late, am I? The man's expression was cold. However, when he looked at Jiang Qin, his lips curled up into a wide smile. The person in front of him was none other than the ninth swordmaster of the sword-drawing sect, Xueliang. He was Jiang Chen's sworn brother, and it was Jiang Chen who helped him win the position of swordmaster. Therefore, for Xueliang, Jiang Chen's kindness could not be expressed in words. Moreover, the friendship between him and Jiang Chen was self-evident. "I'm not dead, so it's not too late," Jiang Chen said faintly. However, at this moment his worries were completely gone. Seeing Jiang Chen's serious look, Xueliang gave a wry smile. "Does this guy think I'm late? Brother Jiang, don't worry. With me around, no one will be able to hurt you. The sword-drawing sect is your strong shield. It won't be long before the sword-drawing sect's main force rushes over." Xueliang held the immortal exterminating sword and said in a deep voice, "It's just this also. I've managed to avoid a calamity." Jiang Chen thought about it and sighed. It was really a dangerous situation. He thought that he would definitely die. However, heaven helps a good man. Lung Rian and Xueliang had arrived together. At this moment he finally felt relieved. "Let's go and help Lung Rian first. She's also my friend," Jiang Chen said. At this moment, it was not the time to reminisce. Lung Rian was still fighting and she saved Jiang Chen from danger. Xueliang nodded and rushed up to the void, pointing his sword at xuanhuan. The battle had just begun. Jiang Chen was relieved and Lung Rian's expression was slightly relaxed. After all, the person who came was Jiang Chen's helper. She did not have to risk her life. On the other hand, xuanhuan's expression was very ugly. The person who stood on the flying sword was not to be underestimated. Xueliang's strength was comparable to Lung Rian's. The immortal execution sword was cold and full of killing intent. Another one who is not afraid of death. Xuanhuan gritted her teeth and said, "We still don't know who's not afraid of death. You're really arrogant to fight so fearlessly in the territory of my sword-drawing sect." Xueliang smiled faintly. The stone sect was annihilated and the 4 sect masters were killed. The news of the sword-drawing sect had long been known. However, even Xueliang did not expect that it was actually done by Jiang Chen. The sword-drawing sect naturally stood on Jiang Chen's side. After all, Jiang Chen was a member of the sword-drawing sect. Although he was the honorary swordmaster, the sword-drawing sect knew about Jiang Chen's strength. How could they give up a top master like him? Even so what? Don't try to frame me with the sword-drawing sect. It is not too late for you two to defeat me. Xuanhuan harumphed coldly. Although she was shocked, she didn't panic. The strength of these 2 men might not be able to match Jiang Chen's strength. Furthermore, Jiang Chen was in great danger, that's why he was so fearless. If it was really these 3 men, she would definitely avoid them. Don't be arrogant. How can you be an enemy of the sword-drawing sect? I'm just the vanguard. It will not take long before the people of the sword-drawing sect arrive. By then, you will not be able to escape even if you have wings. However, it is impossible for you to leave now. You should ask the sword in my hand first." Xueliang did not talk nonsense with Xuanhuan. He exchanged a glance with Lung Rian and both of them faced Xueliang. Their battle intent was fully unleashed. Xuanhuan was fighting against 2 people at the same time. His expression was extremely solemn. These 2 people were not ordinary divine emperor experts. During the battle he actually became fearful. However, Xuanhuan did not use his full strength. He had his own plans. He was afraid that the 9 experts of the Battle God clan would be watching the battle and spoil his plan. Time passed by. Jiang Chen looked at the battle between Xueliang and Xuanhuan. They were evenly matched and neither of them had the upper hand. Although it was the first time that Lung Rian and Xueliang worked together, their strength was obvious. Xuanhuan was fighting against 2 people at the same time. What he was most worried about was that the people of the sword-drawing sect would chase after him. If that happened, he would be trapped here easily. Although the 9 experts of the Battle God clan also joined in the battle, they seemed to be very useless. They also had their own plans. They did not fight with their lives on the line because they did not want to die a graveless death. Although the Battle God clan wanted to kill Jiang Chen, the current situation was extremely disadvantageous to them. "You two, I have to go first. I will leave this guy to you. See you later." Jiang Chen's body trembled. He suddenly looked towards the west because he could feel an extremely terrifying force coming from the east, and it was heading towards the direction where Wang Fengqi had gone. Jiang Chen was afraid that something bad would happen, so he quickly left the place. Chapter 3496. Jiang Chen was worried. But with Shuai Liang and Leng Rian stopping Shangguan Hongyan, he had nothing to worry about. Jiang Chen's Emperor Realm's soul engulfed the area. Almost the entire sky was under his control. With the help of the Zulong Tower, it wouldn't take long for him to find them. Although he didn't know where the mysterious force was heading to, it was heading in the same direction as Wang Fengqi. That's why he was worried. Jiang Chen didn't know why, but he was getting more and more anxious. Although he didn't have 10% of his strength left, he didn't dare to be careless. "Sister Ning, you must wait for me," Jiang Chen murmured and soared into the sky. He was racing against time. By the time Wang Fengqi turned around, he was already several tens of thousands of miles away. However, he still didn't stop because he didn't know what would happen if he stopped. What he was most worried about was his master's situation. Whether he was dead or alive, Wang Fengqi still didn't know. "Master, please don't let anything happen to you. Otherwise, how would I have the face to meet the two mistresses?" Wang Fengqi murmured. He was struggling in his heart, but he was really helpless in that kind of situation. If he was alone, he would definitely choose to follow his master to the end of his life, but his master gave him an incomparably important task, which was to bring the ancestral dragon pagoda to save his master's wives. At this time, he knew that it was difficult to disobey his master's order, but he still felt sad in his heart. All of this happened because of him, and now it had led to such a situation. Wang Fengqi could only try his best to bring the two mistresses away from here. This was the only thing he could do. If his master died, he would definitely not live alone. This was not blind loyalty, but a man's dignity. A man would rather die than be humiliated. How could he feel at ease when his master was in danger? But just at this moment, the skies were filled with dark clouds. The entire world seemed to have darkened as the thunderbolts and hurricanes in the surroundings intertwined with one another. Wang Fengqi's face changed. He was at a loss as to what to do with this strange phenomenon. This was definitely not something that he could imagine. He could already feel himself being surrounded. This feeling of not being able to move even an inch was filled with despair. "Who?" Wang Fengqi roared in anger. His voice spread through the void, but the surrounding heaven and earth seemed to be isolated. The echoes of his voice rang out incessantly. The thunder became even more violent, and the hurricane became even colder. Could it be that master had lost? Had that Xuanhuan Hongyan caught up to him again? Wang Fengqi thought to himself, but he couldn't move an inch. He was forced to kneel on one knee by that terrifying pressure. His face was pale and he couldn't take another step forward. "Release the people in the tower." A low voice with an unquestionable deterrence said faintly. Wang Fengqi's expression changed. Within the thunderclouds, a sinister face formed from black clouds appeared. It was even more frightening than the skeletons. It was at least 100 zhang tall, blocking out the sun and sky, completely blocking Wang Fengqi's view. Above his head, there wasn't the slightest bit of light. Within the black clouds, that terrifying face opened its bloody mouth, as if it could swallow the heavens and earth. "Who are you?" Wang Fengqi shouted in a deep voice, firmly protecting the Zulong Tower. This person wasn't Shangguan Hongyan. Could it be that there was someone behind them eyeing them covetously? "Kid, you don't have the right to know who I am. Don't force me to say it again. Otherwise, you'll regret coming to this world." That giant face was filled with endless pressure, causing Wang Fengqi to smile bitterly. His blood and spirit were oppressed to the point that it was difficult to bear. Even his muscles and bones seemed to be locked, and the pressure made it difficult for him to breathe. That giant face was like a judge from hell. Even if Wang Fengqi wanted to reject it, he didn't know how to say it. However, his two mistresses were still in the Zulong Tower. He would never let them be frightened. Even if he died, he would not use his ultimate skill. "Don't even think about it. Even if you kill me and get the Zulong Tower, you won't be able to open it," Wang Fengqi said firmly. Hee, it seems like you're a tough nut to crack. Let's see which of us is more terrifying." The gigantic face's voice was calm, as though there wasn't the slightest bit of anger in it. In an instant, Wang Fengqi felt as though his body and mind were no longer under his control. The moment he raised his head, he saw Sister Feng, a graceful figure leisurely walking towards him. "Sister Feng, you're not dead. You're still alive. That's great. How could I leave you alone? Brother Qi, we promised that we would never be apart from each other for the rest of our lives. How could I let you suffer alone in this world? Let's go, we'll be together forever." Sister Feng approached him and said in a soft voice with a shy look, "All right, we'll never be apart for the rest of our lives," Wang Fengqi said with a serious expression. He was overjoyed. At this moment, he knew that the flame of his life had been reignited. "We must be honest with each other. Otherwise, how can we be considered protecting each other? Sister Feng pouted and said unhappily. You're hiding something from me? You must be hiding something from me. I'm not. The heavens and earth can prove my love for you. Ever since you left, I've been feeling haggard. I can't wait to be with you every second of every day and night. Do you know that? I've missed you so much. I've missed you so much. Wang Fengqi murmured with a tear in his eye. Since you love me so much, you should tell me everything. That way we can be honest with each other, right? You haven't seen me for so long. Don't you want to tell me anything? Sister Feng said with a disappointed look. Wang Fengqi was extremely anxious. He told little Sister Feng everything that had happened to him during this period of time, and they had a pleasant chat. What about the Zulong Tower? What's going on with the Zulong Tower? I'd like to take a look. Sister Feng said curiously. No, it belongs to Master. I can't touch it. Wang Fengqi shuddered. Don't you love me anymore? Aren't you willing to fulfill such a small request? Sister Feng said pitifully as she took a step back. At that moment, Wang Fengqi's heart felt like it was being stabbed by a knife. Don't go, Sister Feng. No, you can't leave. Sister Feng, I'll bring you in. I'll bring you in to take a look. Chapter 3497. Wang Fengqi held onto Sister Feng's hand. With a shift of his divine will, they appeared in the ancestral dragon pagoda. However, his sister Feng had undergone a drastic change at this instant. She turned into an incomparably terrifying ghostly figure. With a flash of the ghostly figure, Sister Feng disappeared without a trace. Even Wang Fengqi could feel extreme pain and sorrow. Wang Fengqi's mind suddenly changed. His body trembled. He suddenly opened his eyes and roared, You're not Sister Feng. You're not Sister Feng. Sister Feng is already dead. Get lost. Wang Fengqi slashed out with his sword towards the ghostly figure, but at that moment, he seemed to have been frozen in place, unable to extricate himself and unable to move even an inch. Who doesn't have a weakness in life? The skinny ghost smiled coldly. Wang Fengqi's heart sank. He knew that he had been deceived by the illusion. Even if he died 10,000 times, he couldn't wash away his sins. The sky was calm and peaceful, and the peaks of the mountains were completely silent. Jiang Chen's expression changed slightly. His expression was extremely cold. He finally found Wang Fengqi at the peak of the mountain in the distance. Fengqi! Jiang Chen shouted. However, Wang Fengqi's figure was like a hook. He knelt there motionlessly. His aura was also relatively weak. His soul was distorted. It was obvious that he was in pain. It was even more difficult than cutting his flesh and picking out his bones. Master, I'm sorry. Wang Fengqi said with great difficulty. His eyes were cloudy. His heart was torn apart. He was already at the end of his rope. In addition, his heart was dead. Wang Fengqi's life was hanging by a thread. Why did this happen? Jiang Chen's body trembled. His face was pale. He was extremely dispirited. Who is it? Who is it? Jiang Chen's voice turned cold as he said in a deep voice. I don't know. But Master's wife said that it was someone from the Buddha Tower. Both Master's wives have been taken away. Wang Fengqi said while crying. All of this, in the end, had an unavoidable relationship with him. Wang Fengqi felt that his master's eyes seemed to have dimmed at that moment. There was nothing sadder than a dead heart. His master happened to have such a look. Buddha Tower, Buddha Tower. It's the Buddhist pagoda again. Jiang Chen will fight you to the death. Jiang Chen let out a thunderous roar, and his face paled as he coughed up a mouthful of blood. It wasn't the blood of his injuries but rather the blood of his heart. I'm sorry, Master, I'm sorry. It's all Fengqi's fault. I couldn't protect the two mistresses. I can only apologize with my death. Wang Fengqi was completely disheartened. As soon as he finished speaking, he severed his own arteries and veins. At that moment, Jiang Chen helplessly shook his head, an incomparably conflicted expression on his face. Wang Fengqi, in his guilt and self-blame, chose to die as an apology. However, Jiang Chen knew that all of this wasn't his fault. If he wanted to blame someone, he could only blame himself for not having the ability to protect them. Jiang Chen's heart was incomparably painful. Tower is here. Jiang Chen roared. Thunder rumbled and the sky changed color. Thousands of miles away, the Zulong Tower instantly flew towards Jiang Chen like a ray of light. A white-haired man rubbed his nose, smiled indifferently and murmured, "This is good stuff. This is good stuff. Seems like it has a soul." The Zulong Tower flew back to Jiang Chen's side from thousands of miles away at an incomparably terrifying speed. However, at that moment, although he desperately hoped that Wu Ningzhu and Yan Qingqing were still in the Zulong Tower, the result was that the Zulong Tower was empty. At that moment, although the Zulong Tower had returned to his hands, all the hope in Jiang Chen's heart was instantly shattered. Jiang Chen coughed up a few mouthfuls of blood again. In his heart there was struggle, self-blame, and most of all, self-blame. I'm really useless. Sister Ning Qingqing, I'm sorry. I should be the one apologizing. Jiang Chen raised his eyes and looked at the sky. His heart couldn't help but tremble. His gaze was as sharp as a knife. Divine Pagoda, I will definitely grind your bones into ashes. No one can escape from my palm. Jiang Chen's roar lasted for a long time, reverberating in the void. No one could understand the bitterness he was feeling right now. I can't blame you for all this. I've placed all my hopes on you. It's a weight that you can't bear. Jiang Chen shook his head and kept Wang Fengqi's soul and corpse. Wang Fengqi's heart was already dead, but his soul was still there. When he breaks through to the martial emperor realm, he should be able to restore his body in Bai Yunfei. Jiang Chen silently stood on the top of the mountain. 3 years had passed. At this moment, Jiang Chen's strength had completely recovered. However, it wouldn't be easy for him to break through to the mid-divine emperor realm. For the past 3 years, Jiang Chen had not been thinking about Wu Ningzhu, Yan Qingqing, and Yan Xinyu. He knew that his strength was still too weak. Compared to the real experts, he was still too far away. At least, the strongest person he knew should be the Lord of Northern Liang. He had not even met the Lord of Northern Liang yet. He was just a messenger, but he already possessed the battle strength of a mid-divine emperor. What kind of legendary and terrifying person was he? Jiang Chen sat cross-legged. His body was covered with dust and his face was covered with hair. Spring passed and winter came. Wind, frost, rain, and snow fell on his body. However, his heart was not affected by it. Not long after, a golden-robed elder appeared by Jiang Chen's side. Just like Jiang Chen, he stared at the void in silence for a long time. I'm sorry. I'm still in a deep sleep. I don't know about this. The elder sighed and said. The elder was none other than the ancestral dragon emperor, the pagoda soul of the Zulong Tower. Wu Ningzhu and Yan Qingqing were both taken away. As the pagoda soul of the ancestral dragon pagoda, he actually failed to detect the situation and was in a deep slumber. To him he was filled with self-blame. He looked at Jiang Chen with a hint of sympathy. He had witnessed Jiang Chen's performance during this period of time. Jiang Chen had changed. He had become more mature and reserved. Jiang Chen shook his head and said, I don't blame anyone. Jiang Chen didn't blame anyone. He only blamed himself for being too young and weak. It's time to go, right? Jiang Chen said. The Rising Dragon Banquet is coming soon. It's time to go there. The ancestral dragon emperor's eyes were sharp. He stared ahead and nodded heavily. I just want to know how strong I'll be after I participate in the Rising Dragon Banquet and enter the ancient land of the Dragon Clan. Jiang Chen valued strength the most. In a world where the strong ruled, everything else was just empty talk. It should be enough for you to fight your way up to the Buddha's pagoda. As long as the Buddha doesn't take action, there shouldn't be anyone who could be your opponent. The ancestral dragon emperor thought for a while and said, All right. Jiang Chen nodded. At this moment, the two of them headed towards the Eastern Dragon Clan. Chapter 3498. Translator, Ryuxinji Editor, H2DH2 Mr. Mountains, Barren Wilderness, Blue Sea, Blue Sky, Heaven and Earth. To the north of the central continent, in the depths of the desolate divine land, there were many tall mountains and rivers that flowed endlessly. The ancient trees were hundreds of zhang tall, and the mountain rocks were strange and rugged. The wind howled and the white clouds covered the sun. In the deepest part of the desolate divine land, there was a row of tall mountains that pierced through the clouds. Celestial chi lingered in the air, and the green mountains were full of spirituality. It was a sight to behold. The name of the mountain was the Cloud Platform, and it stretched endlessly. There were birds chirping in the air, and there were many demonic beasts roaring in the forest. In half a year, Jiang Chen finally arrived at the depths of the desolate divine land from the edge of the central continent. The forest was lush and dense, covering the entire mountain. It was like a dark green splash-ink landscape, grand and magnificent. Amateus Buddha, I'm afraid that Lady Benefactor's journey will bring about a bloody disaster. There are no traces of her in this forest. May I know where her father is? An old Taoist with a horsetail whisk in his hand said with a serious expression. He had a mustache and triangular eyes. There was an extremely serious aura between his brows. Smelly old Taoist, where did you come from? You still dare to ask me? You're the one who will bring about a bloody disaster, humph. A young girl with her hair tied up in a bun said with disdain. She wore a lotus-colored dress and pouted her lips. She glared at the old Taoist. Subconsciously, she felt that this old Taoist was not a good person. The moment he opened his mouth, he said that she would bring about a bloody disaster. It was truly hateful. The girl was tall and slender. Her long skirt swayed in the wind and butterflies followed behind her. Her fair and bright face was as delicate as water. Even the old Taoist, who did not like beauties, could not help but exclaim in admiration. He lamented that the heavens were beautiful and fate made a fool out of people. Even the heavens were jealous of such a beautiful girl. Alas, it's fine if you don't believe me. But in the near future you will definitely face a bloody calamity. I never lie and I won't accept your guest fee. Just give the string of beads on your wrist to me. It can be considered as a good karma. I see that you are fated with Buddha. No, it's fated with Taoism. That's why you and Lady Benefactor were exposed to the world. It's a sin, it's really a sin. The old Taoist said with a serious face. He was meticulous and his eyes were sincere. Really? You said that I will face a bloody calamity. What is it about? And where was it? Is there a way to break it? The girl frowned. Although she hated this old Taoist, every word he said was like a gem. He did not seem like a liar. She had a strong first impression. Could it be that she had wronged him? Amit Ba, the secrets of the heavens must not be revealed. Taoist priest, why did you say the name of Buddha? The girl looked at the old Taoist suspiciously. She still did not quite believe him and was skeptical. This is because you are ignorant. Lady Benefactor, don't you know that Buddhism and Taoism have been a family since ancient times? That string of beads is fated with me. Why don't you give it to me? I would rather reveal the secrets of the heavens and gain the good karma of Lady Benefactor. The old Taoist said very seriously. His eyes were slightly closed, and he looked like a person of virtue and high cultivation. That can't be done. This is a gift from my mother. I'm really sorry that I can't give it to others. The girl shook her head. Her eyelashes and big curved eyes were full of intelligence. Sai, if that's the case, then it can only mean that we are not fated. The world is so big and there are countless people who want to gain good karma with me. There are not many female benefactors, but there are many young female benefactors. The old Taoist lightly stroked his tiger whiskers. He smiled calmly and slightly nodded. Taoist priest cares about the world. I really admire you. It's a pity that this string of beads is really difficult to give to you. My mother said that this thing is a 10,000-year-old spiritual pearl. It's a good thing second only to the dragon pearl. I just don't want to make my mother sad. The girl said seriously. A gentleman does not take what others love. I am a bit stubborn. Why don't you let me have a look? I really like it. After I look at it, I will definitely give it to you with both hands and return it to you. The old Taoist said seriously. Okay. The girl pondered for a moment, nodded her head, and finally plucked the 10,000 years spiritual orb. Before she could pluck the spiritual orb, the old Taoist could not wait any longer. He grabbed the 10,000 years spiritual orb with both of his hands, and his eyes shone with a strange light, filled with excitement. This 10,000-year-old spiritual pearl is really not bad. Female benefactor, let me play with it for a few hundred years. I will definitely return it to you. The old Taoist took the 10,000-year-old spiritual pearl and turned to leave. His figure was extremely fast. The girl's pretty face turned cold. She shouted, "Smelly old Taoist, give me back my 10,000-year-old spiritual pearl. Haha, we have a deal. I will only play with it for a while. After 100 years I will definitely return it. Don't worry, female benefactor." The smelly old Taoist waved his hand and laughed heartily. He was still very calm and made a solemn vow. Slap. At this moment, a very loud slap landed on the smelly old Taoist's face. The smelly old Taoist was directly slapped away. His face was red and his eyes were filled with shock and anger. Who is it? Show yourself. How dare you sneak attack your grandfather from behind? I will kill you. Haha, it has only been a few years. Elder Taoist Wuda, you are really forgetful. Now that you can't even swindle and trick, you have changed to robbing? Jiang Qin said with a smile. He stood with his arms crossed. He had already snatched the 10,000-year-old spiritual pearl that was stolen by Elder Taoist Wuda. Even Jiang Qin was very shocked. The divine origin chi contained in the 10,000-year-old spiritual pearl was even denser than the divine origin essence. It was indeed a rare treasure. It would definitely be twice the result with half the effort for cultivation. You are not dead yet? Elder Taoist Wu De pointed at Jiang Qin. He covered his face and looked at Jiang Qin. His body trembled. He had stolen the Five Thunders decree from Jiang Qin. Could it be that Jiang Qin is here to take revenge? We are really brought together by fate. Elder Taoist Wu De, why don't you take a look and see if I will have a bloody calamity? Jiang Qin stood with his arms crossed and said lung lung while looking at Elder Taoist Wu De. Cough cough. Brother Jiang, you really know how to joke. Aha, we are naturally brought together by fate. However, with me here you can rest assured. Even if there is a bloody calamity, I will definitely help you avoid it. This is my specialty, so I naturally won't just stand by and watch. Elder Taoist Wu De's face was filled with righteousness. He looked at Jiang Qin and nodded his head. I don't care about a bloody calamity. However, I want to ask Elder Taoist Wu De if you have played enough with the Five Thunders decree? Jiang Qin's words caused Elder Taoist Wu De's body to tremble. He could only smile. However, he could see that Jiang Qin's eyes were filled with killing intent. It seemed like it was really hard for him to explain the Five Thunders decree to Jiang Qin. Brother Jiang, listen to me. You should be able to trust my words, right? I don't believe you. Jiang Qin shook his head and stretched out his hand. Chapter 3499. Old Taoist Wu De smiled bitterly. Brother Jiang Qin, you really should believe me. That Five Thunders edict flew away by itself. I could not catch it at all. If I had it, I would definitely give it to you. Now that my life is in your hands, do I still have any room to refute? If you don't hand over the Five Thunders edict, then I can only apologize. I will use your life to exchange for the Five Thunders edict. After you die, I will search your body. The Five Thunders edict will definitely be mine. Who knows, there might even be some treasures. Jiang Qin smiled. Yes, beat him up, pull out his tendons, peel off his skin, drink his blood. Who asked him to be so shameless to even dare to snatch my orb of spiritual force? Luckily, I am talented and the heavens help me. Humph, if it wasn't for me, I would have been taken advantage of by you. The girl said fiercely, glaring at him fiercely as if she wanted to eat him alive. The girl was a little mischievous, she did not seem to be joking at all. Grand Aunt, although I was confused for a moment, when did I take advantage of you? Don't talk nonsense. Old Taoist Wu De said bitterly. Jiang Qin was startled. This little girl really dared to speak. A child's words carried no harm. Looking at her cute and playful appearance, one could not help but laugh. I'll return the orb of spiritual force to you. Jiang Qin returned the 10,000 years orb to her. The girl smiled at Jiang Qin, her lips were filled with playfulness and innocence. Her smile was mellow and youthful. Brother is still the best, you don't take advantage of me. Inger is grateful, thank you. Jiang Qin shook his head. His gaze once again landed on old Taoist Wu De. This guy had swindled, stole and committed all sorts of crimes. He was an unscrupulous Taoist and he refused to mend his ways. If it wasn't for Jiang Qin bumping into him today, he might have already escaped. Jiang Qin was also very nervous about his Five Thunders edict. You have to believe me, brother Jiang Qin. The Five Thunder edict really ran away on its own. I have no idea where it went. Old Taoist Wu De said with a bitter expression. He could not help but let out a sigh. He glanced at Jiang Qin and became extremely sorrowful. That day I was also muddle-headed. After the incident, I was filled with remorse and wanted nothing more than to commit suicide as an apology. Then why don't you die? Jiang Qin said coldly. At the end of the day, I did not commit suicide to atone for my sins because the heavens have the virtue of cherishing all living beings. However, I've been waiting every day and looking forward to it every night, hoping that one day I can atone for my sins in front of Brother Jiang. I hope that you can forgive me for my unintentional actions back then. I'll do anything to thank you for your kindness. Wu De danced with joy and swore in all sincerity. He did not feel embarrassed at all and had a feeling of being in charge. He spoke passionately. If Jiang Qin was not the person involved, he might even believe it. Your words are better than a song. I want my Five Thunders edict. If you don't have it, you can only atone for your sins with your death. Jiang Qin's stubborn gaze made Wu De feel extremely helpless. He had said so much, but Jiang Qin still wanted the Five Thunders edict. Everything I said is true. The Five Thunders edict flew away by itself. Wu De didn't expect that the Five Thunder edict would be so strange. He really had 8 lifetimes of bad luck. He thought that he had snatched a treasure, but he didn't expect that not only would he fly away, he would also cause trouble for him. Jiang Qin furrowed his brows. Could it be that what this guy said was true? Now that he was on the chopping block, there was no longer a need for him to lie to Jiang Qin. Under Jiang Qin's coercion, it was clear that he had nothing else to say. Then you better take out a treasure that is on par with the Five Thunders Edict. Otherwise I'll still take your life and all the good stuff will be mine. Since the heavens have the virtue of cherishing all living beings, I'll give you a way out. Don't you dare not cherish it. Isn't that right, Miss Inger? By the time Jiang Qin turned around, Inger had already disappeared without a trace. Even he did not notice her. That little girl actually disappeared into thin air? Old Taoist Wuda's face was filled with shock and disbelief. In the short time that the two of them were speaking, it was as if they had evaporated into thin air. Thank you, big brother. I still have something to do, so I'll take my leave first. See you later. Inger's sweet voice reverberated in Jiang Qin's ears. Jiang Qin smiled. In the end he raised his head and looked at old Taoist Wuda. Since this guy did not want to hand over the Five Thunders Edict, Jiang Qin would definitely make him spit out some ivory. Brother Jiang Qin, you actually don't believe me. This poor Taoist is really too sad. You and I can be considered to have fought side by side and we've known each other for a while. Yet you actually want to force this poor Taoist to the path of death. Old Taoist Wuda lamented bitterly. He pounded his chest and stamped his feet. If you don't want to die, then hurry up. Killing one of you is not too much and killing one of you is not too little. Jiang Qin's smile was cold. Old Taoist Wuda did not dare to be negligent. Previously he had seen Jiang Qin's methods. Otherwise he would not be so afraid of Jiang Qin. Sigh, I treated Lord Jiang with sincerity, but Lord Jiang did not treat me with sincerity. This really makes this poor Taoist sigh. Look, brother Jiang, there's someone over there. Old Taoist Wuda pointed to the distance. Needless to say, Jiang Qin also felt two extremely strong forces rushing over. Within a radius of 10,000 li, smoke rose from all directions. The wind howled and the cranes cried. Countless strength swept across the sky. The surrounding ancient trees were destroyed and birds and beasts were frightened away. The imposing manner was terrifying. What a strong aura. Jiang Qin frowned. At this moment the two figures instantly stepped on the air and arrived. Their terrifying imposing manner wreaked havoc, causing the fish in the moat to be affected. Jiang Qin and old Taoist Wuda had no choice but to quickly retreat. How dare you come to my dragon clan and behave atrociously? The people from the slaughter tower are getting more and more arrogant. A middle-aged man in a yellow robe had a gloomy face. He was not angry, but he was imposing. He stared at the black-clothed man in front of him with a murderous look. The dragon clan is not a forbidden area. Why can't I come? The black-clothed man sneered. He was also quite disdainful towards the middle-aged man's question. Then today I can only force you back to the dragon clan and treat you well. Humph. The yellow-robed man immediately stood up and walked towards the black-clothed man. Slaughter tower. Jiang Qin's face was gloomy as he gritted his teeth and stared at the black-clothed man. He clenched his fists tightly. At this moment, the anger in Jiang Qin's heart was ignited once again. He did not even care about old Taoist Wuda who was beside him. There was only one thought in his heart, and that was to crush the black-clothed man's bones and scatter his soul. Jiang Qin knew that his strength was far from enough. In order to resist the slaughter tower, his strength must at least reach the mid-divine emperor realm or late divine emperor realm. But now his two wives were kidnapped and he could not do anything. He did not even know who kidnapped them. He only knew that they were in the slaughter tower. No one could understand the anger and self-blame in Jiang Qin's heart. He hated the slaughter tower to the bone. Now that he saw the people from the slaughter tower, his first thought was that Jiang Qin wanted to kill him. At least he could weaken the power of the slaughter tower. Everyone from the slaughter tower should die. Chapter 3500. Jiang Qin's heart was filled with determination. Only by killing this black-clothed man would he be able to calm the anger in his heart. He knew that this man might not know about him, but as a member of the slaughter tower, all of them deserved to die. This was a devil-like organization. Killing them was equivalent to enforcing justice on behalf of the heavens. Although Jiang Qin might be a little extreme now, these people must be killed. The people from the divine tower actually came to the dragon clan. Looks like this fella is here to participate in the rising dragon banquet. But he was discovered by the people of the dragon clan. This is bad luck. Old Taoist Wuda murmured. The strength of the middle-aged man was stronger than the people from the divine tower. Although it was hard to tell who would win, Jiang Qin seemed to be eager to fight. Old Taoist Wu De could see that Jiang Qin hated the people from the divine tower to the bone. I am here to participate in the Rising Dragon banquet. What right do you have to punish me? What right do you have to kill me? The black-clothed man said coldly. He looked at the yellow-robed man fearlessly. My dragon clan can't do anything to you since you came to participate in the Rising Dragon banquet. But you're a thief acting recklessly in my dragon clan. Do you think this is your divine tower? You come and go as you please. I will capture you and bring you back to the dragon clan today. The yellow-robed man's gaze was as sharp as a sword. His body shot out like lightning. The two of them exchanged blows once again. A terrifying gale swept across the entire mountain range. Giant rocks were thrown into the air, creating a deafening sound. Old Taoist Wu De took the opportunity to escape. Although Jiang Qin wanted to chase after him, the hatred he felt from the man from the slaughter tower was much higher. Jiang Qin only had one thought now, and that was to kill this person. The black-clothed man and the yellow-robed man fought for a long time. Both of them used all their skills. Although the black-clothed man was talented and strong, the yellow-robed man was a mid-divine emperor while the black-clothed man was only a peak early divine emperor. Although he had some amazing skills, this was the territory of the dragon clan. Even a strong dragon wouldn't be able to suppress a local serpent, but you actually fought with a local dragon. That's the one who doesn't know what's good for you. Jiang Qin was waiting for an opportunity to make a move from the beginning to the end, and he wasn't anxious to make a move. The intense battle between the two of them was becoming more and more difficult, and they had exhausted more than half of their strength. It had to be said that the strength of the person in the pagoda caused Jiang Qin to have a whole new level of respect for him. However, the yellow-robed middle-aged man wasn't to be outdone either, and the two of them were in a heated battle, and for a time neither of them could do anything to the other. Stubborn resistance. Today I will definitely kill you here. The yellow-robed man roared. With a shake of his body, a gigantic golden dragon appeared in the sky. The dragon soared through the 9 heavens, laughing proudly in the sky. The gigantic dragon that was 100 jiang tall spiraled up into the sky, blotting out the sun. Its aura was terrifying. However, the black-robed man was not flustered at all. He swallowed a pill and his strength improved by leaps and bounds. He even reached the mid-divine emperor realm, surpassing the yellow-robed man. What a powerful pill. Jiang Qin squinted his eyes. This kind of pill that forcefully increased one's strength was extremely harmful to the human body. Even a divine emperor expert couldn't avoid it. Although Jiang Qin didn't know what pill the black-robed man had swallowed, forcefully increasing one's strength was equivalent to sacrificing one's profound qi and talent. It was very likely that after this battle, the black-robed man's strength would not be able to recover even after 100 years. However, at this moment the black-robed man's strength had increased by a lot, and he instantly suppressed the dragon. With a wave of his hand, a monstrous might appeared, and the golden dragon couldn't withstand it at all. Punch after punch, the sky changed color. The might of the pill caused the golden dragon to be in an extremely difficult situation. It had completely lost its advantage and had even started to decline. Facing the black-robed man's unparalleled pressure, even though the dragon was 100 jiang tall and it was flying in the sky, it still couldn't withstand the black-robed man's pressure. The dragon's shadow spiraled, shaking the heavens and earth. However, the black-robed man's deterrent force was terrifying. He soared into the sky and stepped on the dragon, striking several times consecutively. The golden dragon's roar shook the heavens, and it sounded a little hoarse and determined. How dare you fight with me? Do you think that my Buddha pagoda is a pushover? You want to bring me back to punish me? You don't have the ability to do so. The dragon clan is just SOSO. Ah. As the black-robed man turned around, he punched out. His aura was so strong that it could dominate the heavens and earth. The 100 jiang tall dragon's shadow was smashed down from the sky, and it was in grave danger. A series of punches landed on the dragon's body. The black-robed man's chi soared into the sky, and he wanted to suppress the golden dragon with the momentum of a bull. At this moment, the golden dragon seemed to be helpless. Facing the black-robed man who had swallowed the pill, he was no longer a match for him. Being beaten up in front of his own home was not a good feeling. Go to hell. The black-robed man shouted angrily. He gripped the long spear in his hand and soared into the sky, shooting the spear into the dragon's body. Instantly, the golden dragon's world spun, and it fell heavily onto the ground. 100 jiang deep pit was formed, and it was badly mutilated. You bastard. The Dragon Clan will not let you off. Our Dragon Clan will pay you back double for today's enmity. The golden dragon roared again and again, but it was still being stepped on by the black-robed man. At this moment, even the arrogance of the Dragon Clan seemed to be very pale and powerless. You are already a dragon on the verge of death and you still want to fight with me? You must be dreaming. It is said that the dragon tendons of the Dragon Clan are good stuff. Today I will pull out your tendons and peel off your skin. The black-robed man sneered and his killing intent shot out. This is the moment. Jiang Chen's eyes were like hooks, and he held the myriad chi cauldron in his hand. He descended from the sky and directly attacked the black-robed man. The giant cauldron shook the sky and it was terrifying. Chapter 3501. Jiang Chen's expression was cold and decisive. Without the slightest bit of hesitation, the person from the slaughter pagoda was killed by Jiang Chen. At this moment, the golden dragon once again turned into the yellow-robed middle-aged man. Seeing Jiang Chen kill the black-clothed man, he was both surprised and shocked. Where did this guy come from? He clearly knew that the black-clothed man was there, yet he still killed him. Wasn't this asking for trouble from the slaughter pagoda? Although it was shocking, it was also admirable. The yellow-robed middle-aged man admired Lin Fan for daring to challenge a stronger force. Are you all right? Jiang Chen turned around and saw the yellow-robed middle-aged man on the verge of death. He pulled out the spear from his body and asked in a low voice, I'm fine, but I need to rest for a period of time. Thank you for your help just now. Otherwise, this old life of mine would have ended here. The yellow-robed middle-aged man shook his head and smiled. You're too kind. I just saw injustice on the road. Moreover, I've always hated the people from the slaughter pagoda. Killing him was just doing justice for the heavens. Jiang Chen smiled indifferently. The yellow-robed middle-aged man could not help but give him a thumbs up. I'm Long Jingza, a member of the Dragon Clan. May I know why you're here? I'm here to participate in the Rising Dragon Banquet. I'm Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen said. Long Jingza came to a sudden realization. He looked at Jiang Chen with a solemn face. It seemed that there were more and more people participating in the Rising Dragon Banquet. However, this guy's strength was not bad. He should be able to achieve something. Thank you, brother Jiang Chen. The Dragon Clan's Rising Dragon Banquet is not only for members of the Dragon Clan. As long as you have the bloodline of the King of Beasts or the bloodline of a divine beast, you can participate. With brother Jiang Chen's strength, you'll definitely get a good ranking. Ah. Long Jingza nodded. I hope so. Since brother Long is seriously injured, I'll bring you back. That's great. Thank you. Jiang Chen and Long Jingza entered the Dragon Clan without any obstruction. The Rising Dragon Banquet was a grand gathering of the Dragon Tribe. It was held once every 10 million years. People with the bloodline of the divine beasts and the Dragon Tribe would rush over from all directions to participate in the Rising Dragon Banquet. Once one was recognized as the king of the Rising Dragon Banquet, he would be able to receive the inheritance of the ancient true dragon. This was extremely important even for the genius disciples of the Dragon Tribe. Once one obtained the inheritance of the ancient true dragon, it would be like a fish leaping in the ocean and a bird soaring in the sky. Therefore, every Rising Dragon Banquet had hundreds or even thousands of participants. The weakest among them had to be at the late Hierarch realm. That was the minimum requirement for the Rising Dragon Banquet. The Dragon Clan was much bigger than Jiang Chen had imagined. In the depths of the Grand Cloud Mountain, there was a natural barrier of mist and forest. Clouds and mist lingered around the place. The Dragon Clan's protective formation was something that Jiang Chen had never seen before. Even Jiang Chen couldn't compare to it. At least it wasn't something that could be broken easily. As the strongest demon clan in the entire Central Region Divine Land, the supreme of all beasts, the strength of the Dragon Clan was evident. Along the way, everyone needed to go through a series of checks before they could enter the Dragon Tribe. However, Jiang Chen directly followed Long Jingza and entered the Dragon Tribe without any checks. In order to save Long Jingza, Jiang Chen had directly killed the man whose identity had already been confirmed. Long Jingza did not doubt it at all. There weren't many people who dared to kill a man from the Buddha Tower. Even if it was him, he might not dare to kill the man on the spot. At least he would capture the man and interrogate him. However, Jiang Chen's decisiveness in killing had truly shocked him. When Jiang Chen stepped into the Dragon Tribe, the ancestral Dragon Emperor who was in the Zulong Tower felt a strong soul fluctuation. Jiang Chen knew that this old man had not returned to the Dragon Tribe for a long time. It was understandable that he was afraid of returning home. However, the ancestral dragon emperor did not reveal his identity directly. He was afraid that the people of the dragon tribe would be afraid of him. He did not know if there were still people with evil intentions in the dragon tribe. Therefore, even after the ancestral dragon emperor had entered the dragon tribe, he was still excited. The trembling of the Zulong Tower was enough to prove everything. No matter how powerful he was, this was his home, his root, a threshold that he could never cross. To the ancestral dragon emperor, he had been looking forward to this day for a long time. The moment he entered the dragon tribe, he became restless. If he still had the demeanor he had in the past, he would have returned a long time ago. It was a pity that the fall of the ancestral dragon emperor was related to the traitors in the dragon tribe. Now he did not know if the true leaders were still in the dragon tribe. The dragon tribe was divided. Even now there were still many branches. However, there was only one true dragon tribe. In the dragon tribe, there were hundreds of flowers competing with each other. The mountain spring flowed and the scenery was beautiful. It made people feel carefree. The density of the spiritual aura was something that Jiang Chen had never seen before. He dared to conclude that there must be an incomparably huge dragon vein here. Long Jingza brought Jiang Chen to the meeting hall of the dragon tribe. At this moment, the 8 elders were sitting upright. There were also many young people standing on the left and right. Seeing that Long Jingza had returned with serious injuries, everyone's face turned solemn. 9th elder, how did this happen? How did he suffer such serious injuries? 9th elder's injuries are serious. Hurry up and get the elixir. 9th elder, are you all right? Many people gathered around with serious expressions. Long Jingza waved his hand, indicating that he was not in danger. Elders, the person from the slaughter pagoda has been killed. As soon as Long Jingza's voice fell, everyone held their breath. After all, the strength of the slaughter pagoda was obvious to all. It was one of the strongest forces in the central region Divine Land. It was as famous as the martial Dan Hall. The 8-divisional pagoda shook the world. Who dared to compete with it? Even the dragon tribe, the supreme of all beasts, might not be able to go against it. The person from the slaughter pagoda was killed. Chapter 3502. Jiang Chen did not expect that he would save an elder of the dragon clan after casually killing someone from the slaughter tower. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. It seemed like his trip to the dragon clan was quite smooth. As the saying goes, it's easy to get things done in the imperial court. With the 9th elder around, he would be able to save a lot of trouble in the dragon clan. Yes, great elder. The 9th elder nodded and continued. That black-clothed man was sneaky and wanted to steal the secrets of the dragon clan. However, after we discovered him, he ran away. I chased after him and fought with him for 300 rounds. In the end, I was severely injured by the person from the slaughter tower. Fortunately, Brother Jiang Chen killed the person from the slaughter tower and saved me. Wow! The crowd was in an uproar. Everyone had a solemn expression as they stared at Jiang Chen. No one had expected that the person who killed the man from the slaughter pagoda wasn't the 9th elder, but this unknown young man. Instantly, Jiang Chen became the focal point of the crowd. This guy killed the person from the slaughter tower? Who is he? How could he be so arrogant? Yeah, he even dared to kill the person from the slaughter tower. This guy must have an extraordinary background. It's hard to say. It seems like this guy is most likely here to participate in the Rising Dragon Banquet. To be able to match the 9th elder in strength, this guy will definitely be a strong competitor in the Rising Dragon Banquet. Bullshit. Do you really think he can kill the expert from the slaughter tower? Didn't you hear? Even the 9th elder almost failed miserably in an easy task, and that fellow was only picking up the scraps. If it wasn't for the 9th elder and the members of the Buddha's pagoda being heavily injured, it would be strange if he could kill them. Jiang Chen's expression was calm. He did not move at all. He was neither servile nor overbearing. The 9 great elders of the dragon clan were not weak. All of them were mid-divine emperors. The great elder and the 2 people beside him were so strong that he could not see through their cultivation bases. He estimated that they should be late divine emperors. Jiang Chen was also unable to catch up to them. It seems like the dragon tribe was indeed worthy of being called the great tribe of the Central Plains. Even though they were located deep within the mountains, they were still able to become one of the great tribes of the Central Plains. This strength was not something that any tribe could possess. Jiang Chen, are you here to attend the Rising Dragon Banquet? The first elder's eyes shone like torches as he met Jiang Chen's gaze. Jiang Chen nodded his head, his expression was calm. In front of the first elder of the dragon tribe, there was no trace of fear on his face. Good, the younger generation will surpass us in time. Who are you? Why did you come to our dragon clan's Rising Dragon Banquet? The first elder asked. To be able to attend the Rising Dragon Banquet, one must naturally possess the bloodline of a divine beast. Central Plains Divine Land, Sword-Drawing Sect, 9th Swordmaster. Jiang said faintly. He took out the sword token and revealed his identity. At this moment he did not want to reveal his identity so early. Moreover, his bloodline was bestowed by the ancestral Dragon Emperor. It was the purest bloodline of the Dragon Clan. Sword-Drawing Sect? There is indeed such a sect. Countless years ago, I once went to the Central Plains Divine Land. The Sword-Drawing Sect is considered as a famous sect in the Central Plains. To be able to become one of the 9 great sword masters, it seems like your strength is extraordinary. If you can pass the test of the Rising Dragon Banquet, perhaps you should throw away the sword token in your hand. The first elder joked with a faint smile on his face. As long as the person was not killed by the Dragon Clan, he had nothing to worry about. This fellow was from the sword-drawing sect. Therefore, even if the people from the Slaughter Tower were to look for the first elder, they would definitely look for the sword-drawing sect. What did it have to do with the Dragon Clan? At this moment, this matter was not a big deal to the Great Elder and the Dragon Clan. Putting aside the fact that the members of the Divine Slaughter Tower were not killed by the Dragon Clan, even if they were, the Divine Slaughter Tower might not dare to openly kill their way into the Dragon Clan. That was why the Great Elder was so fearless. The urgent matter at hand was to settle the Rising Dragon Banquet first. Everything else could be postponed. After all, in the ancient land of the Dragon Clan, there was only a little bit of resources. The Rising Dragon Banquet was of utmost importance. That's true. Other than the Dragon Clan, all other sects are trash. Ah. A wild roar appeared in the meeting room. The 2 Dragon Tribe guards were unable to stop him. A young man wearing silver armor and a silver crown on his head waved his sleeves and stood up with a prideful face. Greetings, elders of the Dragon Clan. I'm Ao Lai from the Eastern Dragon Clan. Ao Lai said with a faint smile. However, he did not show any respect at all. Jiang turned around and saw the man with the silver crown. The man had an arrogant face and his strength was pretty good too. He was no different from Jiang. Ao Lai. It's the people from the Eastern Dragon Clan. These fellas have always been arrogant and disrespectful. How dare you barge into the meeting hall of the Dragon Clan? A young man with a golden spear in his hand looked at Ao Lai with disdain and shouted. Although the spear radiance was out of his body, it was ready to fight. Joke? If I'm not wrong, only Divine Emperor Realm experts are qualified to step into this meeting hall, right? Only the rest of the people can enter with the permission of the elders of the clan. As a member of the Dragon Clan, don't tell me that I don't even have the right to enter the meeting hall of the Dragon Clan? This is not a place for a little brat like you to criticize. Ah. Ao Lai sneered. You are not allowed to call me little brat. It will be effortless for me to kill you. Do you dare to fight to the death with me on the dragon subduing platform? Long Xiaoquan had the appearance of a young man, but his courage was astonishing. His strength was at the initial Divine Emperor realm. Do you think that I will be afraid of you? Ao Lai shook his head as disdain flashed across his eyes. Xiaoquan stepped down. The first elder's unquestionable voice appeared in the hall. Long Xiaoquan's face darkened, but there was nothing he could do. With a cold snort, he could only withdraw. Jiang narrowed his eyes. It seemed that the Dragon Clan was not completely united. At the very least, the Eastern Dragon Clan sounded like a branch of the Dragon Clan. Moreover, the members of the Eastern Dragon Clan did not seem to like the members of the Dragon Clan. The members of the Eastern Dragon Clan are also members of the Dragon Clan. You are only a small part of the Dragon Clan. You can naturally go to the meeting hall of the Dragon Clan. There is no need to pursue this matter, the first elder said indifferently. When he said, a small part, he emphasized the words a small part, causing everyone present to wear a proud expression. Ao Lai snorted coldly, feeling a little unhappy in his heart. My Eastern Dragon Clan naturally belongs to the Dragon Clan. However, we only listen to the clan leader. Others may not have the right to criticize here. I, Ao Lai, am determined to win the Rising Dragon Banquet this time. Ao Lai said solemnly and confidently. Chapter 3503. Long Xiaoquan clenched his long spear and stomped on the floor of the hall. Ao Lai's face turned even colder. Haha, isn't it a little too early to say that? Ao Lai, have you asked me Ao impermanence? A man stepped on a cloud and floated in the air. His eyes were like golden crystals and he was dressed in luxurious robes. He had a refined temperament and held a folding fan in his hand. He had a burly body and looked down at the sky. It's him. It's Ao impermanence of the Northern Dragon Tribe. This guy is not easy to deal with. It looks like the Rising Dragon Banquet this time will be a fierce battle. This guy is known as the strongest genius of the Northern Dragon Tribe. He must be aiming to win the Rising Dragon Banquet this time around. Yes, but isn't that the case every time? More and more divine beasts and even people with the Dragon Tribe's bloodline are rushing to the Dragon Tribe to participate in the Rising Dragon Banquet in an attempt to get a share of the spoils. Countless experts are coming one after another, but which time has it not been the Dragon Tribe who has reached the top? In terms of talent, those guys are no match for us. Only those with the true Dragon Tribe's bloodline can make it to the end. That's right. The Rising Dragon Banquet belongs to the Dragon Tribe. If an outsider were to win, wouldn't we be laughing our heads off? The arrival of Ao impermanence of the Northern Dragon Tribe made the experts of the Dragon Tribe extremely solemn. However, they were still confident that the Dragon Tribe would win the championship. The Rising Dragon Banquet is around the corner. Looks like you are unwilling to part with this fat piece of meat. Ao Lai looked at Ao impermanence and sneered. Greetings, Great Elder. Ao impermanence glanced at the Great Elder and waved his folding fan confidently. The Rising Dragon Banquet is a grand gathering of the Dragon Tribe. As a member of the Dragon Tribe, how can I be absent? Doesn't the Eastern Dragon Tribe always consider themselves to be the orthodox tribe? Why are you here to join in now? The gathering of the Dragon Clan is a place where all of the clans are paying their respects. How can you all act rashly? Back down. The first elder spoke in a faint voice. However, his voice spread over a 5,000-kilometer radius. Everyone involuntarily took a step back. Jiang Qin was no exception. He could clearly see a trace of displeasure on the first elder's face. These two fellows from the Eastern Dragon Tribe and Northern Dragon Tribe had actually usurped the host in the meeting room of the Dragon Tribe. It was no wonder the first elder was so furious. In an instant, everyone was incomparably respectful, not daring to act rashly. Today, Ninth Brother has made great contributions. He vowed to fight the enemy with his life and is the role model of our Dragon Clan. As for little brother Jiang Qin, he has killed a strong enemy for our Dragon Clan. We should treat him with respect and show our gratitude. I will give you 10 spiritual power orbs, I hope you like them. The Great Elder's voice was deep and unquestionable. With a wave of his hand, 10 spiritual power orbs appeared in front of Jiang Qin. 10 spiritual power beads were already a very valuable gift. Although they were not as valuable as dragon beads, they were also unique cultivation items of the Dragon Tribe. As long as they could gather more spiritual chi to aid in cultivation, even the people of the Dragon Tribe could only get one spiritual power bead every 100 years. Moreover, the grade of the spiritual power bead was not as good as these 10 spiritual power beads. Jiang Qin was surprised by the 10 spiritual power orbs. They were exactly the same as the 10,000 years spiritual power orb that had. Thank you, First Elder. Jiang Qin nodded and accepted the 10,000 years spiritual power orb. The Rising Dragon Banquet is imminent. If anyone dares to cause any trouble, I will not tolerate it. After that, the Grand Elder slowly stood up. His strength as a late Divine Emperor was fully displayed. No one dared to go against him and no one dared to doubt his words. Use your pills to treat his injuries and gain his trust. I have something I want to ask him. The ancestral Dragon Emperor's voice appeared in Jiang Qin's mind. At this moment, everyone left the meeting hall. Jiang Qin also left with Long Jingzi. Your injury should not be fatal. This healing pill should be able to help you recover a little. Jiang Qin took out a healing pill. Suddenly, Long Jingzi's eyes lit up. He looked around excitedly. Brother Jiang, this is not right. This is a divine grade pill. Although Long Jingzi said so, he was very greedy for the divine grade pill in Jiang Qin's hand. Such a pill was something that even divine emperor experts would go after like a flock of ducks. It was a great fortune to be able to get one. The value of such a pill was self-evident. This pill was a healing pill that Jiang Qin refined when he had nothing to do. It was not a divine grade pill but a peak immortal grade pill. However, the grade of the pill refined by Jiang Qin was much higher than anyone else. It was almost the same as a low-grade divine grade pill. Otherwise, how could Long Jingzi be so shocked? Don't worry, it's just a healing medicinal pill. Your injuries are so serious, if you want to slowly heal yourself, you'll need at least 100 years to recover 50 to 60%. I'm an alchemist, so this medicinal pill isn't too valuable to me. Jiang Qin smiled. Long Jingza's eyes lit up. He was full of admiration for Jiang Qin. An alchemist? An alchemist at the Divine Emperor realm who could refine divine-grade medicinal pills. Even in the martial Dan Hall or the Buddhist pagoda, such an identity would not be rejected, right? Moreover, Jiang Qin was so low-key. He didn't even want to reveal his identity in the main hall. He didn't want to be associated with those arrogant people. This made people sigh. This was the gap between them. The so-called Ao impermanence, Ao Lai, and even Long Xiaoquan who he had watched grow up, might not be a match for Jiang Qin. Moreover, a divine-grade alchemist was terrifying. Even he had to treat him with respect. Not only did Jiang Qin save his life, but he also gave him a divine-grade pill. Even for an alchemist, a divine-grade pill was extremely difficult to refine. This great kindness made Long Jingza feel extremely grateful towards Jiang Qin. The people of the Dragon Clan had always been grateful, especially to a big shot like him. However, Jiang Qin's kindness made him feel ashamed. I didn't expect Jiang Qin to be an alchemist. No wonder he could become one of the sword masters of the sword-drawing sect. His talent is indeed unparalleled. Then this pill. I will accept it for the time being. I really can't repay Brother Jiang Qin's kindness. Now that you have given me a pill, I am even more ashamed. Long Jingza sighed, but he still took the pill from Jiang Qin's hand. He was extremely envious and even reluctant to swallow it immediately. Brother Long, you don't have to do this. Just eat it directly. I guarantee that you will be full of vigor within a month. The old injuries from before will definitely be swept away. Jiang Qin smiled. Is it really so magical? Alright, I will eat it. Long Jingza took a deep breath and swallowed the pill. He had a look of enjoyment on his face. He could not help but exclaim, "Ah, it's so delicious." Chapter 3504. Long Jingza was incomparably shocked by the power of the divine-grade medicinal pill. His body had recovered a lot in a short period of time. Such a heavy injury couldn't be seen at all. Long Jingza had a look of enjoyment on his face. He was extremely grateful to Jiang Qin. Brother Jiang, this medicinal pill of yours is really a divine medicine. This time, thanks to you, I was able to survive. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Long Jingza's face was solemn. He sighed in his heart. The experts of the shadow-slaughtering pagoda were very strong, so much so that he almost failed miserably. There's no need to say these things. It's just a small effort. Elder Long is too serious. Jiang Qin waved his hand and said, Brother Jiang, you don't have to be so polite with me. If you don't mind, you can call me Brother Long. Isn't it great that we call each other brothers? Ah. Long Jingza's body had recovered a lot. The smile on his face had also increased. All right. However, I have a lot of doubts in my heart. Brother Long, could it be that the Dragon Clan is also divided into the Eastern Dragon Clan and the Northern Dragon Clan? Jiang Qin asked curiously. Long Jingza glanced around and saw that there was no one around. He said in a low voice, if it was someone else, I would absolutely not say it. However, Brother Jiang is not an outsider, so I will speak frankly. Our Dragon Clan has long been divided. Although the Dragon Clan has occupied the absolute initiative these years, the forces of the Eastern Dragon Clan and the Northern Dragon Clan are getting stronger and stronger. Moreover, they have colluded with many outsiders and have been eyeing the Dragon Clan covetously. It is very likely that they will pose a great threat to the Dragon Clan. What you see now is only the surface. Long Jingza's face was full of sighs. It was obvious that he was very dissatisfied with the current situation. It was very pessimistic. In that case, the Dragon Clan indeed has internal and external troubles. After all, the biggest foundation of the Dragon Clan is still here. Could it be that they can overturn the sky? Jiang Qin said. Brother Jiang, you may not know this, but there used to be 3 Dragon Kings in our Dragon Clan. They were all extremely powerful and could be regarded as the real 3 chariots of the Dragon Clan. Each of them was extremely powerful. They were the 3 supreme elders of our Dragon Clan. However, they eventually split because of disagreements with the Dragon Clan. After the split, Elder Ao Dong led his clansmen to establish the Eastern Dragon Clan. Elder Ao Bei led his clansmen to establish the Northern Dragon Clan. Only Elder Ao Ing stayed in the Dragon Clan. He was also the last supreme elder. It is said that in the history of the Dragon Clan, these few people were quite powerful. They even witnessed the tragedy of the primordial era. The three of them were too powerful, so they finally split, making it hard for any party to do anything to the other party. However, once the Dragon Clan has a grand event, they would not miss it. Therefore, gradually, the situation of the tripartite confrontation appeared. However, the Grand Cloud Mountain is the root of the Dragon Clan. Therefore, even the Eastern Dragon Clan and the Northern Dragon Clan are afraid of this place. The strength of the two clans is almost the same as the current Dragon Clan. However, we don't know how many enemies they have colluded with. If that's the case, then the Dragon Clan will be in imminent danger. Especially not long ago, our Dragon Clan received news that the Eastern Dragon Clan and the Northern Dragon Clan are going to make a big move this time. They are likely to cause harm to the Dragon Clan. Their target is this Rising Dragon Banquet. It's highly possible that they will make their move. As long as they can take the lead, I believe that they will seize the opportunity to attack. Long Jingzi said worriedly. As an elder of the Dragon Clan, he also sighed in his heart. However, he was only a low-ranking elder. What he could do was minimal. Why do I have to tell you this? Ace, it's really disappointing. I've let Brother xianxia joke. Long Jingzi laughed and shook his head. It doesn't matter. Brother Long has told me this, it means that you treat me as your brother. I, Jiang Qin, am not someone who doesn't know what's good for him. I will definitely not spread what Brother Long has said to anyone else. If there's anything I can help you with during this Rising Dragon Banquet, just say the word. I will definitely not reject you. Jiang Qin said. Jiang Qin said seriously. How could I dare to trouble Brother Jiang? You've saved my life and even gave me a divine-grade medicinal pill. My heart is naturally filled with gratitude. Even though I've made great contributions to the sect, I haven't seen a single divine-grade medicinal pill. Long Jingzi said with a face full of self-mockery. You can't say it like that. Every family has its own difficulties. I'm afraid that outsiders don't know about the Dragon Clan's situation. However, others may not understand the difficulties of the Dragon Clan. Brother Long's words made me sigh. If I can help the Dragon Clan in this Rising Dragon Banquet, I will definitely suppress the arrogance of the Eastern and Northern Dragon Clans. Jiang Qin said in a low voice. Long Jingzi's face was filled with joy as he nodded his head heavily. If younger brother Jiang is willing to do so, elder brother Long will thank you on behalf of the Dragon Clan. Otherwise, if their arrogance is inflated, the days of our Dragon Clan will be even more difficult. Regardless of whether they will take advantage of the Rising Dragon Banquet to stir up trouble, it will still be a big blow. The Dragon Tribe is really in troubled times. In that case, Brother Long, is that Grand Elder that you mentioned still alive? Could it be that he was just going to watch all of this happen and not do anything about it? After all, the Dragon Clan is the most powerful Divine Beast clan in the entire Divine World. No one can surpass them. However, there are also many people who are eyeing the Dragon Clan covetously. I'm afraid that your opponents won't be willing to be left alone, right? Jiang Qin sighed. Brother Jiang's words have hit the nail on the head. However, even I don't know whether the Great Supreme Elder is still alive, not to mention those enemies who may be waiting for an opportunity to strike at any time. However, it is still unknown whether the Great Supreme Elder is dead or not. Because of this, there are very few people who dare to invade the Dragon Clan. However, the Dragon Clan has changed greatly. Not long ago, the Dragon Clan was the most dangerous and prominent clan in the entire Central Region Divine Land. At that time, the 8-divisional pagoda had yet to appear. Long Jingzi said in high spirits. When he mentioned the Dragon Clan in the past, his face was filled with pride. That era was the most glorious era of the Dragon Clan. It's a pity that I did not have the chance to witness the glory of the Dragon Clan in that era. Even the Supreme Elder was only a youngster of the Dragon Clan at that time. Every generation has its own geniuses, leading the way for thousands of years. The history of the Dragon Clan is really shocking. Jiang Qin nodded his head and said, It's a pity that the ancestral Dragon Emperor is no longer here. The elders of the Dragon Clan also passed away one after another. When they stepped into the Emperor realm, they turned into ashes. Now that the Dragon Clan is no longer glorious, I am powerless to reverse the situation. It was tens of thousands of meters wide and there were countless people who came to participate. The rule of the Rising Dragon Banquet was that as long as one was a member of the Dragon Clan, or someone with the bloodline of the Dragon Clan, or even a divine beast, they could participate. However, once they passed the Rising Dragon Banquet and entered the ancient land of the Dragon Clan, they would become a member of the Dragon Clan and inherit the bloodline of the Dragon Clan. To many people, this was a supreme status. Because the Dragon Clan was the ruler of all beasts, it was not something that any demonic beast or divine beast could compare with. More and more people started to gather on the Grand Cloud Mountains Plaza. This was the capital of the Dragon Clan that was held once every 10 million years. The Rising Dragon Banquet was a merciless battle. Whoever could laugh till the end would be the real winner. And Jiang Qin had the help of the ancestral Dragon Emperor. His strength was not inferior to anyone. Hence, Jiang Qin was determined to win this battle. The crowd was filled with noises. Other than the Dragon Clan, there were many experts who would participate. However, in order to ensure that there were no outsiders, they had to pass through the blood-drinking stage in order to participate in the Rising Dragon Banquet. Otherwise, if they did not meet the requirements, they would be kicked out. I wonder how many people will stay in the Rising Dragon Banquet this time. Haha, last time, our Dragon Clan took up 60 to 70% of the participants. This time we will show them what we're made of. Not necessarily. I heard that the North Dragon Clan and the East Dragon Clan are full of confidence. I wonder who will laugh till the end. That's what makes it exciting and exciting. I heard that many experts from the outside are coming here one after another. I wonder who will emerge victorious. It's hard to say. I think our Dragon Clan will come out on top. After all, we are the two heroes of the Dragon Clan. It's not a joke. We will show them what it means to be a great clan. Many people from the Dragon Clan were full of confidence. The two heroes of the Dragon Clan were the strongest geniuses in the past millions of years. They were also the pride of the Dragon Clan. Especially Long Yu, he had never been defeated. Among the young experts, everyone knew how powerful he was. Whether it was the East Dragon Clan or the North Dragon Clan. In the entire barren divine land, Long Yu's name struck fear in everyone. Young geniuses, be quiet. A low and deep voice appeared on the plaza. It was an old man with white hair and a beard. He spoke with a grave expression as he stood in front of a blood-colored stone platform with his hands clasped behind his back. I am the guardian elder of the Dragon Clan Long Zexu. This Rising Dragon Banquet will be hosted by me. Next, everyone will have to pass through the blood-drinking stage. Only those whose bloodline is compatible with the blood-drinking stage will be able to enter. Those whose bloodline is not recognized by the Dragon Clan, or those whose bloodline power is lower than the 3rd level, will be disqualified from participating in the Rising Dragon Banquet. All of you take care. Chapter 3506. Blooddringer's Platform? This fella is interesting. Let me go first. A skinny outsider youth took a step forward, stretching out his hand and placing it on the Blood Drinker platform. Instantly, the Blood Drinker platform began to shine brightly. Blood slowly rose from the Blood Drinker platform, reaching 10 levels before finally landing on the 5th level. Even the Guardian Elder was slightly startled, looking at him in shock. This fella is not simple. Even the Dragon Clan's bloodline power is only at the 7th or 8th level. I guess only the Dragon Clan leader or the Great Elder can reach the 9th level. As for the 10th level, I guess no one can reach it except for the ancestral Dragon Emperor who set up the Blooddringer's platform. That's right. Although the Dragon Clan's bloodline is pure, there are not many who can reach the 7th or 8th level. Most of them are at the 5th or 6th level. This outsider really gave everyone a show of strength the moment he appeared. The people of the Dragon Clan were all shocked. At the same time, there were some who were not convinced and were eager to try. I am the Green Serpent King of the Green Serpent Clan. My bloodline power has more than 50% of the Dragon Clans. I can be considered a part of the Dragon Clan. The Green Serpent King said proudly. Naturally, he had passed the first round of the test. Let me try. A young man from the Dragon Clan stepped forward. It was Long Xiaoquan whom Jiang Qin had seen in the meeting hall. He held a long spear in his hand and pressed his palm on the Blooddringer's platform. It was the 7th level of bloodline power. Instantly, the crowd was in an uproar. Only when one reaches 70% of bloodline power is the true Dragon Clan's bloodline power. However, as time passes, the Dragon Clan's bloodline power will gradually become thinner. If the bloodline power is not pure enough, it only means that one's talent is average. Xiaoquan is only second to Long Yu. I'm not surprised that he has the 7th level of bloodline power. Yes, we all know Xiaoquan's strength. Moreover, his talent is not weak either. Other than Long Yu, he should be the strongest genius in the Dragon Clan. The people of the Dragon Clan also valued Long Xiaoquan very much. This meant that Long Xiaoquan's strength was clearly very powerful. Moreover, as a member of the Dragon Clan, Long Xiaoquan was also quite righteous. At the very least, he had defeated countless experts from various races. Long Xiaoquan looked at everyone proudly, full of dominance. The 7th level of bloodline power was the true mainstream bloodline of the Dragon Clan. Although there were more than 10 geniuses of the Dragon Clan, none of them could reach the 7th level of bloodline power. Almost all of them were at the 6th level. There were also many who had hopes of entering the Rising Dragon Banquet, but in the end, not everyone could participate. If the Dragon Clan's bloodline did not reach the 2nd level, they would be eliminated. In the entire square, some people were happy while others were sad. It's time for me to take the field. At this moment, Ao Lai of the Eastern Dragon Clan also slowly walked onto the blood-drinking platform. Long Xiaoquan glanced at Ao Lai and smiled. Isn't this East Dragon Clan's Ao Lai? I hope you won't disappoint me. Little brat, you'll know who the true Dragon Clan Crown Prince is in a while. Ao Lai coldly snorted. He did not continue to talk nonsense with Long Xiaoquan and directly pressed his hand on the blood-drinking platform. In an instant, light blossomed and swept away the sharpness of that person. In the end, the bloodline power stopped at the 7th level. Although it was slightly better than Long Xiaoquan's, it was still a distance away from the 8th level of bloodline power. Aren't you also at the 7th level? What are you pretending for? Do you think I'm afraid of you? Long Xiaoquan said unhappily. Although he was suppressed a little, they were both at the 7th level of bloodline power. What was there to be proud of? Ao Lai's face was also very calm, as if there was not much fluctuation. Accompanied by a wave of envy, his mood was very calm. It's my turn. Ao Impermanence sneered. He was also quite unconvinced with Long Xiaoquan and Ao Lai, but the final result was the same as Ao Lai, still at the 7th level of bloodline power. Although Ao Impermanence was also not very satisfied, the blood-drinking platform was very standard. They had always wanted to come and test it, but in the end they were all at the 7th level of bloodline power. Other than Ao Lai and Long Xiaoquan, he was the third to enter the ranks of the 7th level of bloodline power. It's Long Xianxia. He's finally here. No one knew who shouted. In an instant, the entire square burst into an uproar. The guardian elder looked into the distance with a solemn face. A skinny man in white slowly walked over. His appearance was ordinary and his expression was indifferent. However, his name made the entire younger generation of the Dragon Clan regard him as a mountain. Even Long Xiaoquan had a face full of respect. Evidently, even he had to lower his proud head in front of Long Xianxia. Long Xianxia. Is that guy Long Xianxia? Ao Lai and Ao Impermanence both wore solemn faces. Long Xianxia's steps were steady, and his expression was calm. However, he was like a moon surrounded by stars as he slowly walked to the front of the blood-drinking platform. You've come. The guardian elder smiled slightly. He only smiled when facing Long Xianxia. From this, it could be seen that Long Xianxia's status in the Dragon Clan was relatively high. Long Xianxia nodded and slowly walked to the front of the blood-drinking platform. His palm gradually extended and pressed on it. The light was restrained, like a halo that lingered on Long Xianxia's palm. However, the halo was extremely dazzling and no one dared to look directly at it. The scale of his bloodline power skyrocketed at this moment, directly reaching the 8th level. Instantly, the entire square was in an uproar. Countless people silently watched this scene, their eyes filled with shock. There were so many people, but only Long Xianxia had reached the 8th level of bloodline power. Only the Dragon Clan leader could reach the 9th level. Now that he had reached the 8th level, it was enough to prove his talent and the purity of his bloodline. It made people incomparably envious and gasp in amazement. However, Long Xianxia was still incomparably calm, as if he wasn't satisfied. The members of the Dragon Clan all looked at him with incomparable worship. Even the outsiders were no exception. Only Long Xianxia could reach the 8th level of bloodline power. At this moment, Long Xianxia was incomparably calm under everyone's gazes. In the end, I still haven't reached the 9th level. Long Xianxia sighed, shaking his head. However, it made countless people beat their chests and stomp their feet. Jianghu also quietly watched this scene. He wondered what level his bloodline power could reach. This is better than pretending. I also want to pretend. Chapter 3507. The 8th level. That's the 8th level of bloodline power. Long Yu is too strong. He's the strongest in our dragon clan or even in all the other clans. An expert from the dragon clan said in shock, giving him a thumbs up. Yeah, Long Yu is the hope of our dragon clan. To be able to reach the 8th level of bloodline power is definitely unexpected, but within reason. Someone said proudly, his face full of emotions. In the end, Long Yu's strength is still strong enough. Otherwise, how could he have the 8th level of bloodline power? With such a strong bloodline power, he can probably be compared to the elders. Such a person is destined to be extraordinary. This Rising Dragon Banquet should be Long Yu's breakthrough battle. If he takes first place, he will be the true pride of the dragon clan. More and more people were extremely excited. They were even more excited than when they had attained the 8th level of bloodline power. Waves of enthusiastic congratulations rang out in the square. Most of them were praising Long Yu's strength. This kind of bloodline power was not something that just anyone could achieve. He was destined to become the proud son of the soaring dragon of the dragon clan. Long Yu became the focus of attention. At that moment he seemed to enjoy this feeling. No one dared to challenge him. No matter how strong he was, at least in terms of bloodline power, even Ao Lai of the Eastern Dragon Clan and Ao Impermanence of the Northern Dragon Clan had lost to Long Yu. Needless to say, bloodline power represented the inheritance of the Dragon Clan. Whoever had the stronger bloodline power would be the supreme existence. The 10th level of the Ancestral Dragon Emperor's bloodline power was something no one could achieve. It was the bloodline of the Ancestral Dragon, the only bloodline. This fellow seems to be quite interesting. Ao Lai squinted his eyes. He lost to Long Yu in terms of bloodline power, but it didn't mean that he would lose. Ao Impermanence also looked at Long Yu and sneered. It was still too early to say who would win or lose. Although Long Yu was in the limelight, it didn't mean that he would be the one laughing in the end. It's too early to say who will win or lose. The one who laughs in the end is the best. Ao Impermanence and Ao Lai looked at each other. The two were unwilling to accept each other, but when facing Long Yu, they were filled with the same hatred. Long Yu naturally noticed Ao Lai and Ao Impermanence. These two raised their heads arrogantly, arrogant and unruly. Among the crowd they were cranes among chickens. Good one, brother Yu. The corners of Long Xiaoquan's mouth curled up slightly. He was getting more and more excited. These two guys don't know what's good for them. In the future they will know how terrifying my brother Yu is. It seems like no one can surpass Long Yu. 8 levels of bloodline power. I can't even imagine it. It's terrifying. Yeah, we just hope that we don't meet this super pervert in the Rising Dragon Banquet. Otherwise it's hard to say what will happen to us, hehehe. This time, Long Yu should be the strongest contender for the Rising Dragon Banquet. That's not necessarily true. The Divine Prefecture is vast and there are as many experts as there are clouds in the sky. Furthermore, the people attending the Rising Dragon Banquet this time aren't just from the Dragon Clan. Amidst the hubbub, a young girl followed suit and skipped over. The moment her hand landed on it, she attracted everyone's attention. It's her. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. This girl was none other than Ying whom he had met before. He had never thought that she would turn out to be an expert of the Dragon Clan. He had truly underestimated her. Thinking back to the All-Link spiritual beads bracelet which had injured her, this girl was definitely not an ordinary person. When Ying's slender jade-like hand landed on it, the bloodline power scale rose once again, reaching the Earth-grade bloodline power. Only then did it slowly stop. Everyone's gazes were focused on the blood-drinking stage. That seemingly thin and weak girl had an exquisite figure, but it was curvaceous in all the right places. She was called a girl only because of her thin and weak appearance. However, she was extremely beautiful, so much so that it was suffocating. Ying really lives up to expectations. Aha, her bloodline power is actually the same as Long Yu's. TSK, now those two from the Eastern Dragon Clan and the Northern Dragon Clan should have nothing to say, right? The people from the Dragon Clan were full of confidence. 2 people with the 8th level bloodline power were not something that 2 people with the 7th level bloodline power could compare to. At this moment, even Long Xiaoquan sighed in admiration. He even looked at Ying with admiration. It was the same for Long Yu. When he looked at Ying, there was a trace of pampering in his eyes, like a big brother doting on his little sister. However, the serious admiration was difficult to conceal. Ao Lai and Ao Impermanence's faces were a little gloomy. If it was a person with the 8th level bloodline power, they would still be able to remain calm. However, now that both of their bloodline power had reached the 8th level, they felt a little embarrassed. What's so great about it? Everything will have to wait until we enter the Rising Dragon Banquet. Right now it's just a test of the bloodline power. It doesn't mean everything, Ao Lai said in a low voice. He was not willing to admit it verbally, but he was still very stubborn. Looks like there will definitely be a good show to watch this time. Ao Impermanence's eyes slightly narrowed as he looked at Long Yu and Inga. These two people were their strongest opponents. Ah, brother, you're here too. Come quickly. Inger's beautiful eyes flickered as she looked around. She actually saw Jiang Qin. Towards those people's flattery, she was naturally tired of it. Jiang Qin was the benefactor who helped her get back the 10,000-year spiritual power orb. You left without saying goodbye. I didn't think that we would meet here again. Jiang Qin smiled. Oh, I just happened to have something to do. Hehe, brother, come and try to see what level of bloodline power you have. I didn't think that you would also come to participate in the Rising Dragon banquet. This is great. Inger was very mischievous. She revealed an innocent smile that made people feel like they were bathing in the spring wind. Her pure and flawless eyes made Jiang Qin feel tender affection for her. He did not even let this kind of girl go. It was really despicable. All right. Jiang Qin smiled and took a step forward. Chapter 3508. Long Yingyue frowned and glanced at Jiang Qin. This fellow made him very unhappy. Who is he? Long Yingyue asked indifferently. Beside him, Long Xiaoquan could only reply telepathically. He is the benefactor of our dragon clan. He saved the 9th elder and is also here to participate in the Rising Dragon banquet. However, I do not know what his relationship with Inger is. Long Xiaoquan knew that Long Yingyue was already a little angry, because he had always treated Inger as his exclusive property. No one could point fingers in front of her, not to mention that the two of them seemed to be very close. It couldn't be said to be intimate, but as long as Inger smiled at another man, it would make Long Yingyue feel disgusted and angry, because he wanted to protect this innocent little sister Inger, who was as innocent as a piece of white paper. Jiang Qin naturally noticed Long Yingyue's hostile gaze, but he did not think too much about it. Since he was here to participate in the Rising Dragon banquet, this person might become his strongest opponent. There was no need for Jiang Qin to be merciful. It's rising. When Jiang Qin's palm landed on the blood-drinking platform, the power of his bloodline continued to rise. The speed was even faster than Long Yingyue and Inger's. Even the guardian elder's eyes became incomparably solemn as he silently looked at Jiang Qin. Could it be that this fellow could surpass Long Yingyue and Inger? The elder's eyelids twitched. He seemed to be nervous in his heart. However, at this moment, his body trembled and his pupils constricted. The entire square was silent. No one dared to breathe loudly. This was because this guy was too terrifying. This scene could even be considered as a historical scene. Everyone's pupils constricted gradually. It wasn't just the elder who felt this. Long Xiaoquan gasped, his face pale. Inger gently covered her mouth, her face full of shock. The 9th level of bloodline power. At this moment, everyone's attention was focused on Jiang Qin. At this moment he had truly become the focal point of the entire square. He was too powerful. Who had the ability to reach the 9th level of bloodline power? Perhaps only the Dragon Clan leader possessed the power of a 9th level bloodline, right? Even the two most powerful members of the Dragon Clan, Long Yu and Inger, were only at the 8th level of bloodline power. The purer the bloodline power, the more terrifying the Dragon Clan's bloodline was, and the more abnormal their strength and talent was. Long Yu's eyes narrowed as he gazed silently at Jiang Qin. It would be a lie to say that he wasn't shocked, but he never would have thought that this outsider would have the power of a 9th level bloodline. Could it be that he was a genius of the Dragon Clan who had been left behind? That didn't seem too likely. It's a miracle, the elder murmured. For so many years, he had never seen anyone who could reach the 9th level of Earth bloodline. Jiang Qin was the first one to do so. This was almost comparable to the clan leader's bloodline power. Wasn't this too terrifying? His talent might even surpass Long Yingyue and Inge. What the hell? That was impossible, right? How could this guy's bloodline power be so strong? Some people were completely dumbfounded, staring blankly at this scene. They couldn't speak for a long time. This guy seems to be in existence comparable to Long Yingyue. No. He should be in existence even stronger than Long Yingyue. Interesting. Haha, looks like our Dragon Clan is really going to rise. Such a powerful genius of the Dragon Clan, and one that came from the outside. The Dragon Clan is going to set off a storm of blood. This year's Rising Dragon banquet is getting more and more interesting. Many people acted as if this matter had nothing to do with them. In my entire life I have never touched the threshold of 10th level bloodline power. It seems that this time the Dragon Clan will have a big change. Chapter 3509. Jiang Qin stood in front of the Blooddringer's platform in high spirits like a deity. The Guardian Elder's eyes were filled with complicated emotions as he looked at Jiang Qin. He knew that such a person would definitely become an important expert in the Dragon Clan. It was very likely that Long Yu would feel a sense of danger. Delta. However, Long Yu was the strongest genius of the Dragon Clan. Although her bloodline power was a notch lower than Jiang Qin's, not everyone thought that Jiang Qin would be the final winner of the Rising Dragon Banquet. After all, although the Dragon Clan valued the bloodline power, it did not mean that it could be the standard of the Rising Dragon Banquet. Big brother, you're such a bastard. I'll follow you from now on. Inger's face was filled with surprise and envy. She covered her mouth and giggled, attracting the attention of many people. This young girl was definitely an existence that could bring disaster to a country and bring disaster to its people. I'm just an outsider. In the Dragon Clan you should be the one protecting me. Jiang Qin smiled. Long Yu's face turned extremely cold at this moment. Jiang Qin could feel a chill down his spine. However, even without Inger, they would definitely fight back. Jiang Qin dodged the first chair from Long Yu's hand, drawing the attention of countless people in the square to him. Long Yu held a deep grudge against him. Moreover, the relationship between Jiang Qin and Inger had deepened the coldness and anger in Long Yu's eyes. However, the Rising Dragon Banquet continued. At this moment, it was just a test to see if those with the bloodline power of the Dragon Clan were qualified. The real Rising Dragon Banquet had just begun. As time passed, Jiang Qin and the others gradually entered the depths of the plaza. Out of the thousands of people, nearly half were eliminated. Many people did not have the bloodline of a divine beast, or the bloodline of the Dragon Clan was not even at the second level. Hence, they were not fated to participate in the Rising Dragon Banquet. Remember every word I say. It will play a crucial role in your participation in the Rising Dragon Banquet. At the edge of the Grand Cloud Mountain was the Endless Western Sea. In the Endless Western Sea there were countless sea demons. The experts were as numerous as the clouds, and they were no different from human experts. It was a place that human experts had never set foot in before. In the immortal world, there were not only experts from the 9 prefectures and 18 counties, but also the 4 deity seas. However, ordinary Hierarch realm experts would not be able to survive due to the tsunamis and gales. Facing such a terrifying natural storm, it's quite dangerous and even frightening. The Endless Western Sea is where you'll be heading next. Within the boundless Western Sea, there's a type of flying eaglefish that's extremely fast and powerful. What you need to do is kill these flying eaglefish because they have spirit fish ointment on their bodies. Whoever collects the most will be the one to become the final victor. But it's only a possibility because after collecting more spiritual fish ointment, you still have to go to the Evil Spirit Island. There will be people there to tell you what to do, and whoever obtains the Sea Heart Lotus will be the final winner. Only after reaching the Evil Spirit Island will you understand who will be able to walk to the end. In the end, in the Rising Dragon Banquet, only 10 people will be able to enter the ancient land of the Dragon Clan, and only one will be able to receive the inheritance. Elder Long Zexu's words made everyone raise their heads in anticipation. No one dared to say anything else because it was related to the difficulty of entering the Rising Dragon Banquet. No one dared to be negligent. Gradually, more and more people began to enter the Endless West Sea. Facing the thunderstorm and wind, they could only grit their teeth and move forward. If they took a step back, they might fall into a bottomless abyss. The Rising Dragon Banquet had finally begun. The entire Endless West Sea became lively. One after another, silhouettes flew up and went straight to the Endless West Sea. Above the sea, countless people were walking on the waves. It was an extremely spectacular scene. Jiang Qin and Inger looked at each other. Both of them were not to be outdone and quickly entered the Endless West Sea. However, in order to find the flying eagle fish, they could only enter the Endless West Sea because they couldn't stay on the surface of the sea. At this moment, Jiang Qin was a little absent-minded. He felt that he had seen someone, a familiar person, but he did not know who it was. This made him extremely distressed. However, he was sure that he knew this person. Could it be that old Taoist Wu Da? That guy also came? Jiang Qin frowned and felt a little depressed. The first batch of people who passed the test did not stay for long. Therefore Jiang Qin did not know who the people who entered later were. "What's wrong, brother?" Inger asked. She could also see the doubt in Jiang Chen's heart. "It's nothing. Let's hurry and find the flying eagle fish. We only have 3 months, I don't know how many we can find." Jiang Qin smiled faintly. Then both of them dived into the sea. The world at the bottom of the sea, the boundless western sea, was magnificent. Algae was everywhere, corals were everywhere, and fish were swimming in all directions. It was a riot of colors. It was like a landscape painting that was splashed with ink. It made people feel relaxed and happy. However, it was accompanied by many unknown dangers. In this area of the sea, it was close to the Grand Cloud Mountain, the headquarters of the Dragon Clan. Therefore there weren't many powerful sea demons and they did not see the flying eagle fish. Even the most powerful sea demons were only at the heavenly god realm. When they saw the real experts they could only swim away quickly and avoid them. The group of people all headed west. After half a month, they were almost 10,000 li away from the headquarters of the Dragon Clan. At this time they could gradually see some divine king realm or hierarch realm sea demons. However, there weren't many of them. After all, the sea demons were like humans, they were cultivators of the underwater world. Their experts were not like cabbages that could be found everywhere. The divine emperor realm experts of the divine world were almost the supreme existences. Flying eagle fish. That's a flying eagle fish. Inger's eyes lit up. She exclaimed from thousands of meters under the sea. Only Jiang Chen could hear her voice. It was a gray eagle-like deep-sea fish with huge gills. Its eyes were bright and it looked very cunning. It moved at an astonishing speed. In a split second, it passed by Jiang Qin and Inge. Chase. Chapter 35:11. Even with Jiang Chen's speed, it was quite difficult for him to catch up with the flying eagle fish. The terrifying fish swam too fast in the deep sea. Jiang Qin and Inger did not dare to slow down and chased after it. However, it did not feel like it was being chased. It knew that Jiang Qin and the others were chasing after it, yet it seemed to be mocking it. After all, a hierarch realm sea monster was quite powerful. Its strength and mind were no different from humans. Damn stinky fish. It's running so fast, how can we chase after it? Inger's pretty face was gloomy. Her heart was filled with anger and the bitterness at the corner of her mouth made her look very funny. Jiang Qin did not slow down and was still chasing after the sea monster. However, the flying eagle fish began to crazily circle around the sea area, completely ignoring Jiang Qin and Inge. "Gagaga, you guys can't catch me? Stupid human, you still want to catch me? You must be dreaming." The flying eagle fish's mocking voice reverberated in Jiang Qin and Inger's mind. This flying eagle fish dared to humiliate them by using telepathy. It was intolerable. "With your speed you guys can't catch up with me at all. It's a waste of effort. Go back and practice for a few more years." Gagaga. "No, won't I be faster if you guys practice for a few more years?" Wah. The flying eagle fish was extremely arrogant and looked down on Jiang Qin and Inge. "So what if they were stronger than me? Aren't they still being played by me? What's the use of being strong? Can't I eat them? They still can't catch up with me." The flying eagle fish continued to circle around the sea area and started a game of chasing after Jiang Qin and Inge. It seemed to be having a good time. "Since you're so arrogant, then I'll play with you this time." The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth slightly curled up. The flying eagle fish did not show any signs of running away. Instead, it was having a good time in the sea area, constantly chasing after Jiang Qin and Inge. "You go after it. I'll set up a formation for it. Let's see how far it can run." As soon as Jiang Chen's voice fell, he turned into a stream of light and disappeared in front of Inge. Inge was very smart. Her eyes lit up and nodded heavily. She then started chasing after the flying eagle fish, not giving it a chance to relax. At this moment, she knew that Jiang Chen would not let her down. If the flying eagle fish kept running forward, Jiang Chen might not be able to catch it. However, at this moment the flying eagle fish was making fun of them, thinking that they couldn't catch up with it. Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel annoyed. It would be too shameful if he was helpless against a fish. Jiang Chen's speed was extremely fast. He began to set up the Ashura sword formation in the entire sea area. 108 peak origin divine tools were inserted into the seabed, expanding the range and began to encircle the flying eagle fish. "Let's see where you're going to run this time." Jiang Chen sneered. His soul power covered the entire sea area. He could already feel that the arrogant flying eagle fish was entering the range of the Ashura sword formation. It had to be said that the flying eaglefish was indeed rather terrifying. As the fastest fish in the deep sea, although its strength might not be the strongest, its speed was absolutely shocking. On the other hand, Jiang Qin and the others were extremely fast on land. However, their strength and speed were greatly reduced in the deep sea. Under such circumstances, the gap between the two would gradually widen. That was why the late hierarch realm flying eaglefish was so arrogant. However, Jiang Qin was full of confidence at this moment because the flying eaglefish had already entered the net. No one knew how arrogant it was, but now that it was caught by Jiang Qin, its arrogance would be completely suppressed. That's enough. Here, come back. This fella is on the verge of tears. Jiang Qin said with a smile. With a thought in his mind, the 108 peak origin divine tools completely sealed off the entire sea area. Sword shadows were shot out from the deep sea like cannonballs. The shadows of the swords were dazzling. When the swords were pulled out, the terrifying water current and the shadows of the swords were constantly intertwining with each other. Bastard! 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 You want to trap me? It's impossible. The flying eaglefish roared furiously. Facing such terrifying sword shadows, it finally felt a sense of danger. However, its speed was extremely fast. It could even dodge the sword shadows that were chasing after it. Jiang Qin was now able to fully control the Ashura sword formation. It should not be a problem to deal with this flying eaglefish. The flying eaglefish roared crazily and moved quickly in the sea area. However, Jiang Qin's Ashura sword formation was too terrifying. Even a divine emperor realm expert would not be able to escape, let alone a late hierarch realm flying eaglefish. Although its speed was extremely fast and suffocating, it could not escape from the Ashura sword formation. No. Impossible. No. The flying eaglefish kept howling, but no matter how hard it tried, it couldn't break free from the Ashura sword formation. Furthermore, its previous arrogance had completely vanished, and it even started begging for mercy. But how could Jiang Qin give it the chance to do so? It was so arrogant previously. If xuanhuan did not teach it a lesson, it would really think that it was powerful. Aren't you very capable? Aren't you fast? Why don't you run? Jiang Qin sneered. Within the Ashura sword formation, the flying eaglefish had completely turned into a stray dog. It kept begging for mercy and lost its previous limitless elegance. It could roam freely in the underwater world, but it went too far and became extremely arrogant. Things will always move in the opposite direction when they reach an extreme. Wasn't it captured by Jiang Qin? It would not die if it did not act arrogant. The fact proved that this fella's arrogance was just temporary. It definitely deserved its death. Brother, you're amazing. Aha, you caught this stinky fish. Such a terrifying formation. Inger said in an extremely shocked manner. Her face was filled with joy, and happiness could be seen on her face. Within the Ashura sword formation, the flying eaglefish was already on the verge of death. It no longer had any strength to fight. Even running had become extremely extravagant. This fella is too arrogant. Otherwise, it would not be so easy for us to catch it. Jiang Qin said with a smile. Who asked you to act arrogant? Who asked you to act arrogant? Inger fiercely stomped on the stinky fish, taking revenge for the humiliation. The winged eaglefish was already dead. It had already died in the Ashura sword formation. Jiang Qin didn't know whether to laugh or cry at Inger's actions. This little girl was quite vengeful. She wouldn't even let go of a dead fish. Not bad. Finally, someone caught the flying eaglefish. Haha, brother, hand it over. Otherwise, I will let you die a horrible death. Chapter 35:12. Jiang Qin kept the flying eaglefish calmly. At this moment, the smile on his face became even brighter. I didn't expect that someone would come to rob us. Jiang Qin shrugged and glanced at Inger. Inger smiled and said, I can't defeat them. I can't beat them. You go, brother. I'll cheer for you. Inger spread out both of her hands and said honestly. Jiang Qin smiled. This little brat was really deceived by old Taoist Wuda. Was it true? Why do I feel that she was pretending to be dumb? Alright, they're just four trash. Inger doesn't need to do anything, or else you, the little princess of the dragon clan, will dirty your hands. Jiang Qin shook his head and let out a sigh. He looked at the four of them. A trace of killing intent slowly emerged in his eyes. Brat, how dare you call us trash? I think you're tired of living. A short-haired man said angrily. He stared at Jiang Qin coldly and gritted his teeth. It seemed like he hated Jiang Qin to the core and wanted to eat him alive. You're quite strong to be able to catch this flying eagle fish. As the saying goes, it doesn't matter if it's a black or white cat, as long as it can catch a mouse, it's a good cat. Looks like it's true. Give me your flying eagle fish and I'll allow you to follow me. Otherwise you'll know the outcome. The middle-aged man said with an arrogant expression. Jiang Chen couldn't help but snicker at his superior attitude. These guys, do they really think that they're some great figure? To think that he dared to spout such nonsense here and even tried to snatch the winged eagle fish from his hands. He was truly overestimating himself. Beat me and the flying eagle fish will be yours, Jiang Chen said faintly. Refusing a toast only to drink a forfeit. You'll die a horrible death if you go against us, the four brothers of the Black Mountain sect. We gave you face but you don't want it. Do you really think that you're the king of heaven? You're just an early divine emperor. The four of us can easily kill you. Why are you still talking to him, big brother? Let's just kill him and let him have a taste of our power. Does he think he can overturn the heavens? We still have to find more flying eagle fish later. The three fellows behind the middle-aged man were all eager to attack Jiang Chen. In fact, they couldn't wait to kill him and rob him. Since you don't know how to appreciate my kindness, I can only teach you a small lesson. I hope that you can be a good person in your next life. The middle-aged man Lung Lung said and nodded slightly. At this moment, terrifying murderous intents filled the air and instantly locked onto Jiang Chen. You have to be careful, brother. Waved her little hand and said with a smile. Killing 4 early divine emperors is as easy as killing an ant. Jiang Chen said without any trace of politeness. He did not put these people in his eyes at all. Did they really think that he was a lab rat that could be easily bullied? Arrogant and conceited. Today I'll teach you a lesson. Ha! The short-haired young man roared and charged towards Jiang Chen. Even in the deep sea, his speed was still extremely fast. Terrifying airwaves rippled out along with the waves. Jiang Chen's expression was calm and unmoved like a mountain. He turned his hand and sent a palm strike towards the short-haired young man. In an instant, the short-haired young man was pushed back. If it wasn't because of the impact from the bottom of the sea, the short-haired young man would have been pushed back tens of thousands of zhang. Jiang Chen was leisurely walking in the courtyard, but he easily repelled the short-haired young man. The others were slightly shocked as they did not expect Jiang Chen to have some tricks up his sleeves. Courting death. The others quickly came forward. Seeing that their brother was at a disadvantage, how could they allow Jiang Chen to continue being arrogant? Jiang Chen's expression turned solemn and he sneered. He instantly rushed into the battle. Their strength and speed were slightly restricted in the deep sea, but it wasn't a big problem. Especially Jiang Chen's terrifying fist, although it seemed slow, it carried a thunderous force that swept out, making people unable to look at it directly. The 4 of them were hit by Jiang Chen's strength one after another. However, they were all early divine emperors, so they cooperated very well with each other. With years of experience, they were very swift and fierce. They were not afraid of Jiang Chen at all. As the 2 of them fought back and forth, Jiang Chen finally gained the upper hand. His overwhelming attacks made these people lose the ability to resist and were forced to retreat. Oh no, we've kicked an iron plate. Big brother, what should we do? Yeah, if this goes on, we'll probably suffer more and more. Since it has come to this, we can only risk our lives. Since he has the winged eagle fish, it's a good thing. If we can't get the winged eagle fish, what's the point of us wandering around in this sea? The middle-aged man cried out in a deep voice. He retreated in order to advance. With a shake of his body, he turned into a huge green python and swiftly moved under the sea. The other 3 also did not hesitate and instantly turned into their real bodies. In this underwater world, their battle had become a lot easier. After all, the strength of their real bodies was much more powerful than their real bodies. The huge body swept across while the 4 green pythons constantly attacked Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen looked extremely small in comparison. Facing the 4 green pythons that blotted out the sky, Jiang Chen remained unmoved like a mountain. He clenched his fists and punched the 4 green pythons ferociously. Under the bombardment of Jiang Chen's fists, the 4 green pythons became extremely miserable. Big brother, we can't beat him. We really can't beat him. Yeah, let's hurry up and run. If this goes on, I guess we'll all die here. Shut your crow's mouth. The 4 of them were already disloyal to Jiang Chen. Add to that their lack of strength, they were like soldiers fleeing for their lives after being chased relentlessly by Jiang Chen's 9 dragons and 10 elephants. It was a rather pathetic sight. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth turned cold. He was decisive and did not leave any chance for them. Step by step, punch by punch, he was like a thunderbolt stirring up a storm in the deep sea. The whirlpools were endless. The area within a radius of 1,000 meters seemed to be shaking. There were countless whirlpools. Some fishes under the Divine King realm were completely torn apart by the suction force of the whirlpools. Under the deep sea, the 4 green pythons were completely crushed by Jiangchen. However, Jiangchen was not going to let them go. If he did not kill these bastards, they would only be a scourge for 1,000 years. He was doing a good deed to the people, slaying demons and punishing evil. Spare us, Senior. The 4 green pythons were constantly wailing. However, Jiangchen did not show any mercy. Since you chose to kill and rob, you should be prepared to be killed. Those who kill will always be killed. Don't you understand this? Beasts will always be beasts. Chapter 35:13. Big brother, you're amazing. Ah. Chuckled and kept clapping her hands. However, at this moment, after Jiangchen killed the 4 green pythons, he found out that there was a gigantic shark behind Inger. The shark was more than 100 feet long, and it was even bigger than the green pythons that he killed earlier. The shark opened its bloody mouth and swallowed Inger. That scene made Jiangchen's expression change. The battle between him and the 4 green pythons must have attracted the attention of this huge shark. The strength of this huge shark was the same as his. However, Jiangchen knew that he might not be its opponent in the deep sea. It was not easy to behave atrociously in someone else's territory. Most importantly, Jiangchen's strength had been declining. Facing the pressure of the deep sea, his strength could at most reach the minor heavenly connecting realm of the early Divine Emperor realm. However, facing this huge guy, it was obvious that it would be more effective. Be careful. Jiangchen exclaimed and pulled Inger away. Inger's expression slightly changed. She turned into a ray of light and flashed away, avoiding the devil's bite. Inger's speed surprised Jiangchen. She wasn't any slower than the winged eagle fish. Jiangchen finally realized that this little girl had been following him all this time. Perhaps it wasn't because she wanted to hide her strength, but because she wanted to catch the winged eagle fish with him. Little fella. Jiangchen let out a sigh of relief. Inger had escaped the disaster. However, the huge shark was still glaring at them silently like a tiger eyeing its prey. Obviously, the commotion caused by Jiangchen just now was too great. That was why it was alarmed. This battle might be their battle of life and death. The 4 green pythons were just the appetizer. The huge shark bared its rows of bloodthirsty fangs. In front of Jiangchen and Inger, it was an incomparably huge monster. Damned humans, how dare you disturb my cultivation? You all deserve to die. 2 fellas with pure bloodlines are a delicacy. They can help me break through to the mid-divine emperor realm. The shark's terrifying spiritual energy covered the entire ocean. Even Jiangchen's expression became solemn because the shark's spiritual energy had reached the late divine emperor realm. No wonder it was so arrogant, it had the ability to be arrogant. Big brother, what should we do? Inger looked at Jiangchen and asked. Different situations call for different actions. He has taken a fancy to our bloodline strength. As long as we are able to kill him, we will be able to use the limitless pure divine yuan qi within his body. This huge shark is already an extremely terrifying existence within the deep sea. The majestic divine yuan qi on its body is just like a mountain. This fella is a big fish that eats small fish. In the end, all of them are for his own use. It's really amazing that he could devour so much. Jiangchen looked at Inger. The 2 of them looked at each other and made up their minds. If they were to run away, the 2 of them might not be a match for this huge shark. After all, it was the overlord of the deep sea. All right. Inger's beautiful eyes flickered. She was not afraid of the huge shark at all. She fought alongside Jiangchen. At this moment, their eyes were shining with blazing light. You're courting death. Even if you're from the dragon clan, this sovereign will still eat you. The huge shark moved its body and its fins flashed. It was extremely fast, like a black eagle that soared through the sky. It was impossible to defend against it. Its huge body stirred up the underwater world. Storms rolled and whirlpools appeared continuously. The pressure from the surroundings made Jiangchen and Inger feel extremely uncomfortable. However, they must overcome these difficulties in order to deal with this fella. If they couldn't even withstand the most simple suppression underwater, then they wouldn't be divine emperor experts. Jiangchen did not expect that they would encounter such a powerful existence as soon as they entered the sea. A great perfection early divine emperor sea monster. Its strength was even more terrifying in the water. It was definitely more ferocious than a mid-divine emperor human expert. Jiang Qin held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand and slashed horizontally, stirring up the water. Jiang Qin and the huge shark collided with each other. When the sword fell, a deep sword mark was left on the body of the huge shark. Blood flowed out, but it seemed like the shark's foundation was not harmed at all. 17th sword. 18th sword. 19th sword. The sword in his hand changed a few times. The sword shadow eroded the sun. In a blink of an eye, 100 miles of water surged and the storm was monstrous. The water surface was thousands of meters high. Inger was not to be outdone. Although she looked delicate, every step she took was filled with a surging force. She flipped her jade-like hand and struck the body of the huge shark. It seemed soft, but it was as powerful as a thunderbolt. After all, Inger was not a bird or a beast, but a true dragon. The power of a dragon and the huge shark were not weak at all. If she revealed her true form, Inger's strength would be much stronger and more terrifying than it was now. Even so, it was still very difficult for the two of them to deal with the huge shark. After all, the body of the huge shark was too big. The two of them used all their skills, but they still couldn't do anything to the huge shark. Jiang Chen's sword aura was like a rainbow. His sword froze the 14 provinces. The momentum of the proud sword turned the situation around. He fought fiercely with the huge shark in the underwater world, but he was still forced to retreat by the terrifying creature. A divine sword appeared in Inger's hand. She coordinated with Jiang Chen's attack. However, the strength of the huge shark was too terrifying. In addition, Jiang Chen's strength was suppressed. The restraint of the underwater world made it impossible for him to be as invincible as he was on land. 3,000 miles of ice. Jiang Chen held the cold river stone in his hand and struck out a seal. The storm in the underwater world was instantly frozen. The area within 1,000 miles was completely frozen. The power of ice wreaked havoc everywhere. God knows how many sea demons under the Divine Emperor realm were frozen to death. The terrifying power of ice was like adding wings to a tiger. As soon as the cold river stone was unleashed, Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. The huge shark was frozen and could not move at all. Its life force was gradually declining. The entire sea turned into 1,000 miles of ice. There was no sign of life. Divine Golden Bell, God Sealing Prohibition. Suppress it. You're tuning in to the Sword Dance in the Vast Sky YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.